Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. The bone dragon soul felt a sudden shiver for some reason and couldn't help but retreat. The black dragon hatchling flapped its wings and lunged toward the bone dragon soul. Before the bone dragon soul could react, the hatchling opened its mouth wide and inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind was sucking the bone dragon soul, directing it into the mouth of the black dragon hatchling. Like drinking jelly, it took only a few seconds for the hatchling to swallow the bone dragon soul, which was dozens of times larger than itself. After consuming the bone dragon soul, the hatchling let out a satisfied burp, swaying and flying toward Songjian with a drunken gait. Seeing that the bone dragon soul was consumed by the Songjian's pet, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was dazed, standing rooted to the spot, his expression devastated. The black dragon hatchling that flew beside Songjian closed its eyes and fell. Songjian quickly stored it back into his pet space. Looking at the black dragon hatchling, the pet space indicated that the hatchling is in an evolving state. It will take 10 hours to complete the evolution, during which it cannot be summoned, or the evolution will fail. It's not going to turn into a bone dragon with a body full of white bones, is it? Songjian became worried. Just then, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord let out a mournful roar. His originally green eyes turned into two balls of fiery red flames, burning fiercely in an instant. Die! Amid a roar, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord swung his long knife, hacking it violently towards Songjian. The bone dragon was more than a mere pet to the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, it was his spirit beast. His ability to cheat death was all thanks to the existence of the bone dragon. Now, with the bone dragon's soul being devoured by the black dragon hatchling, even if the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord were to slaughter all the NPCs and players in the underground palace, he still wouldn't be able to cheat death and truly resurrect. His power was confined to the current state, unable to advance further. For the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, this was even more unacceptable than death itself. At this point, Songjian angered it even more than the follower from before. The long knife in the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's hand was already beginning to ignite with black flames. Songjian was startled. He pulled out a bottle of weakness potion from his bag, aimed at the route the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was charging through, and harshly smashed it at the ground. With a boom, dust clouded the air as the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord rushed out, disregarding everything unswiped at Songjian. Beep beep beep. Just then, the 10+ self-destructing robots surrounding Songjian emitted blinding red light from their eyes, and collectively rushed towards the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. Immortal Sword Body, activate. A soft shout, a flicker of golden light appeared on the surface of Songjian's body. 8 long sword illusions slowly circled around him, sharply raising his attributes, and the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword in his hand felt somewhat lightweight. Broken Wing Dance. Songjian rushed towards the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, and his sword clashed heavily together. With a boom, Songjian was directly blown away, his vitality points dropped more than 500 points. Even the shield warrior from before, if he had taken this strike head-on, would have surely died. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was not feeling any better at the moment. After activating the Immortal Sword Body, Songjian's strength attributes exceeded 25 points. Even the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord did not have that level of strength. If it was not for skill bonuses, the one to have been blown away from this strike would have been the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. At this moment, a damage of over 300 points was also floated above the head of the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. Nearly vomiting a mouthful of blood, it managed to forcibly suppress it and swallow it down. Just as it was preparing to strike while the iron was hot and continue to attack Songjian, the 10-odd self-destructing robots had already run to its front. Boom boom boom, the self-destructing robots practically exploded simultaneously, and rising from the spot where the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord stood, a small-scale mushroom cloud appeared. The terrifying explosion made the entire cave start to shake, with broken rocks falling from above. Everyone's faces wore expressions of fear, terrified of being buried underground. You have to understand that the spot where everyone was located was hundreds of meters away from the surface. If it collapses, no one will have any chance of survival. Leaning on his long sword, Songjian slowly stood up. He glanced at the life fruit in his bag, hesitated a moment, but still did not take it out. He still had more than 300 vitality points, and moreover, he could recover more than 20 every second. In just half a minute, his vitality points would be fully recovered. It wasn't time to use the life fruit yet. Glancing at the bronze throne next to him, Songjian suddenly had a thought and directly turned, taking a seat atop the bronze throne. Until the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was killed, the Bronze Throne could not be retrieved. It was similar to an item of plot significance. Song Jian didn't know if it could replenish his vitality points, he just sat down with an attempt at mentality. Unexpectedly, the moment he sat on the Bronze Throne, a mysterious energy surged from the throne into his body. For a moment, his vitality points recovery speed greatly increased, and in just 10 or so seconds, his vitality points were fully restored. When his vitality points were fully recovered, the mysterious energy suddenly disappeared. But then, in his eyes, a 60-second countdown appeared on the Bronze Throne. The throne can only be used to recover vitality points every 60 seconds. Excitement flashed in Song Jian's eyes. He finally discovered the secret of the Bronze Throne, that the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord also couldn't recover vitality points all the time. As the dust cleared, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was now standing in a ragged state. His body was covered with wounds, countless black mist slowly seeping from these wounds. His eyes were dead set on Song Jian, who just stepped down from the Bronze Throne, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Chapter 319, Shattered. Song Jian had obliterated the Bone Dragon illusion, causing more damage to the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord than he had expected. The Bone Dragon illusion was a manifestation of all the skills and mastery of the Demon Lord. Once it had absorbed enough vitality, it could merge with the Bone Dragon and increase its power significantly. At this point, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord regarded Song Jian with a deep-seated hatred, yearning to rip him apart with its own hands. The explosion of a dozen self-destructing robots inflicted over 2,000 points of damage to the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, reducing his vitality points to less than half. Seeing that his Bronze Throne was also cooling down, he became even more furious, charging at Song Jian with his long sword ablaze with black flames. Song Jian had never fought a level 15 boss monster before. But after their recent clash, he could guess that none of the Demon Lord's attributes would exceed 20 points. In this aspect, Song Jian had completely suppressed the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord's skills were all extremely powerful and inflicting high damage, which made the fight difficult for Song Jian. Meanwhile, the surrounding NPCs saw that the Demon Lord was attacking Song Jian and curiously stood aside, allowing the Demon Lord to focus on Song Jian without any distraction. This was the consequence of Song Jian's earlier threat to the NPCs with his self-destructing robots. Practically all the NPCs present now held grudges against him. As a result, his relationship with these NPCs had most likely degraded to a point of indifference. They derived great pleasure from watching Song Jian struggle. The Demon Lord's long sword was brimming with power, each swing carrying the force of cracking rocks. But Song Jian wouldn't be defeated easily. His Crimson Fire Heart Monkey sword was suddenly enveloped with a veneer of crimson flame. The Fire Lizard Medicine. Song Jian, who had taken the Weakness Potion and Fire Lizard Medicine, clashed with the Demon Lord. They traded blows for a while, none gaining an upper hand. Those watching were astounded. How can he be so strong? Qian Ziahao's face darkened. He had considered the opponent just an adventurer who got lucky, with only potential at best. But the opponent's actual power was beyond belief. Upon entering the city, other than searching for information about the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, Qian Ziahao had always been ready to find the fortunate adventurer who traded with his father. If the adventurer had not learned the sword finger technique, he would attempt to trade it with him. If the adventurer had already learned the technique, then he would have no choice but to kill him to see if he could drop the sword finger technique upon death. When Qian Ziahao realized that Song Jian had already learned sword finger, he became murderous. Although he tried hard to suppress his feelings, Song Jian soon noticed his hostility. If his two followers were still alive, Qian Ziahao would have had the confidence to ambush and kill Song Jian. However, he currently lacked that confidence. This player is just too good, actually going toe-to-toe with a level 15 boss. Are we even playing the same game? The hundreds of other players present were equally surprised. They paused and watched Song Jian's battle with the Demon Lord intently. By this time, the entire Demon Palace had become the battlefield for Song Jian and the Demon Lord alone. All the NPCs and players had merely become spectators. Song Jian's vitality points kept decreasing, although the Demon Lord's rate of decrease was faster. However, his attacks seemed to become more ferocious as his vitality points decreased. It seemed like the lower his vitality points were, the higher his attack power became. Gradually, Song Jian was finding it harder and harder to withstand the Demon Lord's attacks, each hit causing him over 100 points of damage. If he was hit with a skill, he would immediately lose 500 to 600 vitality points. If got distracted, he could potentially be killed instantly. At this moment, a gigantic desert scorpion beast illusion suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, its enormous stinger immediately aimed at the Demon Lord's chest. "Get out of my way, inferior creature!" The Demon Lord roared in fury, angered by the desert scorpion's presumptuous attack. The strike that was originally aimed at Song Jian changed direction in midair and slashed towards the scorpion beast. This attack seemed to be able to shatter the void. The desert scorpion, which couldn't have been normally targeted, shrieked in agony as it was hit by the stroke. Its entire body was marked by a fine slit. Then, it shattered like glass and exploded into thousands of pieces. System: your scorpion beast helmet has been damaged. The helmet's special ability cannot be activated for the next 12 hours. Song Jian felt a jolt of shock. Was the demon lord's attack that terrifying? Even an innocent attack could kill the scorpion beast's soul, which couldn't be locked or attacked. If the attack had landed on his body, could he have endured it? After releasing this attack, the demon lord seemed somewhat energy drained. It glanced at Song Jian and surprisingly turned around and walked toward the bronze throne. Oh no, it's going to restore its vitality points again. Song Jian was alarmed. With a thought, 2 level 15 fire elemental spirits appeared beside Song Jian and charged at the demon lord. Song Jian also leaped forward, stabbing his crimson fire heart-ape sword at the demon lord's heart from behind. At this point, the demon lord had grabbed onto the hand of the bronze throne, ready to sit down. The fire elemental spirits, over a meter tall, had started to gather fireballs to toss at it. Song Jian's crimson fire heart-ape sword had already pierced its heart. As soon as the sword pierced the demon lord's heart, an angry roar echoed in the demon palace that sounded as divine and majestic as a god. The demon lord shivered, a look of disbelief filled its eyes. How can this be? Is this the wrath of the fire god? A red damage indicator floated above its head. Finally, after a long time, the special effect of Song Jian's ring, Eye of the Fire God, had been activated. The wrath of the fire god caused an additional 300 points of fire damage to the demon lord. Click. With a soft snap, the demon lord had crushed the handle of the bronze throne in his hand. Everyone present turned pale. The most valuable thing in the entire Imperial Dragon Demon Palace was probably this bronze throne, yet the demon lord had accidentally damaged it in his surprise. If we had acted earlier, we might have killed the demon lord by now, and the bronze throne would not have been damaged. A thought like this was gnawing at everyone's mind like a poisonous insect. At this moment, Qian Ziahao's fists were clenched so tight that his knuckles were turning white. His teeth were clenched so hard that a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he was unaware of it. His gaze was fixed on the damaged bronze throne. Chapter 320, No Dropped Items? The bronze throne could actually be damaged, startling all the NPCs who were aware of its value. Qian Ziahao was filled with a sense of utter despair. The bronze throne was a token, possessing it proved one to be qualified to vie for one of the only 10 professions. Damn, I don't know if we can still enter that place with the damaged bronze throne. Qian Ziahao was nearly choked with anger. His eyes, when looking at the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted nothing more than to hack it into pieces. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord looked surprised, even somewhat incredulous, as he noticed that he had squeezed and crumbled the handle of the bronze throne. Just then, an ethereal spirit sword materialized above Song Jian's head, and he slashed it heavily on the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. A wailing scream echoed as the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord fell from the bronze throne. His long knife swept sideways, forcing Song Jian to retreat. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord staggered to his feet, looked at Song Jian, snorted coldly, surprisingly plunged into the crowd of NPCs. He grabbed the nearest priest-type profession, violently stabbing him in the heart. The priest's head instantly displayed around 600 damage points, instantly killing him. The Demon Lord opened his mouth for a suction and the blood from the priest's body promptly consolidated into red streaks of energy, rushing toward his mouth. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, originally had only less than 500 vitality points, recovered nearly 300 points in just a few seconds. Dissatisfied with recovering only over 200 vitality points, the Imperial Demon Dragon Lord discarded the dried-up corpse in his hand after sucking it dry. He snorted coldly and rushed towards another nearby NPC. Stop him, we can't let him continue to restore vitality. The NPCs cried out, causing chaos. They had been spectating for too long and had forgotten that the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord intended to wipe them all out here. In an instant, everyone, players and NPCs alike, attacked the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. Countless colorful pillars of energy exploded on his body, the sound of powerful strikes filled the air. A black fog floated at the surface of the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's body, drastically reducing all the damage dealt to him to single digits. The combined attack of hundreds of individuals only caused a mere 300 to 400 total damage to him. You all will die. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's vitality points were down to less than 500, but his arrogance made it seem as if he was pressuring hundreds of players and NPCs. In reality, it was indeed the case. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's attack power had now reached a terrifying level. Even the shield warrior who initially blocked him had his shield split into two, reducing him to a near-death state. The others were no match for him. Whoever came close was either slain in a single stroke or had all their vitality drained. It was bizarre, however, that no matter how much vitality the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord drained from NPCs, his vitality seemed to be permanently stuck at 500 points and could not be increased any further. Just then, a crack sound came from the bronze throne. Chaos ensued within the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. The only one who heard this crack was Songjian, who had been standing aside and watching the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord with folded arms. At first, Songjian thought he had heard wrong and turned his head towards the bronze throne. He was startled to see that small cracks had started to appear around the handle that was accidentally crushed by the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. These cracks were spreading out with continuous crack sounds. But this sound was extremely weak. If it weren't for Songjian, who was standing right next to the bronze throne, no one could have heard it. Like a frenzied maniac, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was killing left, right and center. Like a tiger amidst a herd of sheep, no one could match his power. Only then did people realize, to their astonishment, that someone had actually been able to battle with the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord for over 10 minutes. It was virtually unbelievable. Boss, Elite, lend us a hand. Do you really want to watch us all get slaughtered by this boss? Yes, if the boss drops any items, we're willing to give them all to you, okay? Help. This boss can deal over 200 damage with a single normal attack. We can't withstand it. The NPCs were too embarrassed to ask for help from Songjian, but the players didn't care about that now. Even the vitality points of a level 10 professional player didn't exceed 300. They couldn't withstand the boss's ordinary attacks, let alone using any skills. But no matter how loudly the players begged for help, even pleading desperately, Songjian just stood in place without moving, his brows furrowed as he stared intently at the bronze throne. At this moment, no one noticed that the surface of the bronze throne was now covered in a dense network of cracks, like a spider's web. This most precious existence in the eyes of the NPCs was about to be completely destroyed. Crash! The bronze throne suddenly crumbled into tiny particles, like sand, collapsing in an instant. Amidst a pile of blue dust, a palm-sized, dazzling bronze box appeared in front of Songjian. There's actually a treasure inside the bronze throne? Songjian's eyes lit up. He rushed forward, picked up the palm-sized bronze box and immediately placed it in his inventory. The moment Songjian put the bronze box into his inventory, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord seemed to feel something. After knocking an NPC away, he turned and looked at the bronze throne. When he saw the bronze throne had turned into fine sand, a look of despair appeared on the face of the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. He yelled hysterically, "No, it can't be!" Crack, crack! The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord began walking towards the bronze throne. After only a few steps, his legs started to stiffen and a hint of blue appeared on the surface of his body. After struggling forwards a few steps more, the entire body of the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was covered in blue, looking like a bronze statue. Boom! The bronze statue that the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord had turned into shattered, and horrific wails echoed throughout the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. At this time, a red light point suddenly appeared in front of the bronze throne. In an instant, this light point turned into a light door, with a 5-minute countdown appearing above it. Did you just take something from the bronze throne? Qian Xiahao suddenly pointed at Songjian and shouted loudly. No one had seen the moment when the bronze throne had crumbled into fine sand. Everyone had been chased by the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord as if they were mice, afraid that they would be cut to pieces if they were one step slow. However, after Songjian took away the bronze box, an indentation in the shape of a box was left in the blue sand and caught Qian Xiao's attention. It was this detail that made Qian Xiao suspicious. He wondered if Songjian had taken something. Songjian glanced coldly at Qian Xiao, made a throat-slitting gesture, turned around, and disappeared into the red light portal. The players didn't notice the actions of the NPCs, they all swarmed towards the corpse of the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, continuously flipping over each bronze fragment, hoping to see if the boss had dropped any items. However, to the disappointment of everyone, this powerful level 15 boss did not drop any items at all, leaving the players cursing out loud. This behavior gave the remaining NPCs pause and a look of astonishment spread across their faces. Chapter 321, A Black Object. Without having found any loot, the players left via the teleportation gate one by one. Only Qian Xiao approached the bronze throne, carefully sweeping his gaze across its surface. His face darkened noticeably. After a while, Qian Xiao stood up, his teeth gritted as he spoke in a low tone, "We've been played by that god's chosen. Sir Qian, what exactly happened?" An NPC steps forward, interrogating. "Look at this spot." Qi Ziahao pointed at a hollow in the center of the bronze throne. There was something here, but that guy swiped it. Now Qi Ziahao understood why the high-profile figures were all trying to seize the bronze throne. It wasn't for the throne itself, but for the treasure buried inside. Anyhow, Qi Ziahao suffered a major loss this time. Once leading over a dozen people, only 3 now survived, including his 2 most loyal followers who died here. All for nothing, without obtaining any rewards. Sir Qi, we all know that the bronze throne within the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace is the most precious, but its significance is still unclear. Could you explain its value to us? An NPC of the priest class suddenly asked. With a cold smirk, Qi Ziahao denied. Such information had been tightly controlled by the influential factions and families. Ordinary people had no access to them. These NPCs, thinking they could obtain such valuable information for free, were simply delusional. Just as Qi Ziahao was about to refuse, a thought struck him, and with a chuckle, he replied, actually, the bronze throne holds the secret to becoming one of the top 10 unique professions. Whoever can acquire it will have a chance to stand atop the pyramid. Gasps filled the air among the NPCs. Dreams and greed gleamed in everyone's eyes. To ordinary people, the top 10 unique professions were no different from deities. Unbelievably, the bronze throne held the key to reaching such divinities. Now, the treasure has been taken by that god's chosen. If you want it, you should go find him. Qi Ziahao smiled, turning around to step into the teleportation gate. With less than 20 NPCs left, they exchanged glances, each entering the teleportation gate one after another, leaving behind in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace only silence, shattered stones, and dry corpses. At this moment, the index finger of an NPC corpse twitched, displacing a small stone beside it. The little stone rolled forward with a clattering echo resonating in the empty palace. Exiting the transmission array, Songjian returned directly to his manor castle. What a pity, I didn't get to loot the items dropped by the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. Songjian thought regretfully. After Qi Ziahao pointed out that he had taken something from the bronze throne, Songjian immediately realized that he could no longer stay in the palace. Without the deterrence of the self-destructing robot, the remaining NPCs could end him with a single round of attacks. Nonetheless, having acquired the treasure hidden within the bronze throne, Songjian was still mitigated. He was unaware, though, that over 10 NPC professionals had already set their greedy eyes on him. When he opened the bronze chest, the first item that met his eyes was a silver priest's magic staff of level 15, named Life Anthem. Its properties were excellent, enhancing healing by 10%, in addition to raising all healing abilities by 1 level. It was definitely a superior magic staff for a priest. Vitnovelban. C.com for updates also included was a level 15 Silver Knight Shield for Knight class. Although its attributes were ordinary, any silver shield would be eagerly sought by players at this stage. If a team did not have a good mount, main tank, they would be unable to defeat high-level bosses. That's why every time a shield appeared in auction, players would scramble for it. The rest were 3 material items, a dragon bloodstone, a ruby, and a black quality token. The dragon bloodstone and the ruby were materials for upgrading the blood pool, and Songjian set them aside after a glance. The black quality token, however, held Songjian's attention. He held it in his hand, playing with it non-stop. Since the beginning of the game, Songjian had only obtained 1 black quality item, the accessory he obtained from killing the zombie carrying slab. That item had terrible attributes, adding only 1 vitality point, and in the end was discarded by Songjian for other items at the prayer altar. It was that experience at the prayer altar that made him realize the value of black quality items. Somehow, many people were willing to exchange gold quality items and skills for a black quality accessory with such poor attributes. This might be an item not less valuable than a gold quality one, I should keep it safe. Songjian thought. The properties of this token were very vague, with only 1 line reading Pass to the Land of Mystery. It did not specify where the Land of Mystery was or how to use the token. Yet, there was a property instruction that gave Songjian pause, will drop upon death. After hesitating for a moment, Songjian laughed slightly. In this game, he had only 1 life, and if he lost this life, why bother about the equipment? So, he put the token in the bag. Taking a look at the pet column, the black dragon hatchling was still fast asleep, with strands of a mysterious gray mist circling around its body. The evolution was still in progress. Although Songjian was somewhat worried, there was nothing he could do. Interrupting the evolution prematurely might harm the black dragon hatchling. Patience was all he could afford now. After mailing Li Ke 9,500 gold coins, Songjian received the money for the stealth skill stone. The stealth skill sold for over 6,000 doomsday coins, which increased Songjian's funds to nearly 30,000 doomsday coms. This was a fortune. Even for many warring leagues at present, It wasn't easy to accumulate so much money. Having this much doomsday coins was kind of pointless if he was just carrying it around. It would be more useful to invest it in building his safe house, especially since in the entire Doomsday City, his manor castle was the only truly safe haven. After summoning George, his housekeeper, Songjian began to inquire about the construction situation in his territory. Everything in the territory was progressing smoothly, but due to the lack of investment, many buildings could not be constructed. Songjian directly allocated 20,000 Doomsday coins to George, which immediately increased George's loyalty to its maximum value. "Honorable Lord, I will build your manor territory to be the grandest in the region," George excitedly declared, his face glowing with enthusiasm. Emboldened by Songjian's trust, George expressed his gratitude and quickly immersed himself in the development of the territory. After some hesitation, Songjian decided to sell the silver quality Knight Shield and Priest Magic Staff on the radio station. Chapter 322, The Devil's Heart. Songjian initially planned to sell the two items in the auction, but after a moment of hesitation, he changed his mind. Most players were only level 11 or 12 right now. Level 15 equipment was still too high-end for them. Even if someone were to bid for these items, the price wouldn't be high enough. It would be better to sell them on the outside world to NPCs via the radio. Indeed, as soon as he mentioned the properties of the equipment on the radio, it instantly erupted with activity. Bidders came one after another, each one outdoing the previous in terms of price. Silver grade quality, my god, level 15 silver grade quality weapon and shield, which guild failed to grab this? We, the Silver Moon Commerce, will take the shield, name any price. This magic staff, oh my god, it increases all healing skills by 1 level, this is like defying all laws, isn't it? Seeing so many people interested in his two pieces of equipment, an idea flashed across Songjian's mind. He suddenly said, preferential consideration will be given to trade with the same grade sword technique. The radio fell into a moment of silence. After all, equipment could become outdated after some use, but skills never would. Even the lowest grade skills, once mastered to perfection, could be combined with other skills to form a new skill. I've got a white grade quality tangling sword technique, can I exchange it with that silver grade quality shield of yours? Of course, I can add some money. A hoarse voice came from the radio. White grade quality. Songjian frowned slightly. Although he was missing only one sword technique to complete his main quest, the white grade quality sword technique was far below his expectations. At the very least, I should exchange these two pieces of equipment for a silver grade quality sword technique, that's my bottom line. Songjian insisted internally. Sorry, right now I'm just looking to exchange for a sword technique. Songjian tactfully refused over the radio after an awkward silence. Just as Songjian believed the deal could not be concluded, a sudden voice rang out over the radio. This is Silver Moon Commerce, we have a gold grade quality sword technique here. Do you have any interest? Gold grade quality? A gold grade quality sword technique? Why would he use a gold grade quality sword technique to trade with me? Songjian didn't feel delighted, but instead furrowed his brow, saying over the radio, one don't believe that these two items would be worth a gold grade quality sword technique. Of course, apart from these two items, I also need your promise. If it is possible, this gold grade quality sword technique can be yours. A light chuckle came from the radio. One think we should proceed with the following negotiations in a more private manner. Let me have your communication number. The communication number is similar to an email address, making it possible for two people at opposite ends of the world to chat in real time, just as convenient as video calls. However, this was a privilege reserved for level IO professionals, ordinary people couldn't use it in this way. After sharing his communication number, Songjian turned off the radio, and soon received an anonymous communication request. Hello, I'm an administrator in the Silver Moon Commerce, you may call me Miss Annie. A mature woman's voice echoed in Songjian's ears. On the radio just now. Songjian was puzzled as it was a man's voice over the radio, it sounded somewhat old, at least in his 50s. That was old John. He is in charge of gathering information on the radio, and he chuckled softly. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a divine chosen. Ahem, you can think that way. Songjian wasn't accustomed to being addressed as such. In that case, let me get straight to the point, divine chosen. Annie's voice carried a hint of charm, but Songjian was not affected. He simply appreciated the pleasant sound. We need the heart of a level 15 elite monster, the demon zombie. But this kind of monster appears only in cities that have been overtaken by monsters. The cost to get into such cities and to obtain a demon zombie heart is astronomical. For us, it might be a losing proposition, which is why we need your help, divine chosen, Annie explained softly. Demon zombie? A level 15 elite monster? Songjian's brow furrowed. I'm sorry, But in the level 15 monster zones in my city, I'm pretty sure there are no demon zombies. At this moment he remembered the Shadow District. Would those monsters be classified as demon zombies? No, they are only considered low-level demons. Being imprisoned for several decades, those low-level demons don't qualify as demon zombies. Song Jian reminded himself. Demon zombies are level 15 elite monsters, but their habitat isn't in the level 15 monster zones, rather in the level 20 monster zones, and he clarified. What? A level 20 monster zone? Impossible. Song Jian found it hard to believe. There was a strict hierarchy among the various levels of monsters. They usually wouldn't leave their assigned zones. Higher-level monsters might wander into the lower-level zones, but lower-level monsters would never dare to venture into a higher-level monster zone. Demon zombies are zombies infused with demon bloodline and are known for preying on the hearts of strong zombies. They are even given the title zombie killers. Annie went on to give Song Jian a detailed explanation of demon zombies. Song Jian nodded slightly. With his current power, if he went all out, he could potentially handle a level 20 elite monster, let alone a level 15 elite monster. Alright, I agree. I can hunt this boss for you. But, to ensure the mission is accomplished, I need you to trade me the sword technique first. This can enhance my abilities and give me a better chance of succeeding, Song Jian stated. Sure, there is no problem with that. We just need to sign a contract first. You can trade the 2 silver grade quality items with us now and mail us the demon zombie's heart after you kill it, and he explained. Agreed, looking forward to a fruitful collaboration. Song Jian responded cheerfully. I believe that this won't be our first time collaborating, nor will it be the last. Divine Chosen, you possess talent and potential that is enviable to us. I look forward to meeting you. With a sigh, Annie spoke sentimentally. In response, Song Jian merely gave a slight smile. He could sense the gap between players and NPCs in the game. Whether through leveling up or stall enhancement, players could easily outshine the NPCs. This is why NPCs referred to players as the Divine Chosen, those favored by the gods. This made the NPCs incredibly envious. In a while, Annie sent over a contract scroll. Once the contract was signed, a skill scroll emitting a golden glow appeared before Song Jian. Chapter 323 That's Taikai Sword Skill? Is it really that amazing? It's actually Taikai Sword Skill? Song Jian looked at the skill scroll in his hand with a surprised expression on his face. Without hesitation, he unfolded the skill scroll and started learning it. Soon, Song Jian received a system prompt informing him that his main quest was completed, and he could exit the game or continue playing without any time restraints. Now, the game's time had changed compared to the real world. 1 month in the game was equivalent to 8 hours in the real world, or 1 night. If Song Jian exited the game now, it would be around 5 or 6 a.m. in the real world. After some hesitation, Song Jian decided to stay in the game, at least until he completed the Silver Moon Trading Company's task. As he looked at the description of the Taikai Sword skill in his skill bar, Song Jian felt a slight movement in his heart. Taikai Sword skill, active, level 1, skill effect. After casting, it can block 90% of damage, immune to all negative effects, and has a certain chance to reflect the enemy's attack back, lasting for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill consumption, 10 spirit points. Equipment requirement, one-handed sword. This sword skill seems to be a combination of the talent Thick-Faced and Sacred Parry, but the duration is a bit short. I wonder if it will change as the level increases, Song Jian thought to himself. During the battle with the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, Song Jian had used the Sacred Parry skill to block several high-damage attacks. However, the skill only gained proficiency when successfully parrying, so he couldn't practice it like other skills during normal times. So far, he had only increased his proficiency by 5 or 6 points, making leveling up quite slow. By the way, Miss Annie, do you know if your trading company has these materials? Song Jian suddenly had an idea and sent Annie the material list for making the TX high-explosive hand grenade, the transmission array, as well as the rubies and dragon bloodstones. These materials you're asking for are quite high level. Let me see. Annie laughed lightly. After Song Jian had mailed her the 2 silver quality items, the two had established an initial trust, and their conversation became a bit more relaxed. Why are there materials for building a transmission array here? Annie furrowed her brow slightly, thinking to herself, could it be that he's already preparing to build a city-level transmission array? How is that possible? Transmission arrays were strategic structures, and not just the materials but even the blueprints for constructing them were top secret. Although the Silver Moon Trading Company also had materials for building transmission arrays, every piece was registered and prohibited from trade. Sorry, most of the materials are available at our company, But these few are prohibited items for constructing transmission arrays and cannot be traded. I apologize. After some hesitation, Annie spoke honestly to Song Jian, also subtly indicating the importance of the transmission array, hoping the favored one would understand her meaning. After hearing Annie's words, Song Jian was taken aback. He had been a bit reckless, revealing important information about his ability to construct a transmission array through these materials. It seemed that he would have to collect the materials for building the transmission array himself, or else he risked exposing himself to potential danger if others found out. Song Jian didn't expect the transmission array to be so crucial, otherwise, he would never have casually shared the material list with Annie. I just wanted to hoard some materials to resell them later, but I didn't realize they were prohibited. Oh well, as for the rest of the materials. Song Jian hurriedly laughed. Annie also smiled slightly, not minding Song Jian's clumsy excuse, and continued, sure, our trading company has the rest of the materials you require. However, the prices aren't cheap. I'll send you a quote. Soon, a quotation was sent to Song Jian. Upon glancing at it, he couldn't help but gasp at the high prices. Each ruby cost 150 doomsday coins, and Dragon Bloodstone was even more expensive at 200 doomsday coins each. Just gathering these two items would cost almost 30,000 doomsday coins. Although the remaining materials were only several tens of doomsday coins each, Song Jian needed a large quantity of them. After roughly calculating, the manufacturing cost of a single TX high-explosive hand grenade, excluding labor costs, would amount to 1,500 doomsday coins. He had initially planned to use them to upgrade, but it seemed like a costly endeavor now. Can I get a discount? Song Jian asked somewhat sheepishly. Sorry, you're not a member of our trading company yet. You need to spend 100,000 doomsday coins in our company to become a first-level member and enjoy a 5% discount, Annie replied apologetically. Alright then. Please prepare 35 rubies, 100 dragon bloodstones, and as for the remaining materials, please prepare them according to the quantities listed. Song Jian scratched his head, finally deciding to make the purchase. However, he only bought enough materials to make 10 TX high-explosive hand grenades, as purchasing more would be too burdensome for him. After concluding the business, Song Jian found himself nearly 40,000 doomsday coins in debt. However, as long as he could complete the task assigned by Annie, the loot dropped from the zombie demon boss alone would likely pay off more than half of the debt. The materials were quickly mailed to Song Jian, who immediately upgraded the blood pool. After consuming all of the dragon bloodstones and rubies, the water level in the blood pool began to drop slowly until only a thin layer remained at the bottom. Upgrading the blood pool would take 12 hours. Glancing at it, Song Jian proceeded towards Dr. Ebziding's room. Giving all of the TX high-explosive hand grenade materials to Dr. Ebziding, Song Jian returned to his room 3 hours later, holding 8 TX high-explosive hand grenades. The TX high-explosive hand grenade had enormous power, capable of instantly killing a level 10 player with a single grenade. It also had area of effect damage, making it a game-changer at this stage of the game. However, for these materials, Song Jian had incurred a debt of more than 30,000 doomsday coins, nearly reaching 40,000. If he couldn't pay it off within 3 days, his relationship with the Silver Moon Trading Company would become hostile, and he would be hunted down mercilessly. It was clear to see that the Silver Moon Trading Company had a vast influence. Song Jian didn't plan to oppose them over a mere tens of thousands of doomsday coins. The debt had to be repaid as soon as possible. With this in mind, Song Jian immediately set off, leaving his manor castle and heading north. He would first complete the task Annie had assigned him. Killing a boss that treated level 20 monsters as food would definitely yield plenty of valuable loot. He could then sell it to the Silver Moon Trading Company. This way of leveraging resources was something Song Jian wouldn't have dared to think about before, but now, he was playing the game skillfully. Chapter 324, Accumulating Good Deeds. Leaving the manor castle, Song Jian immediately summoned his motorcycle. He sped along, unthreatened by low-level monsters of level 5 or 10. Even the loud sound of his motorcycle didn't provoke these lower-level creatures. Sensing Song Jian's power, they became more aggressive but didn't dare to follow him closely like they used to. They could only roar at him from a distance. It wasn't until he reached the area inhabited by level 15 monsters that Song Jian halted his motorcycle and proceeded on foot. The monsters here posed a threat to him, and a horde of them could potentially cause trouble. However, as he passed through the level 15 monster area, he saw a few player corpses scattered haphazardly on the broad road. These players were mostly at level 12 or 13, attempting to hunt higher level monsters had led to their deaths. Song Jian shook his head slightly. At the beginning stages of the game, players were cautious, wishing they could stay inside the safe house all day. But as they got more familiar with the game, many began to treat it as a real game. Whether it was the potential benefits or their greed, they began taking risks. What they didn't realize was that failure came with a high price, their lives. At that moment, a commotion arose from a street in the distance. Song Jian's brow furrowed, and he reached out his right hand. A warm current flowed from his heart and traveled along his meridian to his right hand, forming a dark red long sword. Soon, 2 level 13 players dashed out from the street corner on the left side. They looked bedraggled, their battle suits stained with blood. Their vitality points were less than half, and one of them had lost his weapon. Upon seeing Song Jian, they immediately charged towards him without a word. Behind them, a group of level 15 mutated zombies roared menacingly, their claws outstretched as they hotly pursued the 2 men. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding the 2 men's intentions. They wanted to divert their troubles onto him, using him as a buffer against the zombies. Kid, it's your bad luck. Anyway, you're gonna die soon, so why not take on these monsters for us? I'll burn some extra paper money for you every year on this day," said an assassin player with a sneer. At this, the 2 men activated their acceleration skill, their pacing increasing even more as they made a beeline towards Song Jian. Unfortunately for them, they had severely underestimated Song Jian's capabilities. Just as the 2 men were about to brush past Song Jian, he grabbed them both and threw them forcefully towards the oncoming mutated zombies using his overwhelming strength. Even a level 15 Lord-level boss couldn't match Song Jian in terms of strength, let alone 2 level 13 assassin players. Caught off guard, the 2 men felt a strong force propelling them into the air, giving them a sensation of weightlessness. Bang! The 2 men landed in the middle of the mutating zombie horde. After knocking down several zombies, they were immediately surrounded. "Damn you! Do you know who we are?" The assassin hadn't even finished cursing when several mutated zombies reached for him, aiming for the throat, cheek, and shoulder. A series of painful wails filled the air as the 2 players' vitality points rapidly decreased. Song Jian, holding the Crimson Air Heart-Ape sword, watched emotionlessly from a distance as the 2 men were completely swallowed up by the zombie horde. Their painful cries slowly faded until all that remained was the sound of the zombies gnawing. For such people, Song Jian had no sympathy. If they had fled in a different direction, they might have survived. Even if they had begged him for help, he would have intervened. Yet, their base human instincts led them to choose what seemed like the easier or smarter route. They didn't realize, however, that the man before them was far more terrifying than the mutated zombies behind them. As all the mutated zombies focused on attacking the 2 men, Song Jian saw the moment their vitality points hit 0 and immediately activated the broken wing dance, rushing towards the horde. The dark red blade emitted a chilling sound as it cleaved through the air. The attack instantly enveloped 7 to 8 mutated zombies within its range. The Tier 3 broken wing dance dealt over 100 points of damage to each zombie, followed by a second attack that enveloped even more mutated zombies, again dealing over 100 points of damage each. Amidst the zombies' roars, Song Jian leaped up high, brandishing his long sword, and cut down towards the zombie horde. Boom! A muffled explosion sent all the zombies flying into the air in a state of weightlessness. Rapid sword, activate. Song Jian's attacking speed surged, his long sword swung to create dozens of afterimages. These phantoms attacked the surrounding zombies. Sweeping sword style. Each attack was stronger than the last. Several mutated zombies couldn't handle the increased damage and instantly turned into heaps of black ashes. Sword silk. Pop, pop, pop. 3 sword silks each attacked 3 mutated zombies. Although the damage was spread out, each silk still managed to kill a mutated zombie. Thump, thump, thump. The zombies crashed back to the ground from the sky, roaring as they lunged at Song Jian again. Sword shadow step. Like a fish darting through the zombie horde, Song Jian harvested their vitality points while the zombies tried vainly to attack him. Their attacks yielded a series of miss, and their speed was no match for Song Jian. Sword finger. A soft whooshing sound and a flash of dazzling silver light emanated from the center of the zombie horde. Song Jian spun his body like a top, his silver sword chi drawing a circular arc. Instantly, over a dozen mutated zombies screamed and turned into black ashes. After a series of attacks, Song Jian's vitality points had dropped by a third. The group of mutated zombies around him, however, had all been killed, turning into black ashes on the ground. Despite killing more than 20 level 15 mutated zombies at once, not a single one dropped any items. No equipment, not even a single piece of ordinary material, which gave Song Jian a bad feeling. Damn it, when will this curse of lowered luck be lifted? Song Jian frowned, surprised at the significant impact of the loss of 3 luck points. I guess I'm accumulating good karma. Hopefully, the boss's drops won't be too affected. Song Jian muttered under his breath. Chapter 325 Assassination with no players intentionally luring monsters. As long as Song Jian was careful, the beasts around him posed no threat. He easily moved through the 15th level monster area and, After spending a little more than half an hour, arrived at the 20th level monster area. This was a pedestrian street, surrounded by a multitude of plants. Perhaps due to a lack of management or the climate, these plants were growing rampantly, making the entire pedestrian street look like a dense primordial rainforest. While Annie wasn't familiar with the environment of Zombie City and couldn't provide the exact location of the demon zombie, after Song Jian accepted the mission, the system automatically revealed the demon zombie boss's haunts. However, the area provided was vast, seeming like the boss was some kind of roving monster, not confined to a fixed location. To find his target, Song Jian would need to spend a lot of time and energy. Indeed, there are fewer mutant zombies here. I haven't encountered a single zombie yet even though I've been walking for so long. Song Jian was carefully searching the area. The surroundings were peaceful save for a few insect and bird calls. The absence of a zombie's roar was eerily unsettling. Just then, a strange low groan came from a small alley on his left. Song Jian was about to turn his head to look when he suddenly felt a refreshing chill behind his head. Killing intent. After 3 months of grinding in the game, Song Jian had an instinctive alertness to danger. He was 80% sure that it was the backstab skill of an assassin class. Sacred Parry. With a thought, a golden glow radiated from Song Jian's body. Mysteriously twisting with incredible speed, he held the long sword in front of his chest. Block. A metallic clashing sound echoed, and a mist appeared above Song Jian's head. In front of him, a figure was slowly appearing from an invisible state, a look of surprise on his face. Interesting. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the shadowy figure who ignored the over 200 damage points floating above his head. His figure retreated rapidly, just in time to avoid the sword finger skill released by Song Jian, as it missed by a hair's breadth. Having lost the element of surprise, this assassin didn't seem to want to give up. A flash of white light blinked under his feet as he deployed an acceleration skill and charged straight at Song Jian. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Song Jian. He swung his arm to the side, making a wide arc. His body, as if driven by this arm, began to rotate, like a nimble hawk rolling in the air. The shiny dagger went for Song Jian's back once again. The entire move was as seamless as floating clouds and flowing water. Song Jian's face turned ashen. He had realized that the opponent was not weak, and his skill usage was just as good as his own. Sword Silk. 3 strands of silver sword chi condensed into gleaming threads that writhed and retracted in midair like tentacles. In an instant, they lunged like a snake eyeing its prey, rushing towards the shadow. At the same time, Song Jian's crimson fire heart-shaped sword swept towards the enemy. The shadowy figure was taken aback. Song Jian was using a mutually destructive method without hesitation, but this was somewhat unprofitable for him. In a split second, the figure fiercely withdrew the dagger to block the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in the air as the shadow's dagger accurately blocked each sword silk and Song Jian's long sword. Unexpectedly, he still lost over 300 vitality points. Interesting, so it's forced damage? The shadow retreated swiftly. After a series of attacks, his vitality points had dropped to nearly half, while the damage Song Jian suffered was negligible. As expected, he's the one who sees the treasure of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. He did not disappoint. The shadow let out a frivolous laugh as he didn't seem to be bothered by his loss. Song Jian stared intently at his opponent. The man had no name or properties above his head, donned in all black, with a piece of black cloth covering his face. Even his head was completely wrapped in a black turban. Only his eyes were visible. "Who are you?" Song Jian asked gravely. The aura emanating from his opponent was terrifying, just like a real assassin, silent and lethal. His moves were practiced and deadly. If there had been a slight hesitation or a mistake in response, Song Jian could have been assassinated. The treasure of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace is not yours to keep. Someone has already initiated assassination orders with the Assassin Alliance. As long as you don't give up the treasure, you will always live in constant fear of being assassinated. This failure was due to my carelessness and lack of preparation. However, the next time we meet, I will take your life. The assassin finished speaking and turned to flee. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Song Jian scoffed and lunged at the assassin like a shadow. Having lost his stealth and surprise advantage, the assassin, one of the weakest classes in all professions when without these advantages, could be killed easily by an ordinary class warrior. Song Jian certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. He tossed a potion at the assassin, but the assassin seemed prepared. He had a smoke bomb ready in his hands and slammed it to the ground. A cloud of smoke rose and when it dissipated, the assassin was gone. But at that moment, the weakness potion had just hit the spot where the assassin had been standing. Forced stealth skill? Song Jian frowned. An assassin who possesses the ability to re-stealth in combat has the chance to initiate again. No one wants to face such an assassin. Vertical pupil. Song Jian's vertical pupil in his forehead opened in an instant. He scanned his surroundings, but found no traces of the assassin. He is too fast. Song Jian decided to retreat. His hand tightly clutched the crimson fire heart-shaped sword as he slowly retreated. Who was that guy, really? The Assassin Alliance he mentioned previously, could it be that he is a member of the Assassin Alliance? Song Jian thought to himself, it seems like the trouble stirred up at the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace earlier. I seized the treasure in the Bronze Throne, it must have upset someone who decided to post a hunting order with the Assassin Alliance. Just then, a name came to mind. Qian Xiahao. It's likely that only Qian Xiahao has the resources and power to post an assassination contract on me with the Assassin Alliance. Song Jian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Next time we meet, you won't be leaving alive. Qian Xiahao was far away, but the assassin from the Assassin Alliance was just around the corner. Having such an assassin who could strike at any moment hot on his heels was putting a lot of pressure on Song Jian. Using Sword Shadow Step again, Song Jian fled to the distance. Chapter 326, Master Key. Not long after Song Jian left, a shadowy figure of an assassin slowly emerged from a large tree, staring intently at the direction where Song Jian disappeared, without uttering a word. Originally, after hiding, he had intended to strike again, but the vertical pupil in Song Jian's forehead filled him with a sense of heart-pounding alertness. He can see through my invisibility. Although there was no evidence to prove that the vertical pupil on Song Jian's forehead could see through invisibility, he was firmly convinced that it was true, so he suppressed his impulse until Song Jian left. The information provided by the employer is incomplete. The target has the ability to see through invisibility, which should increase the price by at least 30%, muttered the assassin to himself. Song Jian cautiously made his way to an abandoned shop, when he suddenly heard a sigh coming from within the shop. His heart stirred as he slowly approached the shop. Inside the abandoned shop, Song Jian saw a semi-transparent ghostly figure guarding a counter, staring at a key in the counter with a furrowed brow and a troubled expression. Yellow name, a neutral creature? Song Jian glanced at the ghost's name, and slowly put away his weapon. In the game, monsters that initiate attacks are red named with hostile attributes, while yellow named monsters are neutral, meaning they won't attack you as long as you don't attack them. Moreover, some NPCs initially appear as yellow named, but when you improve your relationship with them, they will turn into green named, friendly NPCs. Song Jian looked at this ghost and determined it didn't seem to be a mindless monster, rather, it was one that could communicate. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Song Jian asked softly, looking at the ghost. This was the standard inquiry in the game to obtain tasks. If the other party had a task to offer, they would present the task requirements, if not, they would shake their head, refusing help. Seeing Song Jian, the ghost seemed to reveal a joyful expression in its eyes and hastily waved for him to come over, saying, there is a demon who has been hunting the residents around here and has killed many people. It has now discovered the hidden passage where we are hiding and has intruded. I took the opportunity to lock it up, but now the residents inside the passage cannot escape. I don't know if what I did was right. Warrior, can you help me kill the demon that has invaded the passage, and restore peace to this place? Song Jian hesitated for a moment. Ever since he was tricked by the Abyss Demon in the Shadow District, he had become more cautious about accepting tasks from NPCs. So, what's in it for me if I complete this task? Song Jian asked. He needed to know the task reward before deciding whether to accept it. Even with the Abyss Demon, once the task contract was confirmed, the task reward would be given without fail, regardless of the task giver's will. This was the power of the game system, which no one could resist. Warrior, if you can kill this demon, I will give you a master key. This key can unlock any locked chambers, passages, or treasure chests in the world, the ghost said. A master key? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He wasn't interested in unlocking locked chambers or passages, since there were too few of these in the game and they were very well hidden, making them difficult to find. What Song Jian really cared about was unlocking locked treasure chests. The lock-picking skill is a core skill for the thief profession, one that other professions cannot learn. However, players of other professions can open locked treasure chests through other methods, the simplest one being using brute force, although this could easily damage the items inside the chest. Generally, using brute force would cause the item's grade to be degraded by one level. An alternative would be engineering, which can create single-use master keys for different grades of treasure chests, but there are limitations. A master key? Can I see the key's attributes? Is it a one-time use item or permanent, and can it unlock all grades of treasure chests? Song Jian asked. This is our family heirloom, so it's naturally not a disposable item, and it can unlock any treasure chest of epic quality or below. The ghost seemed very proud of its family heritage, boasting with an air of self-confidence. You are a ghost, yet your expressions are quite vivid, Song Jian mumbled quietly. Since that's the case, I accept this task, Songjian said. This ghost's task goal was likely aligned with the Silver Moon Merchant Guild's objective, so it was one of those tasks that could grant double rewards. Naturally, Songjian wouldn't refuse. Warrior, take this key and open the secret chamber behind me. The demon is inside. Be careful though, it is very powerful, the ghost said, pointing to the bronze key in the counter. Songjian nodded, took the key, and examined its simple attribute, unlock secret chamber passage. Hold on to it and don't lose it, the ghost said with an expression of reluctance as it watched Songjian retrieve the key. Songjian nodded and headed towards the secret chamber passage as guided by the ghost. If it wasn't for the ghost's guidance, Songjian would never have discovered the secret chamber passage hidden in a shop like this. Now that Songjian was being targeted by an assassin, if the demon zombie were in the city, he might not dare to make a move even if he found it. If the assassin attacked during the battle, Songjian could easily die. Now, with the key to enter the secret chamber passage, his concerns were alleviated. Using the key to open a passage door disguised as a wall, a cold, gloomy breeze blew out from the entrance, accompanied by faint, eerie howls resembling those of ghosts and wolves. The passage was pitch black, with no light in sight. Songjian opened his vertical pupil, which granted him dark vision, allowing him to see his surroundings clearly even in total darkness. Songjian carefully stored the key and stepped into the passage. Just after progressing a few steps, the passage door behind him closed, leaving him completely immersed in darkness. What's this? Songjian frowned, surveying his surroundings. Bones were scattered across the narrow passage, which was wide enough for only 2 people, and the surrounding walls were marred with battle scars. It seemed that a fierce battle had once taken place here. Songjian cautiously avoided the bones underfoot and continued walking more than 100 meters ahead, but still saw no end to the passage. At that moment, a low moaning sound echoed through the passage. Description: a group of pitch-black ghosts crawled out from the depths of the passage, attracted by the scent of the living. Their eyes turned blood red, and they lunged at Songjian with wild, clawing gestures. Chapter 327, Underground Town. Songjian looked at the group of monsters cautiously. They were only level 20 ordinary monsters, their blood-red names indicating that they were the kind which actively attacked. LV-20 Tunnel Wraith, Ordinary, Vitality points 1100 out of 1100, Traits, Ethereal Body, Skills, Claw Clash. There were 17 or 18 of these Tunnel Wraiths. Given their strength, they could easily take down a team of 5 level 15 players. But the passageway was narrow and they could not all attack at once. Songjian only had to face 2 Tunnel Wraiths at a time, significantly reducing the pressure on him. He summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape Sword and smashed a weakness potion at the feet of a Tunnel Wraith, causing a red flame to burst forth from the sword. All of Songjian's attacks turned into flame damage, which inflicted bonus damage on ghost-type monsters. Broken Wing Dance. Swinging his sword, Songjian charged at the group of Tunnel Wraiths. Despite grappling with level 20 monsters and being suppressed by a gap of 5 levels, Songjian's attack power greatly exceeded that of ordinary level 15 players. He unleashed a series of skills, and above the wraiths, a string of damage figures floated up. Just then, it struck him that holy attacks seemed to harm ghost-type monsters even more. Songjian had a load of mutated soul seeds in his bag. Using it would increase his holy damage by 30 points for 30 seconds, and these seeds could be used in combination as well. After trying one, a faint golden glow blossomed around him. When a Tunnel Wraith tried to attack him, its black claws touched the golden glow and began to smoke. Roar the Wraith let out a mournful scream and retreated. The pressure the mutated soul seed put on them seemed even harsher than Songjian had anticipated. This made the battle much simpler. The Wraiths started fearing him and huddled together. The battle lasted only 3 minutes, after which all the Tunnel Wraiths had been wiped out by Songjian and turned into a pile of black ash. Level 1 Ghost Pearls? Only 3 Ghost Pearls were dropped from a dozen of the monsters, which made Songjian's face twitch a little. These should fetch a decent price as forging materials since they can increase the shadow resistance of equipment. He thought to himself, and stashed the 3 Ghost Pearls in his bag. System: you have defeated the Tunnel Wraith by exceeding 5 levels, and earned a 500% increase in battle experience points, obtaining 4,800 experience points. System: you have defeated the Tunnel Wraith by exceeding 5 levels, and earned a 500% increase in battle experience points, obtaining 4,800 experience points. A string of more than 10 experience points appeared in Songjian's system notifications. With the mutated soul seeds, the monsters here were almost the same as level 10 monsters, but the experience points were 10 times more. Songjian's experience bar had filled up quite a bit, reaching level 15 and 29%. This leveling speed was much faster than farming level 20 ordinary monsters outside. Just then, the The crimson fire heart-ape sword dazzling gold light exploded, shooting out from Song Jian's hand and piercing into the tunnel's ceiling above him. Song Jian watched the crimson fire heart-ape sword trembling constantly. It seemed like it was trying to break free from the tunnel. A look of surprise crossed his face. Is it going to level up again? The crimson fire heart-ape sword was able to grow during battles. Currently, its item level was 2, but its attributes were already better than many level 10 silver quality weapons. Now that it had leveled up again, it would definitely become even stronger, and Song Jian was filled with anticipation. In a flash, the tunnel was filled with golden light, and a ray of light shot out from the crimson fire heart-ape sword. It seemed to be unhappy because it was unable to ascend into the air, so it flew reluctantly back to Song Jian's hand, continuously vibrating and making a buzzing sound. Song Jian gently stroked the blade, comforting the crimson fire heart-ape sword, and proceeded to examine its attributes. Crimson fire heart-ape sword, gold, one-handed sword, equipment effect, attack 70 to 95, armor break +5. Penetration +5, fire attribute damage +50, swing speed increase 18%, special effect 1, ownership, passive. This item uses the user's blood to recognize its owner. After ownership has been claimed, the item cannot be destroyed, lost, or degraded. Special effect 2, growth, passive. This item is a growth-type equipment. Its initial level is level 1. It gains battle experience from battles to level up. The higher the level, the stronger the item attributes. The item level cannot exceed the user's level. Special effect 3, ignore level suppression +5 equipment requirement, level 31 set, 1 out of 5. Can it be taken out of the game? No, the attributes had greatly improved and a new effect, ignore level suppression +5, had been added. It was as if it had been tailored specifically for Song Jian. Now, with Song Jian's strength, he could easily hunt monsters of the same level without feeling any pressure or challenge. He often came into contact with monsters above his level. Therefore, this new effect allowed Song Jian to bring out his full strength when facing level 20 monsters. He was no longer constrained by the level suppression effect. This effect was a perfect fit for Song Jian. He swung the dark red longsword in his hand. It had become a bit heavier after leveling up, but it was easier to wield. Song Jian nodded, satisfied. He continued on his way. The tunnel was winding and seemed to descend all the time. Half an hour later, Song Jian finally reached the end of the secret passageway and saw the exit. The whole tunnel was quite long. Along the way, Song Jian encountered 5 or 6 waves of tunnel wraiths attacks. But with the aid of the mutated soul seed, these tunnel wraiths became Song Jian's battle experience. Moreover, they exploded and dropped more than a dozen level 1 ghost pearls, which left him speechless. Although there were not many spoils of war, the battle experience was rich. It brought Song Jian's experience bar up to level 15 and 78%. After a few more times, he would be able to level up to 16, which made him very excited. At the exit of the secret tunnel, a faint light came through. Before Song Jian had reached the exit, he could already hear roars and howls from ahead. It seems like there's a hall ahead. Could it be another underground palace? Song Jian thought to himself. He couldn't help but walk over to the exit and look out. SSS, it's actually a village. Song Jian's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was an expansive space with all sorts of buildings and streets. It looked just like a small village. Black wraiths roamed endlessly around this underground village, constantly letting out heart-rending roars. LV2O enslaved evil ghost, ordinary, vitality points, 1800 out of 1800, traits, undead, slave soul, skills, wailing scream, flash claw enslaved evil ghost, compared to tunnel wraiths, were more vicious. Although they looked similar, enslaved evil ghosts were not mindless like tunnel wraiths. From their movements, it could be seen that they had some level of intelligence. They seemed to be very agile, but their instinctive madness and sensitivity to flesh and living beings were the same as those of tunnel wraiths. Chapter 328, White Bone Altar. Gazing at the closely packed ghosts in the underground town, Song Jian glanced at the 8TX high-explosive grenades in his inventory. After hesitating for a moment, he mustered the courage and made a crazy decision. He planned to lure all the ghosts in the underground town and then gather them together, using the TX high-explosive grenades to kill them all. 8 high-explosive grenades theoretically could deal 2,200 points of explosive damage, while each ghost had only 1,800 vitality points. Moreover, the coverage of the grenade reached 8 meters, meaning that within a diameter of 8 meters, all ghosts could be killed instantaneously by the 8 grenades. The main difficulty now was to lure all the ghosts in the town and gather them within an 8-meter radius. Few leaks wouldn't matter, but if too many ghosts escaped, and he failed to kill them all, it could possibly trigger the demonic zombie boss. Song Jian might not even be able to run away at that point. The plan was dangerous, but the gain was substantial. Not to mention anything else, the combat experience gained from killing so many level 20 monsters would be enough for Song Jian to level up. Besides, not clearing out these minor creatures would become dangerous once he encountered the demonic zombie boss, as the battle noises might attract them to him. Having made up his mind, Song Jian began to run towards the underground town. Just as he jumped in front of a stone house, a roar suddenly came from inside. A pitch-black ghost broke through the door and came out, its blood-red eyes firmly locked on Song Jian, following close behind him. Instead of stopping, Song Jian rushed towards the center of the town. In no time, the roars of the ghosts echoed throughout the entire underground town. Ghosts continuously gathered from afar towards Song Jian. Within a matter of seconds, hundreds of ghosts from the entire town were lured by him. At this moment, Song Jian had reached the center of the underground town. It was a square where a demonic zombie boss, clad in black armors, with goat-like horns on its head, and full of bone spikes all over its body, was incessantly kneeling and worshipping an altar at the center of the square. This altar, built out of countless white bones, had a palm-sized black flame burning in the center. The demonic zombie boss was muttering words, making peculiar sounds from its mouth. Glowing black and gold runes formed in the void with its chanting before they flitted like moths into the black flame of the altar's center. Demonic zombie boss. Song Jian felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He didn't expect his mission target to be located in this underground town. And by the look of it, these ghosts chasing his tail were also being enslaved by this boss. I am still one step too late. It seems that this demonic zombie boss has killed all the people. These enslaved ghosts might be the residents who hid in the secret tunnel. After glancing at the white bone altar, Song Jian sighed inwardly. The mission that the ghost spirit gave him was to kill the demonic zombie boss, not to save the townsfolk. Thus, Song Jian simply sighed faintly without showing much care. Seeing the demonic zombie boss in the center of the town, Song Jian dared not rush forward. Instead, he changed his direction and continued to lead the ghosts in pursuit. The ghosts roared and bellowed, shaking the earth. Although they had attracted all the attention, the demonic zombie boss, as though deaf and blind, gave no care to Song Jian. Instead, it devoutly worshipped the black flame at the center of the white bone altar. As the demonic zombie boss worshipped, the black flame flickered slightly, seemingly getting a bit bigger. Now that he had found his target, Song Jian had no time to deal with the demonic zombie boss. He had a large group of ghosts chasing him from behind, the nearest of which was less than 5 meters away from him. Seeing ghosts from all sides rushing towards him, Song Jian immediately activated Sword Shadow Step, and his silhouette instantly became a cloud of black mist. His speed increased dramatically as he quickly rushed to a nearby stone house. Roar, roar, roar! The level 20 ghosts let out furious roars. The entire town's ghosts became agitated. The noise caused by Song Jian attracted their full attention. They completely surrounded the stone house where Song Jian was hiding. This stone house wasn't big, only about 10 square meters. The entrance was a wooden door, which had long rotted away and shattered at the slightest touch. The door was wide open, but only 2 could pass through at the same time. Suddenly, pitch-black ghosts started pushing and shoving, trying to break into the stone house. These ghosts' bodies looked like a cloud of thick and dark mist, even overlapping a small part with each other's. It looked densely packed and chilling. As all the ghosts gathered at the door, Song Jian took a potion from his inventory and hurled it into the crowd of ghosts. With a bang, the weakness potion immediately enveloped dozens of ghosts. Next, a TX high-explosive grenade was thrown into the middle of the weakened ghosts. Boom! A loud explosion erupted in the crowd of ghosts. Countless ghosts were blasted into the air by the grenade, and rows of damage numbers floated above their heads. A violent shockwave spread in all directions from the center of the explosion, causing the surrounding ghosts to stagger. Broken wing dance. Song Jian swung his long sword, rushed towards the ghosts blocking the door, and effortlessly killed them under the multiple skill attacks. But, new ghosts quickly filled up the gaps. Boom, boom, boom! Another series of explosions sounded. The ghosts, whose defenses had been reduced by 35%, simply could not withstand the power of the high-explosive grenades. Every ghost within the explosion's range had damage numbers of over 300 floating above their heads. Next, when Song Jian's skill cooldown ended, he unleashed another series of skills, clearing out a large number of ghosts at the doorway. By the time all 8 high-explosive grenades had been used, only about a dozen severely wounded ghosts remained outside the stone house. There was black ash everywhere, which was the remains of the dead ghosts. Seeing Song Jian charging out of the stone house, the remaining dozen wounded ghosts hesitated momentarily and then began to scatter in all directions. At this time, how could he possibly let them escape? Song Jian activated Sword Shadow Step and killed all the ghosts. Within less than 5 minutes, he had killed hundreds of level 20 monsters. His experience points broke through level 15 and reached 9% of level 16. The extra skill point Song Jian earned was immediately allocated to the Earth Teeth Assault skill, which had been at 100% proficiency but could not be upgraded due to lack of skill points. Now, it was finally upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Song Jian killed all of the town's ghosts, and began collecting the loot they dropped. Chapter 329. All the evil spirits in the small town were wiped out by Song Jian, covering the ground in a thick layer of black ash. There were quite a few spoils of war dropped, which took him more than 10 minutes to clean up. Such an expensive upgrade, I am afraid not many people can afford it. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. Just the 8TX high explosive grenades were worth more than 10,000 doomsday coins, let alone the fire lizard medicine and weakness potion. However, after cleaning up the spoils of war, Song Jian made a rough estimation and found that he didn't actually lose much this time. Just the first-tier ghost pearls, 50 or so had dropped. These were great for adding shadow damage and shadow resistance to forged equipment, and each was worth at least 150 doomsday coins. In addition, the evil spirits also dropped more than 3,000 doomsday coins, 3 mage skill books shadow arrow, and 5 I5th level blue quality equipment pieces. Each shadow arrow book could be sold for over 1,000 doomsday coins, and I5th level blue equipment. As players leveled up, each piece could sell for 5 or 600, especially one of the blue quality long knives with extraordinary attributes, which might fetch thousands of doomsday coins at the auction house. A quick calculation shows that this trip alone could earn at least 15,000 to 20,000 doomsday coins. This was with Song Jian's luck reduced by 3. Under normal circumstances, the items dropped by these monsters would definitely be more and of higher quality. I wonder if this is a one-time monster area, or if I can continue to farm monsters here in the future. Song Jian thought to himself. There were quite a few one-time monsters spawning areas in the game, such as the previous Zeus Shield Tower and Shadow District, where once the monsters inside were killed, no similar monsters would ever appear again. The monsters here were also very special, belonging to ghost-type monsters. If it was a one-time spawn area, Song Jian would have nothing to say, but if it's like the outside, where the monsters respawn after a night, this would be a great place for Song Jian to level up. With all the evil spirits in the small town cleaned up, Song Jian casually arrived at the central square of the town. At this time, the black flame on the white bone altar in the central square seemed to have grown larger, becoming the size of a soccer ball. Song Jian's mission target this time is a demon zombie wearing a pitch black armor and carrying a long halberd on its back. The evil spirits in this small town are all enslaved by it. After Song Jian killed the evil spirits, the demon zombie seemed unconcerned and did not care. What's so special about that black flame? Why is this boss constantly bowing and worshipping it? Song Jian frowned slightly. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, Demon Zombie Campbell is worshipping the third-tier demon flame, Abyssal Flame. In half an hour, the third-tier magic flame will grow to its full form, and then the demon zombie Campbell will use the third-tier demon flame to open a passage to the abyss from the human world, releasing countless demons from the abyss. By then, the entire city will be occupied by demons. System, Honorable Warrior, for the sake of all mankind, please defeat Demon Zombie Campbell. Countdown 30 minutes, you must kill Demon Zombie Campbell within 30 minutes, otherwise, when the third-tier demon flame is completed, the abyssal gate will open, and the mission will fail. System, Mission Reward, obtain the title Savior. Mission Failure Penalty, Erasure. Savior? Erasure? Are you kidding me? Song Jian was startled when he saw the mission reward and mission failure penalty. Was it really that serious? The title of Savior sounded very high-end and sophisticated, much better than Song Jian's current Survivor of Great Calamity and Junior Wine Connoisseur. Although he couldn't see the specific attributes of the Savior title for now, from the failure penalty, it was clear that this mission reward was no ordinary one. At this time, a 30-minute countdown suddenly appeared above the third-tier demon flame, Abyssal Flame, making Song Jian's heart tremble. This battle had to be swift, otherwise, even if he killed the demon zombie, he would still fail and be erased due to the timer. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly used the Earth Teeth Assault skill, attacking the demon zombie. After being upgraded to the second level, the Earth Teeth Assault not only dealt higher damage, but the attack range also increased from 10 meters to 12 meters, and the fangs-shaped air clusters were much higher than at level 1. Boom. The demon zombie didn't dodge or avoid the attack, taking it head-on, and a damage number of over 60 floated above its head. LV-15 Demon Zombie, Elite, Vitality Points, 2,800 out of 2,800, Spirit Points, 500 out of 500, Traits, Demon Body, Demon Flame Forging Body, Skills, Demon Roar, Demon Halberd, Summoning, Sky-Reaching Demon Flame, nearly 3,000 Vitality Points? Song Jian couldn't help but gasp. Ordinary I5th level elite monsters would have at most over 1,000 vitality points. This demon zombie had double that number, and what surprised Song Jian the most was the summoning skill in its abilities, which is a signature skill of a Lord-level boss. Could it be that this was a boss about to evolve to the Lord level? Thinking of this, Song Jian frowned, not because he was worried that he couldn't kill the demon zombie, but because he was worried that he couldn't kill it within half an hour. I should have made more high-explosive grenades, or self-destructing robots. Song Jian thought to himself. If he had a dozen self-destructing robots, wouldn't it be easy to kill this boss? The injured demon zombie suddenly stood up, its body burning with black flames, towering like a demon god in the center of the square. Lowly human, you dare to interrupt the great sacrificial ceremony. I will pull your soul from your body and roast it on the magic flame for 10,000 years. The demon zombie roared in anger. The demon zombie that stood up directly took the long halberd from its neck. As soon as the halberd was in its hand, black flames burned on the surface and suddenly swung, turning the halberd into a black meteor that cut through the air, accurately aimed at Song Jian's head. So fast. Song Jian was shocked by this terrifying attack, even he couldn't face it head-on. Sword shadow step. Song Jian's figure turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the demon zombie. Boom. With a loud noise, Song Jian dodged the halberd strike, and it slammed into the square floor, creating a deep pit and splashing debris. Weakness potion. A bottle of potion smashed at the feet of the demon zombie, kicking up a cloud of gray dust, which was burned by the black flame on the demon zombie's surface. A huge immune floated up from the demon zombie's head. Insignificant tricks. The demon zombie sneered, raising its right hand, and the demon halberd returned to its hand with a howl, hacking down at Song Jian again. Chapter 330 Clang. The crimson fire heart-ape sword clashed with the demon halberd, emitting a thunderous sound and a cascade of sparks. Feeling the force transmitted down his arm, Song Jian was slightly startled. The opponent's strength was on par with his own. It was surprising given that Song Jian's strength attribute had already exceeded 20 points. Few level 20 elite bosses could match it, and yet this level 15 demon zombie was evenly matched with him in strength, a fact that was simply hard to believe. With this attack, both individuals sustained over 100 damage points. The black flame on the demon halberd was searing hot, continuously scorching Song Jian's crimson fire heart-ape sword. The area where the swords clashed was already turning red. Boom. On the surface of the crimson fire heart-ape sword, a surge of crimson flame suddenly rose, as if it had been stimulated by the battle with the demon halberd. The black and red flames intertwined and nullified each other. The sound of the crimson fire heart-ape sword echoed in the air, inducing a feeling of angered intensity. The demon zombie looked at Song Jian surprised by his strength. But quickly, it swung the demon halberd a second time towards Song Jian. This time, the black flames on the halberd rose more than a meter high. Rather than retreating, Song Jian advanced, initiating his sacred parry. Instantly, his body was enveloped in dazzling gold light as he naturally guided his long sword towards the incoming demon halberd. Ding! With a crisp impact sound, the attack of the demon zombie was completely repelled. It staggered back several steps before it could steady itself. The floating damage figure above its head indicated over 500 points, sacred damage. The demon zombie had a look of fear in its eyes, staring intently at Song Jian, and for a moment, it dared not to move forward. Seeing the actions of the demon zombie, Song Jian had a sudden realization and berated himself for being a fool. Of course, the demon, being what it was, would naturally fear sacred damage the most. Gazing at dozens of mutated soul seeds in his possession, Song Jian couldn't suppress a smirk. Each seed could increase the sacred damage by 30 points, and the effect could be stacked. These dozens of mutated soul seeds could at least increase Song Jian's sacred damage by 1,000 points. However, Song Jian had no intention of using all the mutated soul seeds at once, as that would be too wasteful. I will start with 10. If that doesn't work, I will add more. Song Jian decided as he consumed 10 mutated soul seeds. A faint golden light appeared on his body. Within his status bar, an effect displayed. Increase sacred damage by 300 points. Seeing the golden light appearing on Song Jian's body, the demon zombie let out a roar filled with rage, appearing to dread the sight. The effect of the mutated soul seeds could only last for 30 seconds. Not wanting to waste time, Song Jian immediately launched his attack on the demon zombie after using them. Dogs of the church, you will all die. All of you. The fire of the abyss flickered in the eyes of the demon zombie whose body was now enveloped in an even thicker black flame. Every move Song Jian made was accompanied by sacred damage, greatly threatening the demon zombie. Every time his crimson fire heart-ape sword and the demon halberd collided, a mournful wail could be heard from the demon halberd. The vitality of the demon zombie was continuously declining. Were it not for the abyssal flame it guarded, the creature would probably already have fled. Time was pressing. More than 10 minutes had elapsed and the abyssal flame had now swelled to over half a human's height. The entire white bone altar was creaking as though it couldn't withstand the power of the magic flame. Song Jian was additionally anxious as the demon zombie's vitality has halved, but there was little time left. If he could not kill the demon zombie in the remaining time, all of his efforts will be in vain. The consumption of the mutated soul seeds was enormous. For every 30 seconds, Song Jian directly used 10 seeds. Now, there were only about 30 left in his inventory. In that case, I will use them all and obliterate it, he said, looking at the demon zombie's vitality of just over 1,000 with a relentless glint in his eyes. Boom. A ball of golden fire blazed on Song Jian's body. His sacred damage had already exceeded 1,000 points. The sacred flame burning on his body inflicted damage even if the demon zombie only came close. How is this possible? Are you the legendary child of the sacred? The demon zombie stepped back continuously, unable to believe that a legendary child of the sacred would appear in the world. It was only a creature with a trace of abyss demon blood, not a pure demonic abyss entity. The child of the sacred, renowned for possessing sacred blood, naturally aroused fear within it. This fear stemmed from the bloodline hierarchy, much like a beggar facing royalty among humans. Die. Song Jian could not afford to waste any more time. Lunging with his sword towards his opponent, the demon zombie didn't even dare to raise its halberd in defense, seeking only to dodge desperately. It even wore a pleading look on its face. Song Jian paid no heed to the creature. Using his sword shadow step, he chased closely behind the demon zombie, and continuously launched his skills. Every single use inflicted several hundred points of damage. In just over 10 seconds, Song Jian had inflicted more than 10 wounds on the demon zombie, all of which glowed faintly golden. Black tendrils of energy seeped from the edges of wounds. The vitality of the demon zombie weakened. Its vitality points were rapidly decreasing. Faced with Song Jian's fierce attacks, the demon zombie didn't even get to launch a single significant counterattack from start to finish. Although it initially appeared fierce, it became incredibly timid. Any bystander would assume it was nothing more than a level 15 creature. I did my best. The demon zombie uttered a heavy sigh in the end, its eyes revealing a look of relief as it fell to its knees at Song Jian's feet. Instantly, Song Jian's experience points increased by 5%. The rich experience gain made him gasp. However, the critical mission was not yet over. The countdown timer to the magic flame was still present, with less than 10 minutes left. Song Jian frowned, quickly gathering the items dropped by the demon zombie without sparing any attention to them and rushed towards the white bone altar. How can this magic flame be extinguished? Song Jian pondered. Killing the demon zombie merely involved eliminating one guardian. If he didn't destroy the magic flame, the deep gate would eventually open and the mission would fail. With only a few seconds left of his sacred damage, Song Jian gritted his teeth, wielded his long sword and slashed towards the abyssal flame. Chapter 331, Demon Bloodline. In the depths of the black flame that was more than a meter high, a bronze gate engraved with demon skull seemed to be looming. When the abyssal flame fully grew, the abyssal gate inside would become completely stable. At that time, endless demonic armies would emerge from the gate, occupying the entire Doomsday City, and killing all the creatures in the city. If it could not be stopped, it would become a disaster for humanity and other races. Song Jian circled around the white bone altar but couldn't find a way to destroy the abyssal flame. Finally, when there were only a few seconds left of his divine attack, he gritted his teeth, leaped high into the air, swung his sword, and slashed at the black flame. Boom! The golden sword light and the black flame fiercely collided, emitting a thunderous explosion. The bronze gate within the black flame shattered completely, and the flame quickly shrank from over a meter high to less than 3 inches, flickering as if it would go out the next moment. It's effective. Song Jian rejoiced as he continued swinging his sword at the black flame. At this moment, the effect of the mutated soul seed suddenly disappeared. 30 seconds had passed, and the dense golden light on Song Jian's body vanished. Without the suppression of the divine power, the black flame seemed to have the trace of reigniting. The crimson fire heart-ape sword slashing on the black flame was like slashing on a phantom, without any effect. What's going on? Song Jian furrowed his brow. Without the divine attack, could it be that there was no way to destroy this abyssal magic flame? At this moment, the white bone altar suddenly made a noise as the bones were dismantled from the altar and transformed into a white light in the air. The ground beneath trembled as if the entire white bone altar was about to collapse. Song Jian hurriedly got off the altar. Soon, the bones automatically flew out from the altar and merged into the white light in the air. Before long, the entire white bone altar disappeared, and the black flame was left floating in midair. The white light in the air seemed like a liquid, constantly flowing. The bones continuously merged into the white light, and soon, a palm-sized bone box appeared in the air. The bone box opened, and a suction force emerged, drawing the black flame in the air into the box. System, you have completed the mission. Receive the title Savior. Savior, the one who saved the world from destruction once, respected by the entire world. Human reputation increased by 1,000 points, reputation of other races increased by 500 points, all attributes +1, success rate of recruiting NPC followers +30%, luck +5. This title does not need to be equipped to take effect. This title is pretty good. Song Jian was surprised. The Savior title was purple, an epic grade title that was truly unbelievable. Luck +5, this should be able to offset the negative effects the demon curse has brought me. Song Jian looked at the words luck +5 and breathed a sigh of relief. Clang, the bone box fell to the ground, and Song Jian's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the bone box and put it in his inventory. This was a third-tier demon flame. Although he didn't know its use yet, it was definitely a precious treasure. With the mission complete, Song Jian leisurely opened his inventory to check the items dropped by the demon zombie boss. First was the mission item, a pitch-black heart emitting a faint black aura. In addition, the demon halberd used by the demon zombie also dropped. This incredible level 15 silver equipment had excellent attributes, which even surprised Song Jian, who wished he could use it himself. Demon halberd, silver, two-handed weapon, attack, 112 to 130, strength +3, armor break +5, damage increase 10%, ignore monster level +10, special effect 1, meteor throw, active, throw the halberd at a single target within 30 meters range, causing 300% damage, special effect 2, ignore defense, 35% chance to ignore opponent's defense when attacking, special effect 3, demon curse, 30% chance to deal double damage when attacking, 10% chance to deal triple damage, 5% chance to cause weakness to the target, item level, 15, equipment requirements, strength 15 points, agility 10 points, can it be brought out of the game? No. This weapon is too exaggerated. If I were not a sword controller, I would probably want to change professions because of this weapon. Song Jian couldn't help but think. At this moment, the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword suddenly quivered, as if it was dissatisfied with Song Jian's thoughts. Song Jian suddenly realized that his own Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword was definitely not inferior to this demon halberd. If it grew stronger, its attributes would be far superior to this halberd. Thinking of this, Song Jian smiled and turned his attention to the next item. It was a 1-inch-long glass bottle filled with black liquid that was slowly rippling. The black liquid seemed to be alive, continually climbing up the glass wall and pushing the bottle cap like a tentacle, as if it wanted to break free from the bottle. Demon Bloodline, silver, single-use item, usage effect. After use, there is a 10% chance to obtain the Abyssal Demon Bloodline, a 30% chance to obtain the Zombie Bloodline, a 50% chance to obtain the Demon Zombie Bloodline, and an 80% chance to lose one's mind, becoming a powerful half-demon monster. Song Jian's face darkened. Who would dare use such an item? While it was true that bloodline items were extremely rare and valuable, with an 80% chance of becoming a monster, no one would dare to use it directly. This shouldn't be worth much, right? Song Jian touched his chin, pondering. Never mind, I will ask Annie later and see if she wants this demon bloodline. After all, it's a silver-grade item. Besides these two items, the remaining items dropped by the demon zombie were materials. These materials were all tainted with demonic energy and could be used to make powerful items. If sold, they could make a lot of money. At least the money owed to Silver Moon Merchant Group should be covered. Song Jian calculated in his heart and took a deep breath. Following the secret path back to the surface, the ghost that had been guarding the entrance of the passage had disappeared. Maybe it left or vanished because it sensed that everyone had died, as well as the death of the demon zombie. This made Song Jian a little depressed. He hadn't received the mission reward, the Master Key, yet. Just then, Song Jian suddenly remembered something and checked his inventory. Sure enough, the key that initially opened the passage door had changed its appearance and attributes, turning into the mission reward capable of unlocking locked treasure chests of epic quality and below. Hey, the Master Key. I can play the role of a lock-picking rogue later on. Song Jian thought to himself. With the mission completed, Song Jian returned to Manor Castle and began anxiously contacting Annie of the Silver Moon Merchant Group. Chapter 332, 100,000 Doomsday Coins. Song Jian first mailed down the heart of the zombie demon, followed by displaying a level 1 ghost pearl to her. Does your group accept this kind of forging material? Song Jian asked. He would seen this material at the auction house before, but they were rare, selling for about 150 Doomsday Coins each. If Anne gave an offer that was too low, he would take it to the auction for sale. A ghost pearl? They are hard to obtain. I know of a level 30 secret realm, the Dark Castle. To pass its challenges, you need at least 120 points in shadow resistance. Anne's voice was calm, but Song Jian could tell something was off, like when someone discovers a rare find in an antique store and tries to hide their excitement from the dealer. How much would your group pay for one? Song Jian interrupted Anne, asking her directly. Anne was quite excited at this moment. She hadn't expected Song Jian to actually possess a level 1 ghost pearl. She had been trying to compose herself during the call, while contemplating what price she could offer for this pearl. A ghost pearl adds 10 points to shadow resistance. While 10 sounds negligible, in the Dark Castle, it could make a deadly attack become only slightly more dangerous, providing the opportunity for a priest to heal the main tank, Mount, during a boss fight. While ghost pearls are rare, they are just level 1 materials. Our group can't offer a high price. If it's a bulk purchase, we can talk, but for just one, I am willing to pay 180 doomsday coins. Anne weighed up various factors for a long time before giving a price. Song Jian nodded satisfactorily. This price was slightly higher than the auction house's, and it met his expectations. But at that moment, a thought struck him. What did she mean by higher prices for more items? More items meant a higher price? Usually, wasn't it that the more you sell, the cheaper the price? Do you mean to say that the more I have, there would be a slight increase in the price? Song Jian asked. Yes, if there's more than 10, I can go up to 200 doomsday coins. Anne's heartbeat sped up slightly. Song Jian raising this question obviously meant he had more than just one pearl. And if I had more? Song Jian asked, testing the waters. Anne took a deep breath to calm herself, saying in a single breath, if it's above 30, 230 doomsday coins, 50 for 260 doomsday coins. If you have 100 altogether, I can offer 300 doomsday coins per pearl. After stating the price, Anne couldn't help but laugh. 100 ghost pearls would require the hunting of at least 150 ghost-class monsters that possessed a demon bloodline. Such beasts were usually much stronger than their peers at the same level, and they were not something an average ranker could handle. Leaving aside the difficulty of locating so many beasts, even if they were available, at least a team of 300 rankers would be needed to hunt them down. I have a total of 110 level 1 ghost pearls. Let's deal at the rate of 300 doomsday coins per pearl as you would offered. Song Jian stated. Anne was stunned, unsure if she was hearing things. Can you please repeat what you just said? How many ghost pearls do you have? Anne could barely believe her ears. 110. Song Jian responded, his voice clear and confident. How did you get so many? Anne was astounded. Could it be that there was a powerful legion behind him? Alright, that sounds good. Anne agreed immediately. You currently owe the Silver Moon Commerce 36,000 doomsday coins. For the sake of our good relations, you can just pay 110 ghost pearls. Also, you will be a VIP member of Silver Moon Commerce starting today. From now on, you will enjoy a 5% discount on all transactions. Song Jian smiled slightly. Not only did she offer a discount of 3,000 doomsday coins, but she also bypassed the compulsory consumption requirement of 100,000 doomsday coins and allowed him to become a Silver Moon Commerce member, making purchasing materials from them more affordable in the future. That's excellent. You can adjust the contract, and I will send you the ghost pearls right after. Song Jian said. Feeling relieved after the mission was completed, Song Jian thought he would have to sell all the loot dropped by the zombie demon to cover the debt. Now, just by selling the ghost pearls, he has already fulfilled the obligation. I have a few other items. I have sent you their attributes. Would your commerce be interested in acquiring them? Song Jian instantly displayed the demon halberd, the demon bloodline as well as some other materials, all dropped by the zombie demon, to Anne. Upon glancing over them, Anne inhaled sharply. How is that possible? All of these items are loot from the zombie demon. Not one of them has been kept back? Are these excellent items below the procurement standards of their team? Anne was astonished. The sight of so many ghost pearls had initially made her stagger. The stature of Song Jian in her mind had risen rapidly to an astonishing height. If anyone were to tell Anne now that Song Jian was a city lord, she wouldn't even be surprised. How much are you looking to sell these items for? Anne asked cautiously. The demon halberd for 50,000 doomsday coins, the demon bloodline for 30,000 doomsday coins, and other materials for 20,000 doomsday coins in total. Song Jian directly said his prices. 100,000 doomsday coins. Anne mused for a while. With these items and over 100 ghost pearls, she could establish a 20% elite squad capable of conquering the secret realm of Dark Castle on hard mode. Once that happened, her standing within the commerce would greatly improve. Upon hearing that Anne didn't reject it outright, Song Jian relaxed. It seemed like the amount of 100,000 doomsday coins was still within her limit. I can trade with you right now. After thinking it over in her mind for a long time, Anne finally made a decision. This time, She decided not to purchase in the name of the commerce, but in her own name. Only when she truly possesses power, would she truly be called strong. Anne had already planned to build her own formidable squad. The items that Song Jian was selling filled the gap that she urgently needed. Chapter 333, Encountering the Dwarf Commander again with the 100,000 Doomsday coins in hand, excitement filled Song Jian's face. This transaction exceeded his expectations by a lot, but it also aroused his interest in the level 30 Dark Castle dungeon. What kind of dungeon would make Annie invest so heavily? If she could spend 100,000, then the output of this dungeon must be several times that. After considering for a while, Song Jian shook his head. The level 30 dungeon was not something he could enter at this point. After pre-ordering a batch of TX high-explosive grenade materials from Annie, Song Jian went to the auction house to buy materials for making self-destructing robots. In fact, the biggest gain from this transaction, Song Jian felt, was the third-tier demon flame within the bone box. However, he did not know how to use the magic flame yet and could only set it aside. As for Annie from the Silver Moon Commerce, he dared not even disclose it, lest he attracts unnecessary trouble. When Song Jian arrived at the auction house, he found that many players were excitedly discussing the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. Did you hear? That Imperial Dragon Demon Palace opening cost 5 or 6 alliances heavy losses, and they got nothing. Not only that, but I heard that there were at least a dozen NPC deaths, all of them level 15 elites. But the benefits were reaped by a single player. Impressive. Humphrey, stand out, and you will get shot. I heard that the best stuff in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace was snatched by that player, and as a result, many NPCs have issued bounties on him. I heard the rewards are pretty good. One don't know what that guy got, but it's causing so many NPCs to go green with envy. However, getting 10,000 Doomsday coins just by killing him once, these NPCs are desperate. This game is too bizarre. NPCs can issue quests to kill players. Don't you find that strange? What's so strange about that? The NPCs in this game are smart. If it weren't for their status, I would hardly be able to tell the difference between them and the players. By the way, what's the name of that player who is being targeted by so many NPCs bounties? He's pretty much my idol. I think his name is Song Jian. He must be a fierce person, able to make so many NPCs and alliances suffer. Ordinary players like us can't deal with him. It's better to stay out of it and don't provoke him. Song Jian frowned, feeling like he had suddenly become famous, as many players were discussing him. This forced him to conceal all his attributes. In fact, many players were accustomed to hiding their levels and lives, keeping their heads bare. Only some particularly flashy players would display their names, attributes, and titles above their heads. After buying up all the materials for making self-destructing robots in the auction house, Song Jian, pretending to be curious, asked one of the players discussing the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace excitedly, "Where are those NPCs who issued the bounty quests you mentioned? Hey, bro, are you interested? 10,000 Doomsday coins aren't that easy to come by. I heard that this Song Jian guy is incredible, with a terrifying combat power. He managed to keep a group of NPCs with level 15 elite boss power at bay. This task won't be easy. Wouldn't want you to get roped into it. Players only have one life, don't be fooled by these NPCs as their pawn." "Not really, just curious." Song Jian showed a shy smile, looking harmless. Most of the NPCs who issued the tasks are moving around, not staying in one place for too long. However, there is one NPC who opened a blacksmith's shop in the city, the kind that forges weapons and equipment. He also issued a task to kill Song Jian. You can go check it out there. The player told Song Jian the exact location of the blacksmith's shop. Thanks. Song Jian smiled and turned to leave. In the World Alliance conference room, a group of people were gathered around an oval table discussing the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. Although they had set up an alliance, many people still preferred to call it a guild, and the leader of the alliance was called the president by these people. "President, what exactly happened in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace that so many NPCs are now pursuing this Song Jian? Should we accept this task too? 10,000 Doomsday coins. Old date, if you are greedy for money, just go and accept this task, but don't drag us down with you." A player sitting beneath the president with slanted eyes glared at the player who spoke. "You weren't there, so you don't know the strength of that player. We have all witnessed it firsthand. Humphrey, in fact, if it weren't for Song Jian, our group might all have died in that demon palace." As he spoke, the player retold the events in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace to everyone. Many people couldn't help but gasp, their eyes full of disbelief. How can there be such a powerful player at this stage? Level 20 elite bosses are no match for him? What level is he? Self-destructing robots? What are those, products of engineering? They can kill a level 15 elite boss in seconds? Are they really that strong? Even if he is that powerful, it's just one person. I don't believe our alliance can't swarm and kill him. Is it necessary? For 10,000 doomsday coins, how many people do you think will die? Is it worth it? The conference room became noisy, with those who hadn't experienced the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace not believing Song Jian could be so powerful. However, those who had witnessed it did not want to provoke such an existence. On the other hand, Song Jian had already appeared in a simple blacksmith shop. The owner of this shop was one of the NPCs who had issued a bounty on Song Jian. It's him? Song Jian's eyebrows jumped, and a look of surprise flashed across his face as he looked at the NPC melting ores and making equipment in front of the blacksmith's shop. This NPC turned out to be the dwarf commander that Song Jian had encountered outside the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. Back then, he had killed his 3 subordinates who had tried to stop him, while the commander had escaped and never entered the palace. Humphrey, since you are seeking death, don't blame me. A murderous intent emerged in Song Jian's eyes. His relationship with the dwarf clan had been raised from hatred to indifference due to his title of savior. However, his relationship with this dwarf commander remained one of hatred. Clang clang clang, the dwarf commander clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, continuously hammering the clump of material on the iron anvil. In a short while, the shape of a long knife appeared on the anvil. Looking at the weapon about to take shape, the dwarf commander gritted his teeth, took out a piece of obsidian from his parcel, and placed it in the furnace fire with iron tongs. Soon, 10 minutes later, the obsidian started to show signs of melting. The dwarf commander quickly grabbed it with tongs and fused it with the nearly finished weapon blank. As the long knife on the iron anvil neared completion, a look of frustration appeared on the dwarf commander's face. He shook his head and sighed, "It's a pity that I had only ordinary flames during forging. If I had strange fire, even a first-tier one, this weapon would be at least silver quality. But now, it's at most a top blue-grade weapon." As he was speaking, a dazzling blue light suddenly shone on the iron anvil. Chapter 334, Manhunt Mission. The dwarf commander grasped the still-hot longsword on the iron felt and examined its attributes. Soon, a smile spread across his face. A top-grade weapon. It's really a top-grade blue equipment. Haha, with these attributes, it's definitely comparable to a silver equipment of the same level. This is fantastic. The dwarf commander held up the longsword, which emitted a rich blue glow, and laughed heartily. At this point, the dwarf commander's actions had attracted the attention of many players. Seeing a crowd gathering, he directly displayed the attributes of the longsword. Blade of breaking, these attributes are top-notch. That's amazing. With this longsword, my strength would increase by at least 1/3. Its attack power is insane, and it has armor break and double damage. One slash with this thing could instantly kill a player with less than 100 vitality points. It's ludicrous. My silver quality one-handed sword actually does 2 points less damage than this one. It's simply outrageous. Players started discussing among themselves, with some even eagerly asking about the price. "Boss, how much for this longsword?" "Oh mighty dwarf blacksmith, I offer 3,000 doomsday coins for this weapon. Would you be willing to sell it to me? 3,000 doomsday coins for a weapon with such top-notch attributes? You must be dreaming." "Boss, I offer 5,000 doomsday coins. I will give you 6,000, sell it to me." The people who had discovered this top-grade longsword were still few, and the players wanted to buy it before a crowd gathered. They knew that once wealthy and powerful alliances got wind of it, they stood no chance as lone players. Within a short time, the price of the longsword had risen to 8,000 doomsday coins. But that's as high as it got. With 8,000 doomsday coins already touching the baseline for silver quality equipment, any higher would not be cost-effective. One might as well buy a silver quality weapon directly. This is a weapon. If it were any other piece of equipment, it definitely wouldn't fetch such a high price. But weapons are a different story, especially a level 15 weapon like this one. It's so rare. A player whispered, looking enviously at the big shots bidding for the weapon. A top-grade weapon like this was nothing short of a pipe dream for players who had just crossed the level 10 profession threshold. They could only gather around to watch the excitement. 8,300. Any higher, and I may as well buy a silver quality weapon. One player gritted his teeth. Humphrey, you think you can buy a level 15 silver quality weapon with 8,300 doomsday coins? Maybe you could buy a single piece of silver equipment, but a weapon? Forget it. Without 10,000 doomsday coins, it's impossible. And right now, level 15 silver quality equipment is incredibly scarce. Whenever it appears in the auction house, it's immediately bought at the asking price. Someone sneered. I have seen a silver quality one-handed sword sell for 30,000 doomsday coins. It's insane. It was snapped up not even 5 minutes after appearing in the auction house. Many people didn't even get a chance to see it. Another player's eyes were filled with envy. As more and more players gathered around, a smile appeared on the dwarf commander's face. He held up the long sword, glanced around, and shouted, "I don't intend to sell this blade of breaking. Instead, I will offer it as a task reward. If any of you can kill the Songjian, a god's chosen one, I will reward you with 10,000 doomsday coins and this blade of breaking." Suddenly, the onlookers erupted into a commotion. The reward was too tempting. The blade of breaking was an exceptional blue weapon, and someone would surely be willing to pay 10,000 doomsday coins for it. With the previous 10,000 doomsday coins on top, the reward was equivalent to 20,000 doomsday coins, which made many players green with envy. Just how did this Songjian offend an NPC so much that so many people are putting out a bounty on him? If I could kill him, wouldn't it be a huge payday? This could be a quest worth over 100,000 doomsday coins. A player whispered. Killing Songjian would allow them to claim the bounties offered by over a dozen NPCs, worth a combined total of over 100,000 doomsday coins. This was an irresistible temptation for any player. To put it into perspective, 100,000 in-game doomsday coins were more valuable than 5 million in real-world currency. When the game first started, the exchange rate between doomsday coins and RMB reached 1:300. However, with the increase in player levels and strength, obtaining doomsday coins had become easier, and the exchange rate had dropped significantly, settling at around 1:50. Even at this rate, only a small number of players were willing to sell. Most players would rather hold on to their doomsday coins and buy treasures in the game. After all, enhancements made in the game could also be brought back to the real world. "Boss, who is this Songjian you mentioned? And where is he right now?" A player shouted. "He's just a level 15 player like you guys. What is there to be afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he compare to a level 15 elite boss? From what I know, not just level 15 elite bosses, even the Lord-class bosses have been defeated by someone." The dwarf commander said casually, "If you accept the bounty task from me, you can get the target's location every half hour. You just need to kill him and the 10,000 doomsday coins along with his top-grade blue weapon will be yours." The dwarf commander continued to tempt players to accept the task. Due to system restrictions, he couldn't deceive them, but that didn't stop him from downplaying Songjian's strength. When the dwarf commander encountered Songjian, his level was indeed only 15 as well. He had no idea that in such a short time, Songjian had already leveled up. After reaching level 10, players needed a lot of battle experience to level up again. The battle experience required to go from level 10 to level 1 was equal to the total needed to go from level 1 to level 10. Not to mention leveling up from 15 to 16. Even if the dwarf commander knew about the players leveling up quickly, he wouldn't believe that Songjian could level up within such a short period of 1 or 2 days. "Fine, boss. I will accept this bounty task." A player finally couldn't resist the temptation and accepted the task from the dwarf commander. "I will accept it too. If I am lucky enough to kill that guy, I will be rich. I will think about it. I have been tricked by NPCs before, and I always feel like they are not telling the whole truth. Be cautious with what they say." In a short period of time, 7 or 8 players had accepted the bounty task. Huh? The mission prompt. Why does it say this guy's coordinates are nearby? A player who accepted the bounty task exclaimed in surprise. "Let me see. It's true. The wanted guy is nearby. Damn, he's really bold. Hey everyone, let's search for him. He is close by. If we kill him, we will split the rewards." Suddenly, the players around the blacksmith shop got excited and started looking around. The dwarf commander's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Hearing that Songjian was nearby, his heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling washed over him. Chapter 335, Mechanical Puppet. Amid the flurry of discussions and searches, Songjian slowly emerged from around a street corner. A dark red longsword in hand, his gaze fixed on the dwarf commander. "Hey, that guy is hiding his name and properties. Could he be the one we are searching for?" A player perked up, pointing at Songjian and yelled loudly. The dwarf commander turned his head towards Songjian for a brief moment, his face drained of color. He shouted, "It's Songjian. Kill him, and the reward is all yours." No sooner had he said this than a middle-aged man, outfitted in heavy armor and brandishing an assault rifle, made his move towards Songjian. Da-da-da-da, the muzzle spat out foot-long flames, the bullets in the magazine emptied out in mere seconds. "Ha, looks like the mission reward is mine." The man grinned, dropping the empty clip casually onto the ground as he looked towards Songjian. Cling clang clang, the deformed bullet casings rattled onto the ground, but Songjian seemed no more aware of them than before, continuing his advance. "Impossible, each of my shots should inflict over 10 damage. I fired 40 rounds, that's over 400 total damage. How could it not even break his defense? The middle-aged man's face flushed, he looked as if he would just seen a ghost. Song Jian's talent skill thick skin could negate any damage below 15, which made him the perfect counter to firearms relying on bullet quantity for damage. Earth Teeth Assault. An energy ball in the shape of a violent beast's fang flew toward the middle-aged man. The stirring dust from the ground made it seem as if there truly was a beast lurking below, rushing toward the man. Boom. The middle-aged man had no time to dodge and was sent flying by the Earth Teeth Assault. His vitality points immediately dropped by over 70 points. Nice defense. A smirk appeared on Song Jian's face as he fixed his incisive gaze onto the middle-aged man, whose vitality points had decreased by 1/3. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. Song Jian swung his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, creating an invisible metal sword that swooped down toward the middle-aged man above Song Jian's head. None of the onlookers could see the trajectory of the metal sword. They simply heard the middle-aged man scream in agony as a number of a light blue 150 hovered above his head, and his vitality points plummeted to 0. What was that attack? Sword chi? Impossible. Even if it was sword chi, there should be some kind of trace, but... Curse, is it a curse? The spectators gasped in shock. Song Jian was at least 7 to 8 meters away from the middle-aged man, and with a simple swing of his sword, he depleted all of the man's remaining vitality points. He just killed an mount from the Iron Blood War Alliance. Song Jian is in big trouble now, said a player who recognized the middle-aged man. I have a feeling that it's Iron Blood War Alliance who's in big trouble, added another player somberly. Are you putting a bounty on me? Song Jian approached the dwarf commander with a smile. Kill him. Everyone, attack together. Kill him and get a half-price discount on any items at my blacksmith shop. The dwarf commander retreated, shouting loudly. The players all began to slowly back away, leaving a wide-open space. None of those who had accepted the bounty mission dared to make a move. Heart of an Iron Blood War Alliance couldn't survive 2 of Song Jian's attacks. Any other player who tried was surely asking for death. Looking down at the wooden box that exploded from the corpse at his feet, Song Jian opened it casually. Inside was a full set of level 15 white quality defense equipment, along with a level 10 white quality assault rifle. The only item of value was a level 15, blue quality shield. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man hadn't even had the chance to use it. Loose change. I reckon it will fetch 2 or 3,000 doomsday coins, Song Jian estimated as he took the loot. Seeing that none of the players dared to step forward, the dwarf commander's face turned white. He seemed to have lost all his courage and collapsed next to the furnace of his blacksmith shop. Don't kill me. I can cancel the bounty, and I will give you adequate compensation. Dread filled the dwarf commander's eyes. Compensation? A cold smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Then let me collect my compensation with your head. With that, Song Jian swung his sword at the dwarf commander. His dark red long sword streaked through the air and ruthlessly cleaved into the dwarf commander's shoulder. You don't need to push me. The dwarf commander's eyes filled with bloodshot strains as he waved the newly forged blade of breaking at Song Jian. 0 heavy chop. 1 he dwarf commander roared, his long sword bursting with brilliant white sword energy, sweeping towards Song Jian. Song Jian raised his sword to block, a great force surged from his sword, causing him to retreat a few steps, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Not bad, a power enhancer? Song Jian whispered. At this point, Song Jian's strength attribute, with a bonus from his equipment, had already reached 22 points, while the dwarf commander's strength attribute had just surpassed 15 points. He was no match for Song Jian. But this stroke made him retreat. Obviously, this skill has a significant boost in strength, otherwise Song Jian would not retreat. It seems like he isn't going to beat this dwarf, a player gleefully whispered, as if he was itching to try something. Look closely, the dwarf used a skill, and he used a basic attack. His companion reminded, immediately extinguishing the budding flames of battle in his heart. Don't be impulsive. Let's watch. The onlooking players exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. As soon as Song Jian seemed fatigued, they would swoop in like vultures. A bounty of 20,000 doomsday coins was enough motivation for anyone to risk it all. Within a dozen moves, the dwarf commander was quickly overpowered by Song Jian. The longsword in the dwarf commander's hands was discarded to the side, replaced by the scepter he had previously used at the entrance to the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. The honor of the dwarves shall not be defiled. The dwarf commander, whose vitality points had dropped by over half, swiped the longsword he had thrown aside and tossed it into the air. Clatter clatter clatter, the longsword floated midair, cracks appearing on its blade. Within seconds, this freshly forged blue superior quality longsword shattered. The fragments vanished into thin air. A low roar came from the sky. A mechanical puppet, taller than 3 meters, appeared out of nowhere, leaped down from midair, and shielded the dwarf commander. Chapter 336, Are you even extorting an NPC? The dwarf commander looked worn out. His once thick, pitch-dark hair and beard became almost white the moment the mechanical puppet appeared. The wrinkles on his face deepened, making him look like he had aged more than a decade in an instant. You forced me to this, you forced me to this, the dwarf commander mumbled to himself, in a trance, clutching his scepter tightly. What the hell is this thing? Song Jian squinted his eyes. The mechanical puppet before him was clad in heavy armor, with intricate magical patterns etched on its surface. These patterns faintly glowed, giving it a mysterious look. The puppet's body constantly emitted rumbling sounds, and each step it took made the ground quake. Its footprints were visible on the solid mixed boundary. A level 15 elite boss. Song Jian felt a heavy oppression from the mechanical puppet, similar to when he faced the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. Although it was just a level 15 elite boss, the mechanical puppet had a shocking 10,000 vitality points, which made Song Jian gasp in surprise. That's impossible, not even a level 20, no, a level 30 elite boss could have such high vitality points. Song Jian silently muttered to himself. But soon, Song Jian saw a 5-minute countdown timer above the mechanical puppet's head. It can only be summoned for 5 minutes? Song Jian glanced at the dwarf commander slumped nearby, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Beep beep beep, a red light emitted from the eyes of the mechanical puppet, sweeping over Song Jian. Target located, beginning lock on. Target locked, mission directive, destroy target at all costs. A series of mechanical noises emanated from the puppet's body, as if an artificial intelligence was operating the puppet. Whoosh, the mechanical puppet swung its over 3-meter-long axe towards Song Jian. The force of the swing created a gush of wind that made the surrounding air explode, causing onlookers to change their expressions. They felt a chilling wind, as if a blade was constantly slicing their cheeks, and instinctively drew back. Soon, only Song Jian and the mechanical puppet were left within a 10-meter radius. Song Jian's expression changed, and he swiftly retreated. He lacked confidence that he could withstand this attack, so he could only dodge. Bang! The impact left a 3-meter diameter crater on the ground with a large fissure spreading 7 or 8 meters from the hole. Even though Song Jian had dodged the attack, he still felt a strong force that threw him several meters back, and he fell to the ground. It's like a war machine. A solemn expression appeared on Song Jian's face as he looked up at the countdown on the mechanical puppet's head. Song Jian, there's no way you can beat this mechanical puppet. It's the dwarf clan's war machine, just like the ancient war tree of the elf clan. It's not meant to be summoned unless absolutely necessary. The dwarf commander stood up, his aged face revealed a hint of relief. He pointed his wand at Song Jian and said, "It took me the equivalent of 15 years of life and a superior blue-grade weapon to summon it. Even faced with an army of 100, it could rout them all." Watching Song Jian play hide-and-seek with the attacks of the mechanical puppet made the dwarf commander let out a hearty, satisfied laugh. Seeing Song Jian at a disadvantage, the spectators became excited. But the mechanical puppet's attacks impacted everything within range, so some players retreated immediately upon nearing the puppet, nearly being killed. Song Jian looked at the mechanical puppet storming towards him with cold eyes. Suddenly, his figure flashed, turning into a shadow that rushed towards the distance. He's running? The dwarf commander was taken aback. While the mechanical puppet chased after Song Jian with huge strides, due to its colossal size, speed was not its strength. It couldn't catch up with Song Jian even if it tried. Such war machines are often used in battles of thousands of people, and as soon as the enemy flees, it signifies their defeat. The purpose of a mechanical puppet is to assault fortresses, not to chase scattered enemies. After tangling with the mechanical puppet for a while, Song Jian keenly noticed its weakness. He used his sword Shadow Step and managed to distance himself by several meters. There were less than 3 minutes left of the mechanical puppet's summoning, and as long as Song Jian held out for this time, he could simply return later. He wondered how much life and superior weapons the dwarf commander could sacrifice. Seeing the cold smile on Song Jian's face, the dwarf commander felt a chill ripple through him. After hesitating for a moment, he rushed into the blacksmith shop. Soon, he came out with a large bundle on his shoulder, looking ready to abandon his spot and flee. "Hey, you can't leave. We accepted the bounty mission. If you run now, who will give us the mission rewards?" A player, noticing the dwarf commander plan on running away, quickly intercepted him and yelled in discontent. "Dwarf commander! Wimp, shouldn't you know if you can complete the bounty mission? If you really could complete it, would I have tried to run away? You can't run. This bounty mission doesn't have a time limit. We may, possibly, perhaps, be able to complete it sooner or later. Where will we find you for our rewards then? You can't leave." Another player righteously grabbed the dwarf commander's arm and said, "Even if you're this small, I could still beat up 8 of you with one hand, believe it or not?" The dwarf commander looked at the player who had just completed his promotion mission, a level 10 warrior. He felt contempt for him. Soon, 7 or 8 players who accepted the bounty mission had the dwarf commander surrounded, refusing to allow him to leave. "Are you going to get out of my way, or not? If not, I will have to resort to force." The dwarf commander's face turned gloomy. The summoning time for the mechanical puppet was about to end. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. We won't move even if we die." A player shouted, "Unless you compensate for our loss, we have accepted the mission. If you leave, the mission will fail. You have to compensate for our loss." "Yes, you must compensate for our loss." Other players' faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. The other players who hadn't accepted the bounty mission gasped, "You're even blackmailing an NPC, aren't you asking for trouble?" The dwarf commander looked at the players in front of him. None of them were above level 13 and he regretted not setting a standard for the mission. Chapter 337, A White Blacksmith Shop. The dwarf commander was surrounded by a group of players in the center, unable to move forward or retreat. Seeing that the time limit for the summoning of the mechanical puppet was less than a minute away, he bit his lip in frustration, pulled out several green quality weapons from the large bundle on his back, and carelessly tossed them aside as he said, "Take these as compensation for your losses. Can you let me go now?" All these weapons were level 10 green quality weapons, worth over 1,000 doomsday coins. Expressions of elation instantly appeared on several faces. They had done nothing and yet had obtained a weapon for free. What a bargain. However, clearly a few players were not satisfied. How could an item worth 1,000 doomsday coins compare to a task reward worth 20,000 doomsday coins? It was peanuts. "No way, unless you award us the mission reward, we won't let you go." A tall player held the dwarf commander, shouting loudly. "Damn, that's quite a demand, brother. You are like a mudslide in the world of extortion. You haven't even completed the mission and you want the reward already? How thick-skinned are you?" Some players were shocked, all their eyes turned to him, wondering what this bold player looked like. If they met him in the wild in the future, they would need to avoid him at all costs. You what? The mission target is right there. You go and kill him. If you kill him, I will give you not only 20,000 doomsday coins, but even 200,000. The dwarf commander's beard was trembling with anger as he stomped his foot. The tall player was taken aback and quickly said, "There's no time limit for the mission. You can wait here, I will complete this mission sooner or later, you can't run away. If I die, the mission will fail, and you will get a failure penalty." The dwarf commander cried out. "Failure penalty? What's a failure penalty?" Those who had accepted the bounty quest quickly opened their mission bars to check. They were all blinded by greed when they saw Songjian show up. They took the bounty quest without thinking, not reading the mission description carefully. "Your main attribute will be reduced by 2 points. Oh hell, this dwarf really played us, we can't let him go." A player cried out in anger. Players don't gain attribute points when they level up. To increase attribute points, they must find treasures in the game like attribute fruits, and if they are lucky, sometimes they can buy attribute increasing treasures from NPCs. All in all, attribute points are crucial for everyone, and these treasures are not easily obtained. Right now, 2 attribute points are particularly critical for the players. "You are not going anywhere. You dare to trick us? How is it possible for us to kill that guy? You are scamming us." A player said angrily. "Right, scam. We will report you. Bastard, explain to us why 2 attribute points are deducted." For a moment, all the players who had accepted the quest became furious. After witnessing Songjian's strength, they wisely chose to give up. 10 seconds left. The dwarf commander turned pale. Finally, he reluctantly said, Fine, I will establish a contract with you guys. Just pretend this quest was never issued." "No way, you have to give us the quest reward. You have to count as if we completed the quest, otherwise we won't let you go." The tall players still would not let up. "Brother, let it be. Time's almost up. If that guy turns around and really kills this dwarf, we won't get anything. Instead, we would lose 2 attribute points. It's not worth it." Some players couldn't bear it anymore and tried to persuade the tall player. "No way, we can't just let this dude have it easy. When he issued the mission, he didn't mention that the player's strength was so formidable. This is deception. He tricked us into offering our lives." The tall player said indignantly. "This." Just then, a low roar rang out from a distance. A silver light flashed across the sky, and the figure of the mechanical puppet slowly floated down from the sky into a portal that looked similar to a black hole. The dwarf commander's face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Let me go now, or we will all die here." With that, the dwarf commander pulled out a bomb from his package, casting a fierce glance at the surrounding players. The sight of the bomb in the dwarf commander's hand sent a chill down the players' spines. They quickly backed away, some begrudgingly doing so, not daring to actually gamble with their lives. The dwarf commander snorted coldly, holding his staff in one hand and a bomb in the other. With a large bundle on his back, he quickly moved down the street. Soon, he disappeared into a narrow alleyway. Not long after, Song Jian, wielding the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, appeared on the street. Despite the frantic chase just now, he didn't look the least bit hurt. Once the summoning time limit of the mechanical puppet was over, he immediately made his way back to the blacksmith's shop, intending to finish off the dwarf commander. Huh, where did he go? Song Jian stood in front of the blacksmith's shop, looking around. "Master, the dwarf has already run away." A player shouted loudly. "Yes, I saw him running down that alley." "Master, go chase him. He surely hasn't gone far." The spectating players were all shouting. While the dwarf commander had run away, he couldn't escape from the blacksmith's shop. Although the dwarf commander had probably taken all the valuables, there would be plenty of items left behind. Several players had already set their sights on the blacksmith's shop. But as long as Song Jian hadn't left, they dared not approach and seize it. After all, the present owner of this blacksmith's shop had been chased away by none other than Song Jian. In other words, the current owner of this blacksmith's shop was now Song Jian. Instead of chasing after the dwarf commander, Song Jian walked towards the blacksmith's shop. The moment he stepped into the blacksmith's shop, he received a system notification. "System, you have chased away the owner of the junior blacksmith's shop and successfully taken over. System, you now own this blacksmith's shop. You can use it at will, hire a forging master to make equipment for sale, and so on. System, you need to pay a management fee of 100 doomsday coms every month. Otherwise, the system will automatically take back this junior blacksmith's shop. This blacksmith's shop is mine now." Song Jian was taken aback, thinking to himself. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped the entire blacksmith's shop and Song Jian. After a short while, the blacksmith's shop automatically changed its name to Song Jian's blacksmith's shop, and Song Jian received an interface for constructing the blacksmith's shop, where he could hire a forging master and sell equipment and weapons. "Well, it seems I have managed to get a blacksmith's shop for free." Song Jian gave a slight smile. At this moment, the forge of the blacksmith's shop suddenly burst into flames. Simultaneously, the bone box in his inventory began to shake violently, and a shrill roar came from inside the bone box. Chapter 338, Abyssal Flame. Watching the anomalies occurring in the forge's blazing furnace, Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed. The demonic flame inside the bone box in his inventory seemed to have been provoked, as it suddenly ignited and even spread to the surface of the bone box. "What's happening?" Song Jian asked in astonishment, looking at the bone box in his inventory that was now engulfed in black flames, his heart skipping a beat. Perhaps sensing the power of the third-tier demon flame, the forge's fire promptly shrank in size, with all its fury subsiding, as if it had encountered the king of its kind. "System, would you like to replace the ordinary furnace fire in the primary forge with the third-tier demon flame abyssal flame? Note, using the third-tier demon flame to forge items will greatly increase the success rate, greatly increase the mutation rate, and greatly increase the item's tier." Seeing the three greatly increased attributes in the system prompt, Song Jian's face instantly lit up with joy. However, the system quickly provided another prompt. "System, the primary forge is detected to not have the qualifications to accommodate a third-tier demon flame. You must upgrade the primary forge to an advanced forge to accommodate the third-tier demon flame, or unforeseen losses may occur." Not qualified to accommodate? Must upgrade the forge's level? Song Jian was dumbfounded, and quickly checked the requirements to upgrade the forge. Upgrading the primary forge to an intermediate forge requires 100,000 forging experience points, while upgrading the intermediate forge to an advanced forge requires 1,000,000 forging experience points. Upon reading this, Song Jian was momentarily speechless. He could barely accept needing 100,000 forging experience points, but 1,000,000? How long would it take to forge that much? With these thoughts, Song Jian decisively refused to let the newly acquired forge accommodate the third-tier demon flame. However, soon, the bone box in his inventory emitted a creaking sound, and fine cracks slowly appeared on its surface. Tiny, substantial black flames squeezed out from these cracks. The flames seem to be out of control, the bone box can no longer contain them. Will it destroy my inventory? Song Jian's heart was startled, and he quickly retrieved the bone box. Boom. The instant Song Jian retrieved it, the bone box turned to ashes, leaving a black ember wildly dancing in his palm like a sprightly elf. The scorching heat instantly raised the temperature around the forge. System, do you want to bind the third-tier demon flame Abyssal Flame as your personal strange fire? Binding? Can it be bound to a character? So, can I only fuse it with the forge after binding it? Song Jian thought to himself, but he didn't have time for that and directly chose to bind it. Let's see what it looks like after binding it as my personal strange fire. Once he made his decision, Song Jian quickly clicked confirm. Suddenly, the abyssal flame underwent a change, the small flame in his palm burning more ferociously and enveloping his entire body. From afar, Song Jian looked like a man on fire, engulfed in black flames. Song Jian felt an intense heat surrounding him, as if he had been thrown into boiling water, unbearable for anyone. In his ears, annoying and disturbing moans began to echo, filled with temptation and violence, causing dizziness and making his head feel like it was about to explode. At this moment, a slowly moving progress bar appeared before Song Jian's eyes, integration with the third-tier demon flame abyssal flame 1%. 2%. 3%. Integrating? Am I now merging with this flame? It's so unbearable. Song Jian clutched his collar, his face twisted in pain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Song Jian felt as if he could hear his flesh sizzling in flames. He even had the illusion that he was skewered on a stick and being roasted over a fire. He couldn't help but convulse involuntarily. Just then, a cool sensation surged into his mind like a bubbling spring, extinguishing all the flames. His mind instantly cleared, and his eyes regained their clarity. At that moment, the progress bar had just reached 10%. However, as soon as Song Jian regained his clarity, the progress bar instantly jumped from 10% to 90% and continued to move rapidly at a visible speed. Seeing Song Jian suddenly become a man on fire covered with black flames, all the surrounding players watching were startled and scattered away. This was their instinctive reaction. For them, safety always came first. This instinct had penetrated deep into their bones. Players without this instinct would have long been monsters' food. Finally, Song Jian saw the progress bar reach 100% and then disappear. System, the third-tier demon flame abyssal flame has been bound as player Song Jian's personal item. System, integration with the third-tier demon flame abyssal flame completed. After the tempering of the third-tier demon flame, player Song Jian's vitality points permanently increased by 200, strength increased by 5 points, agility increased by 5 points, constitution increased by 5 points, spirit increased by 5 points, ice resistance increased by 30 points, fire resistance increased by 30 points, water magic damage reduced by 30%, fire magic damage reduced by 30%. Permanent control of the third-tier demon flame abyssal flame acquired. System, the player officially controls the third-tier demon flame abyssal flame and can use it to open the abyssal gate and enter the abyssal land. The abyssal gate can only be opened once a month. Reminder, the abyssal land is filled with danger, and it is advised that players enter after level 30. How is this possible? Song Jian was dumbfounded. It was as if a gigantic pie had fallen from the sky and hit Song Jian squarely. The greatly increased benefits of the third-tier demon flame alone were mouth-watering enough, and he didn't expect it to have so many additional attributes. Just the permanent increase of 200 vitality points alone had allowed Song Jian's vitality points to break the 1000 mark. Coupled with an additional 5 points in constitution, Song Jian had already reached 1160 vitality points. For any player at the current stage, Song Jian could now be considered a humanoid boss. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit each increased by 5 points, solidifying Song Jian's humanoid boss title. Not to mention, the increases in ice resistance, fire resistance, and the weakening of water and fire magic. The most accessible profession for ordinary players was mage, and the easiest mage specializations to master were water and fire mages. With his ice resistance, fire resistance, and reduction in water and fire magic damage, Song Jian had become a mage killer against these two types of mages. They had no chance against him. Magic that would have inflicted over 100 points of damage to Song Jian before now only dealt 10 or 20 points. Song Jian didn't even need to take a potion. Feeling the surging power within him, Song Jian's face was filled with an ecstatic smile. The added attributes had gone far beyond Song Jian's expectations. Chapter 339, leaving the game with a thought, the black flames burning on the surface of Song Jian's body suddenly disappeared. Then, lifting his right hand, a flicker of black flame appeared in his palm. Clenching his hand into a fist, the flame vanished, and with a boom, black flame surged once again on Song Jian's body surface. Ha ha ha, that's amazing, absolutely formidable. With a single thought, the black flames disappeared again, but joy spread across Song Jian's face. Perhaps I should learn the art of forging? A sudden thought popped into Song Jian's mind. He knew that the third-tier demon flame exuded a significant enhancement, which was like a divine tool for forging. With a blacksmith in possession and a strange fire, all Songjian needed now were a forging skill book and forging blueprints to start practicing forge art. With the help of the strange fire, his forging skills would undoubtedly improve much faster than other players. Skill books and blueprints related to life professions were much sought after in auction houses. Generally, very few people would sell them, as most preferred to learn from it themselves. Even if they were sold, the prices would be extremely high. Songjian remembered that the cost of a forge art skill book in the Doomsday supermarket was only 300 Doomsday coins. However, the price of a forge art skill book had been inflated to over 3,000 Doomsday coins by the players. Go back and make some self-destructing robots first. I will learn forging if I get another chance. Songjian hesitated before opening the smithy's settings options. After making some adjustments, he started to head towards his manor castle. This smithy now belonged to Songjian as part of his territory. To occupy this smithy, one had to completely defeat Songjian in a territory dispute. The primary purpose of the smithy was not to sell equipment but to create it. This one, built by the dwarf commander, had the immense benefit of improving the forging success rate by 5% compared to the smithy built by Songjian in his territory. The novice smithy had 5 forging rooms. Players could make equipment by spending a certain amount of Doomsday coins to enter these rooms. After Songjian set the prices, he simply left the smithy to operate. Any player could enter the rooms to make equipment by paying the fee. After manufacturing equipment and gaining forging experience, a certain percentage would be reimbursed back to the smithy. Once the smithy accumulates 100,000 forging experience points, it could be upgraded to an intermediate smithy. Watching Songjian leave, the spectators around seemed to heave sighs of relief. I thought he was going to kill everyone who accepted the pursuit mission. Scared me pretty good. A player clutched his chest and spoke. Lucky us. His skill that turned him into a black shadow, he was so fast. If he would pursued us, we would never escape. I already said there was something fishy about this mission but you wouldn't believe me. Scared now, eh? His companion on the side complained. Who knew he was so powerful? Besides, didn't you accept the mission in the end too? It's worth 2,000 Doomsday coins. Holy grass. He's increased the forging fee by so much. It used to be just 5 Doomsday coins an hour, but now it costs 20. He's totally ripping us off. A player who had learned forge art exclaimed in anger. Let me see. Hey, it's true. We give him forging experience when we forge here and help him upgrade the smithy. This is a win-win situation. He's just shamelessly increased the forging fee by so much, he's more cunning than that dwarf. A slew of complaints followed from the players, but in the end, they had to unwillingly pay. After all, even a 1% increase in forging success rate was invaluable, not to mention a 5% increase. If they could forge an extra piece of equipment, they would make back the forging fee in no time. Songjian wasn't concerned about how the players complained about him. He didn't have the energy or time to manage the smithy. He had already hired a forging master to manage the smithy in his territory. He would only send someone to manage this smithy after a disciple was fully trained there. Arriving back at the manor castle, Songjian started making self-destructing robots. Soon, he was taking out the parts one by one, but there was a pleasant surprise when he started to make the explosives. System: the standard explosive you made has advanced to high explosive due to the influence of the third-tier demon flame, Abyssal Flame. Engineering experience increased by 2 points. Due to the existence of the third-tier demon flame, Songjian didn't fail once when making explosives. Even the standard explosives had advanced to high explosives. If these were used to assemble the self-destructing robots, their power would certainly be greatly multiplied. Indeed, after assembling the first self-destructing robot, Songjian received a system prompt. System: you have modified the parts of the self-destructing robot and created a new item. Please name the new item. A new item? Isn't it still a self-destructing robot? It's just that the explosive power has been slightly increased. Does it need a new name? Songjian hesitated but quickly typed self-destructing robot type 2 inches into the semi-transparent screen in front of him. After renaming the robot, a flash of white light briefly appeared under the engineering skill in his skill list. Now, he could make 2 types of robots, self-destructing robot and self-destructing robot type 2. With the enhancement of the third-tier demon flame, he no longer needed to manufacture the first type of robot. The newly created self-destructing robot not only had a power increase to 500 points, but it also possessed corrosive damage that could reduce the target's defense by 10% for 30 seconds. If 10 self-destructing robots simultaneously targeted an enemy, the enemy's defense would be reduced by 100%. Even a level 20 boss with an extremely high defense would be instantly killed if attacked simultaneously by 10 self-destructing robots. The mere thought of it made Songjian shiver. After spending an afternoon, Song Jian had manufactured more than 30 self-destructing robots without a single failure. His engineering experience increased significantly, with not much experience left needed to reach level 4. Just as he was about to continue, Song Jian received a system prompt. System, there are 10 minutes left in your game session. Please place your items in a safe place to avoid loss. It is recommended that the player's character return to the safe house. Any accidents that occur will be the player's responsibility. The system joyously sent out 3 consecutive notifications. It was only then that Song Jian realized that 30 days had unknowingly passed in the game. After packing away all of the self-destructing robot Type 2s and taking a last look at the blood pool, which was still evolving, Song Jian silently waited for the end of the game time. Soon, a flash of white light filled the room, and then it was empty. Song Jian had disappeared. Chapter 340, Investigation. When it was time for Song Jian to leave the game, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time in the game, he completed several tasks, including regional tasks, hidden tasks, and plot tasks. Just by these tasks' extra points alone, his task evaluation will undoubtedly be the highest SSS rank again. For each main quest's reward, a few thousand Doomsday coins are no longer significant to Song Jian. Instead, the recovery speed of his vitality points for the next time he enters the game was becoming more and more critical. Many times, in his single-handed battles with bosses, Song Jian relied on his abnormal vitality recovery speed, ultimately leading to victory. With an SSS ranked task evaluation, the reward is a 500% increase in vitality point recovery speed. Given Song Jian's vitality points of over 1,100, the recovery speed per second surpassed 60, easily exceeding the damage from some small skills. Just as Song Jian was full of anticipation, a flash of light burst into view, and he found himself back in his rented house in the real world. What's going on? Why didn't I receive the main quest completion evaluation? Song Jian was taken aback, and his face instantly turned grim. Could it be that the main quest evaluation had been updated out after the game was updated? That's impossible. The original update contents did not include this. Just as Song Jian was perplexed, there was a sudden knock at the door of the rental house. Upon opening the door, he found 2 people in police uniforms knocking at the door. You are? Song Jian asked, wearing a puzzled expression. Oh, hello, sorry to bother you. We are from the street police station. We are here to do an investigation and would like to ask you a few questions. Could you spare a few minutes? A policewoman politely asked. No problem, no problem. Please come in. Song Jian quickly welcomed the 2 of them into his house, and when he turned to close the door, he noticed several other police officers knocking on doors down the street. First, we need to ask about your personal information, your name, age, and where do you work. The policewoman took out a pen and paper and began the interrogation, while a young-looking policeman by her side kept scanning Song Jian up and down warily. After a simple registration of his personal information, the policewoman asked, have you noticed any abnormalities in the past few days? Song Jian was startled and asked in a puzzled tone, abnormality? What do you mean? For example, some people suddenly have extremely high strength, enough to lift a car single-handedly, or even perform incredible feats like walking on walls. The policewoman gave a few examples. Song Jian was slightly shocked. Although he had spent several months in the game, in the real world, only 3 to 4 days had passed. So soon, the police had started taking notice of the game players. Yesterday there was a guy who snatched a purse on the street. He ran exceptionally fast, and there seemed to be a white light beneath his feet. Does that count? Song Jian frowned slightly and spoke as if he was recalling. That certainly counts. The policewoman's eyes lit up, and she quickly recorded it. Do you know that person? Have you seen him since? Can you describe his appearance, in as much detail as possible? When Song Jian was about to describe the appearance of the man who used the game's acceleration skill to snatch a purse, he noticed the male police officer's sudden change of expression. Following his gaze, Song Jian twisted his head and saw his octagonal Han sword on the table, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. After killing the Japanese man at the underground boxing club with this sword, he had casually thrown it on the table due to the damaged scabbard, and the police had arrived before he had time to clean up this morning. This sword was sharp-edged and couldn't be classified as an art piece. It was a controlled blade. Why do you have a sword here? The policeman stared at Song Jian and asked. Song Jian was taken aback and quickly replied, I am a sword enthusiast, and I use this sword for exercising. The young policeman was skeptical, looking at Song Jian as he made his way to the table. The policewoman seemed to sense something was off. Her courteous demeanor turned into a serious expression as she scrutinized Song Jian's every move. This sword is sharp. It's a regulated weapon. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, we need to confiscate this sword and impose a fine of 200 yuan on you. the young policeman said without any leniency. Although Song Jian's face looked somber, he felt relieved internally. For him, this kind of penalty was insignificant. His main concern was to keep his identity as a game player concealed. This sword is borrowed from a friend. I need to return it later. It's not mine, Song Jian defended himself. That's not acceptable either. Weapons like this are too dangerous to keep at home. In case of an accident, you would regret it. We have to confiscate it. The male police officer showed no leniency and picked up the sword. Let's continue talking about the fast runner. Could you describe his features? The policewoman looked at Song Jian for a long while and found nothing unusual. Apart from a bit of dissatisfaction about the confiscation of his sword, he didn't show any drastic reaction. Feeling somewhat reassured, she continued with her questioning. Song Jian gave a vague description of the man's appearance without revealing the man's actual look. Perhaps the young policeman found holding the sword tiring. He put it on the table and started glancing around Song Jian's house. The unexpected arrival of the two police officers had Song Jian on edge. He didn't fear their handguns because of his present strength. Even if hundreds of ordinary policemen were to confront him directly, he could escape at any moment. However, the consequence of fleeing was too severe. Song Jian knew that he couldn't afford it. No matter how strong he was not capable of fighting with the state apparatus. After about 20 minutes of questioning, the two police officers exchanged a glance and slightly nodded. The policewoman put away her pen and paper, stood up, and thanked Song Jian. Thanks for your cooperation. If you encounter similar peculiar conditions in the future, please call 110 immediately. Song Jian let out a sigh of relief, and said with a smile on his face, Of course, it's each citizen's responsibility. Given your good attitude, we won't impose a fine, but we must confiscate this sword. The male police officer balanced the sword on his chest, measured its weight, and said to Song Jian. Okay. Song Jian, pretending to be reluctant, watched his sword. Just then, the male police officer's complexion changed. He looked up and stared at Song Jian, backed up 2 steps, leaned against the door, and said, Why is there a smell of blood on the blade? Chapter 341, Identity. Song Jian's octagonal Han sword, which he had taken from the underground ring, had just been casually wiped down. A small blood stain on the blade was hard to notice unless you took a close look at it. Furthermore, after being aired overnight, it didn't smell of blood. However, the fact that the officer managed to pick up on it caught Song Jian off guard. Upon hearing the male officer, the female policewoman who was about to follow Song Jian out also immediately became alert, and stepped backward, gripping her waist, ready to pull out her gun. Startled, Song Jian's initial instinct was to resist, but his rationality won out. Just as he was thinking of making up a believable excuse, a shout from outside suddenly rang through, Freeze, don't run. Then came a burst of explosion and gunshots from outside, which shocked the two police officers. They didn't even care about Song Jian anymore. The female officer instantly pulled out her gun and ran outside, while the male officer, who was guarding the entrance, upon seeing that Song Jian had no intention of running away, hurriedly said, Stay inside and don't move. With that, the male officer too, sword in hand, rushed out. Stepping out of the room, Song Jian saw a complete mess downstairs. 2 officers lay on the ground. The complex's gate looked like it had been blasted, with a fraction of it collapsed. Dozens of police officers were pursuing something outside of the complex. At this moment, nearly everyone from the complex was standing at their doorsteps, watching the commotion, conversations buzzing around. Soon enough, an ambulance drove into the complex. The remaining officers carried their injured comrades onto the ambulance and rushed them to the hospital. With that, all the officers inside the complex were gone. That was so dangerous. That guy just jumped so high and landed on the gate with such a force that it collapsed instantly, just like in a movie. Was that guy a Superman or something? Bullets couldn't even hit him, and he moved so fast. People nowadays dare even to assault police officers. I cannot believe it. He lived with us for so long. Hey, did any of you see who it was? Which house did he come from? Despite discussing for a long time, the residents couldn't figure out who the runaway was. Soon enough, they dispersed and went back to their homes. Looking at the pool of fresh blood on the ground in the courtyard, a contemplative look crept into Song Jian's eyes. Is this a case of resisting arrest? Song Jian thought to himself, should I take advantage of this situation to escape? But they have already got my information. If I run away now, won't I be admitting guilt? And then I definitely will be wanted. What should I do? The thought made Song Jian feel flustered. Even if he was powerful, once the nation's machinery was set into motion, he was no more than a mantis trying to halt a speeding train, powerless to fight back. Does this mean I have to hide for the rest of my life, living without seeing daylight? Song Jian hesitated for a moment and then quickly came to a decision. I can't run. I must come up with an explanation for the blood stain on the sword. Just as Song Jian was thinking about an excuse, he noticed a dark figure moving slightly in the corner of the yard, which soon morphed into a man. Wang Gang? Song Jian looked at the man, frowning. This man was not living in the apartment complex but was living not far from here. Song Jian had seen him a couple of times casually and even greeted him. He would even seen him on the street outside the complex a few times while eating breakfast. Their relationship was more robust than with total strangers but weaker than that with the neighbors. What kind of skill is this? It doesn't look like an invisibility jutsu. Could it be that the police were actually looking for him? Song Jian wondered to himself. Wang Dagang's skill was very similar to Song Jian's morphing into dark cloud, except that he transformed into a shadow. Unless you looked closely, it was challenging to spot him against a dark backdrop. Wang Dagang, back in his human form, was covered in sweat, and a trace of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He had just created a decoy to distract the police officers, then transformed himself into a shadow. All this had consumed much of his mental strength. Now he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. If the officers who were returning found him, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Just then, Wang Dagang looked up sharply. Song Jian was standing in the corridor looking down expressionlessly. His eyes were fixed on him. I am discovered. Wang Dagang was shocked, but soon realized Song Jian wasn't a police officer but just an ordinary resident. He chuckled, making a gesture telling Song Jian to keep quiet. Song Jian glanced left, then looked back at Wang Dagang with a peculiar look in his eyes. Wang Dagang was taken aback, finding Song Jian's gaze strange. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned to look in the direction where Song Jian had been looking. Think you can run? A voice called out from the top of a large tree, looking down at Wang Dagang condescendingly. His dress uniform was cloaked in a black robe, billowing in the harsh wind. Wang Dagang's face paled. He turned to climb the wall in an attempt to escape. But then a silver glimmer flashed, and a foot-long iron arrow with a piercing whistle plunged into Wang Dagang's back, nailing him directly to the wall. Swoosh! The man in the dress uniform, with his cloak draped over him, jumped down from the tree over 10 meters tall. His cloak spread out like a pair of black wings, lowering him gradually, resisting arrest, assaulting a cop. You think you could be invincible because you have played in the game world for a few days? Naive. The officer sneered as he pulled out the handcuffs and cuffed the hands of Wang Dagang, who was still hanging on the wall. He then forcefully pulled out the iron arrow from his back. With a miserable cry, Wang Dagang became limp and fell to the ground, huffing and puffing heavily. A look of fear crossed his face as he looked at the officer. Go back in, it's not safe here. Noticing Song Jian standing upstairs watching all of this, the officer frowned and shouted coldly at Song Jian. A trace of fear appeared on Song Jian's face. He shrunk his neck back and re-entered his house. The officer's skill is so powerful. He must be a professional who's already been appointed. With a serious expression, Song Jian returned to his room and thought to himself. In the real world, you couldn't view players' levels and properties, but you could estimate their capabilities based on their skills and power exhibited during fights. That cop earlier had reduced Wang Dagang to a near-death state in one swift move, indicating his unusual strength. Thinking about this, Song Jian broke out in cold sweat. If he had decided to run away earlier, he would definitely have used his skills. Then, the cop who was watching would have definitely noticed him. That was close. They nearly figured out my identity as a player. Song Jian felt as though there was a huge rock pressing on his chest, causing him to panic. Chapter 342, entering the game. Song Jian stayed in the Rendell room and didn't go out. After thinking for a long time, he decided to give the octagonal Han sword to Wu Zhuan and claim he had borrowed it from Wu Zhuan. As for the blood on the sword, Song Jian would feign complete ignorance, insisting he had just gotten the sword back. As for how Wu Zhuan would explain, that wasn't Song Jian's concern. Even if Wu Zhuan implicated Song Jian, he believed that with the power behind the underground boxing ring, it would be easy to settle this matter. However, it's better to give Wu Zhuan a heads up in advance. With that thought, Song Jian dialed Wu Zhuan's number. Hello, old Wu? Alt, who is this? If there's something, say it quickly, I am busy. The call was noisy, and Wu Zhuan's impatient tone was laced with alcohol. At this time, in the largest KTV room in Coastal City, Wu Zhuan was lying on the sofa with a phone in one hand and a beer bottle in the other, his eyes shining as he watched a young girl dancing in the middle of the room. It was also a chaotic dance of demons around him, a group of wine and meat friends reveling wildly and dancing. It's Song Jian. Song Jian, which Song Jian? Song. Ah, it's Brother Song. Wu Zhuan seemed to remember Song Jian and was suddenly startled, breaking into a cold sweat in fright. He quickly lowered his voice and said, Brother Song, wait a moment, it's too noisy here. I will go outside to talk. After leaving the room, Wu Zhuan carefully held the phone and spoke softly, "Brother Song, is there something you need? The next fight might be in 5 days, and I am arranging it for you. Don't worry." I a favor to ask," Song Jian chuckled. "The police came to my door today and took my sword away, and there's blood on it, so I think there might be some trouble." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhuan immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Song, it's fine. The weapons in the club have marks on them, so even if the police take them, they will return them to you soon. Don't worry." Song Jian was surprised, having not expected the underground boxing ring to wield such power. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't fled, otherwise, he would have needlessly exposed himself. "Alright, that's good. Notify me when there's a match, and I will hang up for now." Song Jian hung up the phone and exhaled. Although there were still some troubles, at least they could be covered up for a while. It seemed he had to be more careful in the future, not giving himself away again. The identities of many players were already known. There was no pattern in this game's selection of players. Clearly, the police had already become players and were using the means they had gained in the game to capture other players. Song Jian had to hide his identity and grow stronger gradually. A day passed quickly, and night fell. Song Jian lay flat on the bed, patiently waiting. Soon, the phone screen on the bedside table lit up. A skeleton hand emerged from the screen, grabbed Song Jian, and pulled him into the phone. Song Jian was always uncomfortable with the way he entered the game each time, feeling a sense of being forced in. After a strong feeling of weightlessness, he found that he hadn't entered the game directly but was instead in the settlement interface that appeared after each game. He was surrounded by a starry sky. Why is the post-level settlement now shifted to the beginning of the next game? Song Jian wondered aloud. Soon, the images from the last time he entered the game appeared before his eyes. Each time he received a mission, fought a boss, obtained a sword technique, and completed a main quest. System: player has completed the main quest. Level evaluation raised upon mission completion. System: player has completed regional quests. System: player has completed hidden quests. System: player has completed area plot quests. System: player has achieved a final level evaluation of SSS. Rewards: 5 free attribute points, 2 gold skill points. System: player's combat power has reached 10,000. From now on, there will be no more main quests released. Players will have greater freedom in the game. Please continue to explore this unknown world where anything is possible. Free attribute points? Gold skill points? No more vitality points recovery speed bonuses? Song Jian raised an eyebrow. Gold skill points were treasures that could directly increase the level of any skill, even those active skills that were not yet at the maximum proficiency. As for vitality points recovery speed, in comparison to the 500% vitality point recovery speed offered by the SSS rank or the 5 free attribute points and 2 gold skill points, it was far less valuable, but it ensured that Song Jian wouldn't be easily killed in the game. Now that this protection was gone, the game would become even more dangerous for him. From now on, there won't be any more main quests. But then, don't I lose my main quest rewards in the future? Song Jian furrowed his brows. Each main quest was critical for players, whether it was the vitality point recovery speed or the current free attribute points and gold skill point rewards that were crucial for the improvement of one's strength. Could it be that reaching 10,000 combat power is a milestone, and once you reach it, the previous benefits are gone? Song Jian guessed in his heart, but after much thought, he couldn't figure it out. He could only shake his head and passively accept the system settings. As for the increased freedom, Song Jian was even more clueless about what it meant. With the free attribute points allocated as 3 points for strength and 2 points for agility, Song Jian's strength attribute reached 30, and his agility reached 27. For ordinary players, this was a desperate attribute. Even compared to a warrior class focused on strength, Song Jian could easily deal out crushing damage. As for the 2 gold skill points, Song Jian didn't hesitate to add them to the Chaos 1 Chi indestructible sword body. This was Song Jian's trump card. When deployed, its strength almost doubled, allowing him to contend even against level 20 Lord-level bosses. At the 3rd level of the immortal sword body, all attributes increased by 7 points, defense and resistance increased by 40%, sword weapon damage increased by 80%, skill power increased by 50%, and the duration extended to 50 seconds, while the consumption was reduced to 25 immortal sword chi points. Just as he finished using the free attribute points and gold skill points, Song Jian's vision blurred, and he entered the game directly. As soon as he entered the game, Song Jian received a system prompt. System: your territory has been invaded by enemies. 3 buildings within the territory have been destroyed, 5 farmland plots have been completely destroyed, and the warehouse has been looted, suffering a loss of 200 units of food. Under the leadership of the housekeeper George, the invaders were all driven away, achieving a glorious victory. War merit increased by 300 points. Chapter 343, Blood Wolf, an invasion on my territory? Insane. Who could it be? Song Jian's face darkened, rage stirring within him instantly. He hurried to the window of Proud Castle and gazed outwards. He noticed that within the walls of his manor castle, nothing seemed damaged. However, practically all the buildings in the 10-meter span outside the walls were destroyed. 3 structures had been utterly obliterated, reduced to charred ruins. In the distance, the unused pieces of land transformed into farmlands were also extensively damaged. Numerous NPCs were busy repairing the buildings and reclaiming the farmlands. Inside the territory, blood crows no longer perched on the bloody ghost poison trees but circled around the perimeter, their ruby red eyes emotionless as they surveyed the area like radar. Gnarled zombies stained red roamed the territory, emitting deep growls now and then that underscored their ferocity. Their presence struck fear into all the NPCs working within the territory, who hastily kept their distance. What surprised Song Jian even more was spotting several fierce blood wolves within his territory. Their coats were blood red like calves with a tyrannical aura surrounding them. Is this a blood slave, the bloody huge wolves, produced by a 3rd-level blood pool? Song Jian examined their attributes, a look of surprise crossing his face. The bloody huge wolves' attributes matched those of level 15 normal monsters. More importantly, these wolves had potential to level up. It wouldn't be long before they could surpass the strength of level 15 elite bosses. 30 level 15 elite bosses, who will dare to invade my land then? Song Jian's eyes sparkled as he pondered the attributes of the upgraded bloody huge wolves. Whoever this fool is must have a death wish to dare invade my territory. Song Jian hastily pored over the system notices. To his surprise, his opponents were well over a dozen NPC professionals, among whom was the dwarf commander. The commander was responsible for destroying 2 of the 3 structures. Just like bothersome flies. Song Jian frowned. His relations with these NPC professionals had changed entirely to enmity. As per the new status quo, whenever Song Jian crossed paths with them, their names would flash in red as a sign of their hostile relationship. Luckily, 3 of the fools died on my territory. You steal a chicken and lose the rice, try daring to come again. When he reached the end of the system prompt, Song Jian saw that 3 level 15 elite bosses had perished within his land. Apparently, after barging into his territory, they headed straight for the manor castle. The bloody ghost poison trees cooperating with the defenses of the castle resulted in their swift annihilation. Even Dr. Ebsiding took action. The last guy was blown up by him. Upon reading the name of the last killer of the invaders as Dr. Ebsiding, Song Jian wore an expression of curiosity. Everyone knew that Dr. Ebsiding was as threatening as a chicken tied up for slaughter. As a man of science, he was without violent capabilities. Despite his high rank of 15, in a fight against even a level 5 ordinary player, he would be the clear underdog. He managed to kill an NPC of a level 15 elite boss. What method did he employ? Song Jian's curiosity was evoked. The system hint only showed that Dr. Ebsiding killed an invader without providing details on how he did it. Dear Lord, we are relieved you are back. The steward, George, looked rather out of sorts. His arm was bandaged and hung across his chest. Once Song Jian had arrived, George received the news and promptly rushed over to greet his lord. George, are you hurt? How severe are the losses to the territory? Song Jian was astounded. While damaged buildings could be rebuilt, the NPCs he personally recruited could not be resurrected once dead. George's vitality points had dropped by a third, and the lost third wasn't recoverable. Only when his broken arm healed fully could the vitality points be completely restored. My lord, the territory experienced a sudden invasion, causing some buildings to suffer damage. They also pillaged some of our food provisions and many laborers were injured. However, fortunately, the losses were not severe. George embarked on a thorough report of the damages to the territory. Song Jian nodded slightly. He had full faith in George and was reassured since he had taken steps to mitigate the damages immediately upon detecting the invaders. This time, it was thanks to the pets you raise, my lord, that the territory wasn't completely destroyed. George's face showed visible relief as he continued, especially those red giant wolves. Their sudden appearance ultimately drove all the invaders away. Song Jian chuckled to himself. These bloody huge wolves, blood crows, and blood zombies were all level 10 when he got them, more powerful than a standard level 10 monster, albeit weaker than an elite level boss. They were akin to elite monsters of level 10. 30 elite monsters, coupled with the defense measures within the territory, weren't odd at all in thwarting the group of level 15 elite NPCs. Moreover, following the battle, Song Jian noticed a few bloody huge wolves had already leveled up to 12 and 13, appearing even more ferocious than before. Well, George, you have performed well and deserve a reward. Song Jian declared with a smile. He raised his hand, and a white light enveloped George. Surgery healing. George's arm was restored in no time. Then Song Jian handed George 5,000 Doomsday coins to distribute among the NPCs who had contributed in the resistance against the invasion. Immediately, the morale among the NPCs within the territory surged. My lord, Dr. Absiding asked me to tell you to visit him if you return. It seems he has something to tell you, relayed George respectfully. All right, I will see him, acknowledged Song Jian as he turned to head towards the laboratory of Dr. Absiding in the sub-castle. Just as he entered the sub-castle, Song Jian heard a loud detonation from a nearby room. Boom! The entire sub-castle shook with the impact noticeably. The color drained from Song Jian's face, and he hurried towards Dr. Absiding's lab. The explosion seemed to originate from there. Chapter 344, Holy Flame Pearl. Song Jian rushed into Dr. Absiding's laboratory where the room was filled with thick smoke and a pungent smell of burning. A dark figure was continually swinging its arms in front of him, all while coughing incessantly. Dr. Absiding, are you alright? Song Jian incredulously looked at Dr. Absiding, who looked as dark as an African because of the smoke, and exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Absiding's white lab coat was a mess, and all over were traces of burns. The doctor's face and arms had all turned black and were even giving off the scent of roasted meat. Doctor, are you alright? Not caring whether Dr. Absiding had a fracture or was bleeding, Song Jian immediately used a surgical healing on him. Cough, cough, the smoke here is choking, let's get out. With his face all black with ash and unrecognizable, Dr. Absiding waved towards the door to indicate they should leave. The two men left the smoky laboratory. As soon as they were outside, Dr. Absiding changed back to normal as if nothing had happened. Not only his face and hands returned to their former shade, but even his badly damaged lab coat was replaced with a brand new one. However, Song Jian didn't pay much attention to this unique NPC changing skill. Doctor, what experiment were you conducting? Song Jian asked curiously. High explosives. Dr. Absiding replied, glancing at Song Jian. High explosives? But haven't you already researched them? Song Jian was puzzled. Regardless of whether it's the T11 high explosive hand grenade or the more powerful TX, the core component is high explosives. The stronger the high explosives, the more potent the grenade. What do you know? Those are just ordinary high explosives. They are nothing. What I am researching this time is a far superior high explosive. Dr. Absiding looked at Song Jian contemptuously and spoke a bit impatiently, as if he doesn't want to waste time explaining. Superior high explosives? What are those? Song Jian was curious and decided to ignore Dr. Absiding's attitude. Ordinary high explosives simply increase the power of the explosion. Dr. Absiding, seemingly a little helpless, had to explain. Superior high explosives, however, can add effects, such as bleedings, inflicting burns, corrosion, paralysis, fractures, and even blindness. Only those high explosives that had damage effects are truly superb. Additional effects? Song Jian fumbled in his bag and handed Dr. Absiding a self-destructing robot. Doctor, do you mean like this one? What are you saying? Dr. Absiding sneered at Song Jian. I have been researching for so long, and you, a beginner, think you can create. But when Dr. Absiding noticed the mini self-destructing robot in Song Jian's hand, an object that can transform into a flexible robot once activated, his words trailed off. Corrosion damage? So it really is a superior high explosive? Dr. Absiding looked as if he is frozen stiff, staring in disbelief. Where did you buy this? Dr. Absiding asked, raising his head. I made it myself. Song Jian replies grinning, extremely happy with himself. How is that possible? Your understanding of manufacturing techniques is just at a basic level. How could you produce such an advanced high explosive? Dr. Absiding was on the brink of snapping. Even as a doctor skilled in siege manufacturing techniques, he had been researching for quite a while without any success in making superior explosives. He felt a deep sense of hostility from the world when Song Jian, who in his view was merely at an elementary level, claimed to have already created the finished product. Song Jian just smiles and puts away the robot. Waving his right hand, a black flame appears on his palm, dancing and wavering. The moment the black flame appeared, room temperature raised up by several degrees instantly, and an eerie aura spread around the room. This is. Aghast, Dr. Absiding could not help but lean toward the black flame. Boom. Perceiving a threat, the black flame promptly intensified, with the flame soaring over a foot high. Doctor, be careful, this strange fire is very dangerous. Song Jian quickly closed his palm to extinguish the flame. Dr. Absiding had an utterly terrified look on his face. That's it. Strange fire. That must be it. Dr. Absiding's face fell as he shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Your luck is really good. In this world, The number of strange fires is limited and decreases by 1 every time one is obtained. Considering you have to pass a test to acquire it and risk losing your own life, you are truly lucky. Dr. Absiding continues, apparently envious. Once the strange fire is bound to a host and the host later dies, the strange fire will vanish forever, and the world will permanently lack that kind of fire. You are truly a fortunate one. Dr. Absiding declared, looking rather envious. Well, you will know what real luck actually is once the abyss curse on me is removed. Songjian smiled lightly, shouting out in his mind. Oh right, Dr. Absiding, I heard from George that you were looking for me? Songjian asked. Yes, your territory has just suffered an invasion, and one of the invaders even broke into the manor castle. With the help of Alex, I managed to kill one of them. He dropped quite a few items, most of which were devoured by Alex, and only one remained. I found it interesting and thought you might be interested in it. Absiding said seriously. With that, Dr. Absiding pulled a red bead from his pocket and handed it to Songjian. The Holy Flame Pearl? The key to the Frost Cave secret realm? Songjian was holding this reddish pearl, examining its properties. The pearl was giving off gentle, warm heat, heating up Songjian's body in no time. Where is the Frost Cave secret realm? Songjian was somewhat puzzled, because in this world, what players refer to as secret realms, or dungeons, are quite numerous and spread out in different places. If this Frost Cave is inside the city, that would be the best. But if not, he would have nothing to do with it other than selling it over the radio. Just as he was pondering this, the Holy Flame Pearl suddenly emitted a red light, and an image of a snowy peak condensed from ice appeared before Songjian's eyes. Chapter 345, Madman. The moment the Holy Flame Pearl started to radiate, an illusion unfolded before Songjian's eyes. In the illusion, he was surrounded by abandoned high-rise buildings. Only one building, a tower over 30 stories high, and covering a few square kilometers, was enveloped in snow, forming a snow mountain. Around this snow mountain, a unique icy environment had formed. The streets and ground within several hundred meters around it were covered in a thick layer of snow. But beyond those 100 meters, the environment abruptly returned to normal. It was as if an invisible, intangible barrier had separated the snow mountain at the center and the immediate few square kilometers around it. This is inside Doomsday City. Songjian glanced at a few gamers standing just a few meters away from that boundary line. Following another look at his surroundings, he thought to himself. Very soon, the illusion before his eyes vanished. Songjian then determined that the location of Frost Cave, this copy, should be roughly placed between the level 15 to 20 monster zones. It was far away from his safety house, at least 20-something kilometers of distance away. Even if he rode a motorbike, it would take him more than half an hour. At this time, a group of 14 to 15 level gamers in the northeastern direction of Doomsday City were pointing at and discussing in front of the so-called Snow Mountain. It's been at least a week since this phenomenon appeared. What kind of information do we have on it? Said a middle-aged man in a bulletproof vest with a solemn expression. Deputy Commander's son, the environment inside is harsh. The temperature drops below -30 degrees Celsius and goes even lower near that snow mountain. Temperatures at the foot of the mountain even reach -47. A muscular man dressed in armor, standing straight as a spear, reported to the middle-aged man. We found a sealed dice door at the foot of the snow mountain, that is, at the entrance of the skyscraper. It seems to be a passage of considerable size. But regardless of what we tried, we couldn't open this ice door. It seems to be immune to any type of attack. Captain Zhu, that location is actually an instance in the game. We should call it a secret territory, and that ice gate serves as the entrance. However, we lack the key to open the instance, said a young man wearing glasses and holding a magic staff, after adjusting his glasses quietly. Counselor Wang, please tell us more about this instance. Deputy Commander's son turned towards the man who had spoken and asked lightly. Yes, Deputy Commander's son. Counselor Wang turned and looked at the distant snow mountain before speaking. This is a level 3 instance. Players' levels to enter would be between 13 to 18, meaning players must reach at least level 13 to access, and any level above 18 will be denied entry to the instance. It's obvious that there are many monsters inside, not to mention the elite level bosses. I suspect there are even level 15 Lord level bosses inside. And yet, the items dropped inside the instance are of great value. It not only drops a level 15 ice-sealed battle armor set for a melee profession, but it also drops silver-class level 15 armors and frost staves. Most importantly, it drops the alchemy formula for melting potions and their core ingredients, the frost crystal cores. Consuming melting potions can increase ice resistance and provide immunity to freezing effects, playing a crucial role in our battle against the level 15 Lord level boss at Jianying Lake. Are you referring to the level 15 Lord of Ice Elements in Jianying Lake? Deputy Commander Sun raised an eyebrow, particularly interested. Yes, Deputy Commander Sunday, if we have melting potions, our success rate of taking down Lord of Ice Element's friends can at least increase by 30%, Counselor Wang responded with a smile. We absolutely need to conquer this instance as soon as possible. Deputy Commander Sun declared decisively, Captain Zhu, no matter what it takes, you must find a way to open this instance. The melting potion is of utmost importance to us. We will complete this task, Deputy Commander Sun. Captain Zhu's eyes bore a glimpse of helplessness, but he still answered firmly. Captain Zhu, I suggest killing more monsters around the area. The key to unlock the instance might be on nearby monsters, Counselor Wang pushed up his glasses and suggested. Thank you for your suggestion, Counselor Wang. After saluting Counselor Wang, Captain Zhu then quickly devised a plan for his team to systematically kill the surrounding monsters. Soon after, fellow team members in groups of 3 scattered, leaving only Deputy Commander Sun and Counselor Wang behind. Deputy Commander Sun, the game settings won't change according to human will. If this were the real world, we would have countless ways to open the gate to the instance, but in the game, we can only oblige to its rules, Counselor Wang said in a low voice to Deputy Commander Sunday. Whether in reality or in the game, all I want is results, Deputy Commander Sun responded coldly. His eyes remained fixed on the distant skyscraper engulfed in frosty ice. From the tens of thousands of players in the northwestern military region, only about 30 entered the game. Half of them were not even level 10 or had professions. As soon as this instance was discovered, Deputy Commander Sun gathered all players capable of entering the instance. But even after a week in the game, they still found themselves stuck outside the instance. As players' levels were increasing rapidly, the price of level 15 equipment also skyrocketed. The earlier they could kill the level 15 boss at Jianyang Lake, the larger their profits would be. Just then, the sound of motorbike engines roaring from far to near caught their attention. An enormous group of level 15 monsters was madly chasing after the motorbike. Has this person gone mad? To create such a hubbub in the city, isn't he afraid of the grave danger? Counselor Wang showed a terrified expression on his face as he looked around for a place to hide. Assemble the unit and prepare defense lines. Deputy Commander Sun ordered immediately after frowning. Just then, Song Jian made a swift turn and screeched to a stop, leaving behind a black trail of tire marks on the pavement. He stepped off his bike. He smirked as he looked at the dozens of level 15 mutation zombies chasing after him crazily. Song Jian waved his right hand, and the crimson fire heart-ape sword appeared at the center of his palm. Broken wing dance. Rather than retreating, Song Jian chose to move forward and swung his sword at the monstrous horde behind him. The sword's glittering radiance sped into the horde. He's insane. Counselor Wang watched Song Jian charge fearlessly into the monster mob, his face displaying a blend of astonishment and horror. Deputy Commander Sun shared a similar face of surprise, keeping his eyes on Song Jian cutting through the pack of monsters. Deputy Commander Sun, what's happening? Captain Zhu, along with a dozen soldiers, quickly reached Deputy Commander Song and saw the frantically roaring mutated zombies. He too registered a surprising look on his face. Use the terrain layout, establish defense lines, resist the monster onslaught. Deputy Commander Sun immediately commanded. Yes. Soon after, the soldiers swiftly built a defensive line with wooden stones on the road. They prepared a cover that was over a meter high and watched the horde of zombies approaching cautiously. Chapter 346, The Ice Monster. Time quickly passed by for more than 10 minutes, and Counselor Wang stood behind the shelter with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This player is so strong, he can actually withstand the onslaught of so many level 15 monsters. Unbelievable. His information is all hidden. We don't know his name and level, but judging by his strength, he's at least level 20, or even level 25, Captain Zhu whispered. Impossible. After level 10, the amount of combat experience required to level up is too high. Even if he played non-stop 24 hours since joining the game, he couldn't have reached level 20. Deputy Commander Sun immediately shook his head. You see, these level 15 mutant zombies can only cause him 2 or 3 points of damage at most, barely breaking through his defense. His defense is at least 50 points, but every one of his attacks can cut off hundreds of vitality points from the monsters. His skills can even cause 300 or even 400 points of damage. This is simply a one-sided slaughter. If it weren't for the fact that the mutant zombies lack intelligence and only act on instinct, they would have collapsed after losing so many. Captain Zhu shook his head and sighed. Try to get closer to this person, we must not become enemies. Deputy Commander Sun whispered. With the strength shown by Song Jian, he could easily eliminate all of them. Song Jian's vitality points were now reduced to about half. Glancing at the dozen or so players off in the distance on high alert, Song Jian frowned and took out a few self-destructing robot Type 2s from his inventory. Boom, boom, boom. Over 30 monsters were directly blown away. In an instant, the monsters surrounding Song Jian were all gone. After harvesting the last bit of vitality points from some low-health zombies, Song Jian's experience bar increased by a little more. Over 60 level 15 mutant zombies dropped many zombie crystal cores and some materials, among which the most valuable were 2 level 15 green quality pieces of equipment, a mage's magic staff and a chainmail that increased intelligence and spirit. Song Jian took a look at the attributes, then stowed them in his inventory, put away his motorcycle, and walked towards the snow mountain in the distance. This is the place. Looking around the environment, Song Jian confirmed it was the same scene as shown in the Holy Flame Pearls illusion. The building completely sealed in ice in the distance was the location of the Frost Cave dungeon. As he walked towards the Frost Cave, Song Jian discovered that the players had built a shelter more than 10 meters long and 1 meter high. The barrier was made of wood and stone materials, with a surprisingly high defense of 300 points. Is this a defense facility acknowledged by the game system? Song Jian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Unofficial buildings would not have a defense value, so even if players built something with great effort, its defense value would still be 0, easily destroyed with a single attack. Making a product recognized by the game system is definitely not something ordinary players can do. Song Jian curiously looked at the group of players behind the barrier. Soldiers. Song Jian's heart sank. Despite their diverse equipment, the unique aura emitted in their sitting and standing postures was completely different from that of a player-formed team. Hello, are you also here to enter the Frost Cave dungeon? A man with glasses stood up from behind the barrier, grinning as he greeted Song Jian. Yes. Song Jian nodded his head. He had seen these people when triggering the Holy Flame Pearls illusion, but couldn't get a clear look due to the high angle. It seemed that they had been here for a long time. He didn't know if they hadn't cleared the dungeon, or couldn't even enter it, so they just stayed here. This dungeon is not so easy to clear, ordinary people can't even get close. Counselor Wang adjusted his glasses, glanced at Deputy Commander Sun beside him, and smiled. Is that so? Song Jian's mouth twitched slightly as he stepped towards the Frost Cave. Deputy Commander Sun and the others watched as Song Jian crossed the boundary without hesitation. Given his high strength, he probably wouldn't suffer any effects from the environment around the Frost Cave, Captain Zhu whispered. Not necessarily, Counselor Wang shook his head. This is the power of heaven and earth. No matter how high his attack power, if his resistance is too weak, it's still hard to move inside. Even if he can withstand the cold weather, he still won't be able to open the dungeon gate. It's all in vain. Deputy Commander Sun shook his head. Deputy Commander, should we try to approach such a player and pull him into our alliance? If we can win him over, it will definitely help our exploration in the game, Counselor Wang said. We can. Deputy Commander Sun nodded. This game is too mysterious, and our country has already started paying attention to it. We have too few people entering the game. The district political commissar has suggested to those above us to recruit strong players in the game. On one hand, it strengthens our own power, on the other hand, it also helps control the danger level in the real world. You know, many things in the game can be brought into the real world. Deputy Commander, look, he doesn't seem to be affected by the cold climate inside, Captain Zhu suddenly said. Everyone looked at Song Jian, and indeed, ordinary people could only walk 5 or 6 meters before succumbing to the cold, but Song Jian showed no signs of stopping, having already gone more than 10 meters deep and getting closer and closer to the Frost Cave. At that moment, Song Jian suddenly sensed danger and jumped to the side. An ice spike over 3 feet long appeared where he was standing just a moment ago. Not far away, an ice monster made of condensed ice slowly crawled out from the snow and roared at Song Jian. An ice monster, a level 15 elite boss. To kill it, at least 5 level 15 players are needed. That player is in danger. Captain Zhu frowned. They had discovered this monster during their exploration, and it took more than a dozen companions, with 5 of them being seriously injured, to kill one ice monster. Since then, Captain Zhu rarely sent people to scout the area. Get ready to provide support at any time. Deputy Commander Sun commanded seriously. Wait a moment. When he asks us for help, that's when we step in. It's better to help him in his time of need, so he will be grateful, Counselor Wang whispered. Boom. A loud noise erupted in the snowy field. Song Jian, wielding his crimson fire heart-ape sword, was actually fighting the giant ice monster that was over 2 meters tall. For a moment, ice and snow flew around, sword she whirled, and the ice monster roared and growled. The ground even began to tremble slightly. Chapter 347, entered at this time, Song Jian, having fused with the 3rd-tier demon flame, the abyssal flame, was completely unaffected by the cold climate around him. He walked on the snow, only feeling a slight chill. The most troublesome aspect of the level 15 Elite Ice Demon's attack was the icy slowness and freezing effect carried by all its attacks. Although not powerful, it was very torturous. Combined with the defense of the Ice Demon being as good as steel, even a 5-member level 15 team would find it quite difficult to deal with. Yet Song Jian moved without any sign of sluggishness when battling the Ice Demon. A faint red glow would emerge from his body from time to time, which would be difficult to notice unless observed closely. This was a feature of the Ring of the Fire God. Its inbuilt shield reduced 30% of melee damage and rendered all cold-induced slowness and freeze effects ineffective. Having the Ring of the Fire God, Song Jian practically counters the Ice Demon's attributes. Adding the defense reduction effect of the weakness potion, the level 15 Elite Ice Demon in front of Song Jian was, at most, just a common monster with more vitality points. Captain, look at his movements, there's no hint of sluggishness at all. How? A warrior watched, dumbfoundedly, as Song Jian sliced up and down around the Ice Demon with nimble movements, showing no signs of slows or freezes. He had participated in battles against the Ice Demon, and remembered being tormented by its slow and freeze effects. Could it be that he has some equipment that increases his ice resistance? Captain Zhu's brow furrowed. He had realized that the opponent was likely a warrior class occupation with no possibility of having fire magic. However, having fought for so long without a single slowdown or freeze effect, it was evident that his ice resistance had increased to a certain point. It feels like he could solo this boss, huh? Counselor Wang adjusted his glasses with a furrowed brow, noting the deviation from his plan. If he is really this powerful and manages to solo the boss, we won't be to offer much help. Deputy, how about we send someone to help him now? Counselor Wang proposed. If we had gone earlier, it would have been helping. But going now would just be kill-stealing, wouldn't it? The deputy frowned and glared at Counselor Wang, responding discontentedly. Look quickly, he's about to defeat that boss. Captain Zhu suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked towards the Ice Demon. Sure enough, its vitality points had fallen to less than 500, entering a berserk state due to low health. He didn't get frozen once from beginning to end, nor showed any signs of ice slowdown. Captain Zhu stated, somewhat speechless. Without the Ice Demon's most troublesome ice slowdown and freeze effects, he would have been confident enough to grind it down alone. Did you see the potion he used just now? It directly weakened the Ice Demon's defense by 35%. Without this potion, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it so quickly. Impressive, we must recruit this guy. It would be best if he could join our alliance. Counselor Zhu, go and talk to him. Be mindful of your attitude, even if he doesn't want to join us, don't leave him with a bad impression. Understood, Deputy. Just as Counselor Zhu prepared to approach and greet Song Jian, he noticed that after picking up all the items dropped by the Ice Demon, Song Jian immediately headed towards the Frost Cave. Could it be that he actually knows how to open the Frost Cave dungeon? The thought suddenly occurred to Counselor Zhu. How is that possible? Very soon, Counselor Zhu was startled by his own thoughts. A self-mocking smile emerged on his face as he shook his head, tousling strides towards Song Jian's direction. My brother, please. Before Counselor Zhu could finish, he saw Song Jian take out a red bead and walk towards the gate of the Frost Cave. Boom! The holy flame pearl suddenly flared with raging fire, completely enveloping Song Jian. The flames appeared severe, but Song Jian didn't feel a hint of heat, like an illusion. The flames carried flecks of gold, constantly combining, condensing, and vanishing, making it resemble some sort of special magic array. The holy flame pearl, could this flame be the so-called holy flame? I wonder how it fares against the third-tier demon flame, abyssal flame? Song Jian wondered. Just as this idea sprouted in his mind, Song Jian felt a boom as a sphere of black flames ignited from within his body, resisting the holy flame. Flap, flap, flap. The abyssal flame was nearest to Song Jian's body, with a very clear boundary line. The outermost part was burning with traces of golden light, the holy flame, which was now continuously compressing inwards as the black flame expanded outwards. At the boundary line, tiny sparks were continuously popping. Thunderous booming. The moment Song Jian approached, the ice cave's door opened automatically. A cold chill greeted his face, which would have turned any player without a protective layer of flame into an ice statue. The temperature around the entire snow mountain dropped by 7 to 8 degrees in an instant. Song Jian stepped into the frost cave, the ice door behind him slowly closing. This left Counselor Wang, who had charged 10 meters close to the snow mountain, dumbfounded. His raised hand made him look helpless. He entered. He actually entered? Deputy Commander Sun's serious face showed signs of surprise. How is that possible? It can't be. Captain Zhu muttered to himself, a look of disbelief covering his face. He felt a significant blow, having wasted more than a week here, alongside an excessive amount of time and energy, just to enter this dungeon. But now, Someone else had done it first. Did you see what he took out just now? The deputy suddenly asked, remembering that Song Jian seemed to have pulled out something just now. Then, he was enveloped by flames and only after did he enter the frost cave. It looked like a red bead. A warrior replied uncertainly. It was a red bead that ignited itself. However, the black flame seemed to rise up from that person's body. An observant warrior nearby added on. It seems like that bead is key to entering the frost cave. To enter, one must possess this bead. The deputy hypothesized, his eyes glinting as he spoke softly. Captain Zhu, arrange for a few people to stay here with Counselor Wang and wait for that person to come out. Everyone else should investigate more about that bead. Be fast. Deputy Commander Sun quickly decided. Within a short while, 3 warriors were left behind, while everyone else formed teams and moved in different directions. Chapter 348, Mutated Snow Fox. At this moment, Song Jian was somewhat nervous, as 2 balls of flame were constantly clashing on the surface of his body. Their periodic explosive sounds made him somewhat fearful. Retract. Song Jian silently commanded, trying to control the abyssal flame. However, it stood completely still, refusing to be controlled. Soon, Song Jian realized that the 3rd-tier demon flame seemed to have the upper hand, as it started to corrode the golden patterns within the holy flame. After a few minutes, the holy flame was completely eroded by the abyssal flame, and the golden patterns turned into a shade of black and gold. The holy flame pearl in Song Jian's hand also began to shrink, eventually turning into a small pile of gray ashes. After eroding the holy flame, the abyssal flame was once again under Song Jian's control. But now, it gave off a languid feeling, just like how a baby black dragon behaves after a full meal. The temperature inside the frost cave was much lower than outside. Despite losing the boost of the holy flame pearl, Song Jian didn't feel cold at all. After merging with the abyssal flame, his ice resistance had reached 30 points, enough to withstand the low temperature of this dungeon. Having 30 points of ice resistance, along with a 30% reduction in water-type damage and the innate skill Thick Skin which forcibly reduces more than 20 points of damage, the normal ice damage in this place was nothing more than a tickle for Song Jian. If you consider the immunity to slowing and freezing effects granted by the Ring of the Fire God, it could be said that Song Jian could clear this 15-level 5-player dungeon on his own, without the need for teammates. Once this was clear to him, Song Jian boldly delved deeper into the frost cave. The frost cave looked like a giant mountain formed from a frozen skyscraper from the outside. But once inside, Song Jian found it to be as complex as a spider's web, with countless narrow, winding paths resembling a labyrinth. However, no matter how many paths there were, none could be as intricate as the Cantalou maze. Song Jian patiently started exploring from the far left, charting his route as he went along. After a while, Song Jian discovered a 15-level ordinary beast, a mutated snow fox, lying on a white ice rock. LV-15 Mutated Snow Fox, Vitality Points, 1,500 out of 1,500. Trait, Ice Reinforcement. The size of the mutated snow fox was comparable to a small calf. Its crystal white fur, gleaming in the light, made it hard to distinguish it from the snow if someone wasn't paying attention. The only contrasting color on it was its eyes. They looked like 2 rubies, emitting a red glow. By the time Song Jian found it, he had already entered its warning range. The mutated snow fox suddenly stood up from the ice rock and stared at Song Jian. It growled angrily and with a light swipe of its hard claws, shattered the ice rock under its feet, leaving behind a layer of frost. Song Jian drew out his crimson fire heart-shaped sword and used a bottle of fire lizard medicine. To deal with the creatures of this dungeon, fire damage had a bonus effect, and fire lizard medicine was specifically designed to combat this dungeon. Dark red flames rose from his crimson sword. The mutated snow fox's eyes showed a solemn gaze. It watched the flame on the surface of the sword for a long time before jumping off the ice rock and pouncing at Song Jian. Song Jian cracked a slight smile. With a boom, his body was once again engulfed in a black flame. Alarmed, the mutated snow fox let out a sharp cry, seemingly calling for its fellows. Song Jian charged at the mutated snow fox, continuously slashing at it. Each attack inflicted hundreds of damage on the fox, rapidly depleting its vitality points. However, the pain also triggered its savage nature, making it less fearful of the flames, and it retaliated by launching frantic attacks on Song Jian. Damage points from 7 to 8 sporadically appeared above Song Jian's head, with the word immune mixed in. If ordinary players were to venture here, each of the mutated snow fox's attacks would cause 40 to 50 points of damage, along with annoying freezing and slowing effects. Even a full team of players would have to be extremely cautious to defeat this beast. Song Jian, after testing the ordinary monster's damage, raised his left arm and a silver sword pierced the fox's throat, sending it flying. He then unleashed a flurry of skills on the airborne fox, and before it could even hit the ground, it was already a corpse. It only took Song Jian a little over 2 minutes to kill an ordinary monster in the dungeon. He picked up a piece of frost crystal and several doomsday coins dropped by the mutated snow fox and continued deeper into the cave. Frost crystals were fragmented forms of frost crystal cores. It would take 3 frost crystals to combine into a frost crystal core. Although it was somewhat troublesome, monsters in this dungeon had a high drop rate for frost crystals. As for the frost crystal cores, they could only be obtained by defeating the dungeon bosses. The frost cave was brightly lit, with walls all around made from solidified frost that acted like mirrors. Ice stalactites hung around, and despite being cold, the cave felt like a fairy tale crystal palace and was incredibly beautiful. The monsters inside the frost cave were not very powerful. If not for the additional freezing and slowing effects, the monsters here would have been weaker compared to the 15-level zombies outside. Moreover, the drop rate in this dungeon was much higher. If it wasn't such a hassle to get into, it would have already become a popular grinding spot for players. After spending more than an hour, Song Jian finally arrived at the core area of the frost cave. Along the way, he had killed 50 to 60 mutated snow foxes alone. Because of his savior title, Song Jian's luck was equivalent to an extra 2 points, resulting in plenty of frost crystal drops. In just over an hour, he had gathered over 30 frost crystals and combined them into several frost crystal cores. Much to Song Jian's delight, he had also obtained an alchemy recipe, a basic ice resistance potion. After using it, one could increase their ice resistance by 10 points for an hour. An increase of 10 ice resistance points was just about enough to enter the frost cave. Otherwise, an ordinary player without the holy flame pearl, upon entering the frost cave, would likely be frozen into an ice sculpture. For Song Jian, learning the basic ice resistance potion allowed his alchemy and pharmacology skills to increase greatly again. Perhaps he might level up his alchemy and pharmacology skills again due to this recipe. The combat experience here gives a lot. Song Jian looked at his level and a hint of joy emerged on his face. His level had already risen to 16 with 68% of the way to level 17. The experience gain speed had almost doubled compared to killing monsters outside. Just then, a low growl came from afar, causing the entire frost cave to tremble slightly. The boss should be up ahead. Song Jian's heart tightened, and he became increasingly cautious. Chapter 349, Ice Naga. By this time, Song Jian had arrived at a frost land. The surrounding area was all glistening ice walls, clusters of icicles jutted out from the walls like spears, looking as if a bunch of hedgehogs were clinging to the walls. The highest points of the open space were gleaming with huge ice crystals. They were like uncarved diamonds, reflecting dazzling light. The snow under his feet had thickened. Song Jian was stepping forward slowly, 1 foot deep into the snow then another close to the surface. It was easy to step into a pit hidden in the snow. Here, if one didn't have a high agility stat and couldn't control their body well, they would struggle to fight. The terrain alone could hinder the function of the tank class members by more than 10%. Song Jian looked up and saw groups of level 16 advanced quality monsters, wandering not too far from the frost land. Although advanced quality monsters were more powerful than the normal ones, they were not as formidable as the elite level bosses, their powers in between the two. These level 16 advanced quality monsters looked like half-snake creatures, dragging a long tail covered with green scales from the waist down. From the waist up, they had a humanoid appearance. However, they had 4 arms and each hand was armed with a long knife, crafting a ferocious look. Some of the monsters were holding 2 bows with their 4 arms, draped in crude leather armor, patrolling like guards, constantly roaming. LV-16 Frost Naga Warrior, Advanced, Vitality Points, 2,500 out of 2,500, Characteristics, Frost Enhancement, Hardy Body, Skills, Quick/LV-16 Frost Naga Bowman, Advanced, Vitality Points, 2,000 out of 2,000, Characteristics, Frost Enhancement, Deep Wounds, Skills, Rapid-Fire Arrows. After inspecting the monster's attributes, Song Jian looked towards the core central area. These advanced quality monsters were mere minions. The deep roar he heard earlier must have come from the boss. There was an elite level boss here. However, after scrutinizing for quite some time, Song Jian couldn't spot any irregular boss. Yet, at the center of Frostland, he saw an over 3-meter high ice sculpture. This sculpture too resembled a frost naga, except it had 6 arms, 2 of which were holding long knives, 1 pulling a bow and arrow, and a shield was held by the 2 remaining hands. There were colorfully glistening lights all around the Frostland. The Frost Nagas didn't seem to have noticed Song Jian's presence. They were swishing their long tails, leaving white trails on the ground as they roamed, frolicking and playing lightly with each other. However, no matter their movement, they maintained some distance from the ice sculpture in the center, as though they were afraid of it. Could that sculpture be the ultimate boss here? Songjian wondered in his mind. To approach the ice sculpture, Songjian had to destroy all the advanced level monsters around it first. Given the dense monsters that were in close proximity, trying to lure them one by one seemed to be quite a tough job. Better draw them out step by step and deal with them slowly, Songjian murmured. He finally chose a location with fewer monsters and snuck forward slowly. The advanced level monsters had a vast warning range. Once Songjian approached within 10 meters of them, they would surely be alerted and would rush towards him, rapidly launching attacks. Therefore, luring these monsters out would require some skill. Songjian trod carefully on the ice and snow. Every step made a light crack sound, which made him feel cautious. Soon, a frost naga near the edge of the ice wall spotted Songjian. It shrieked sharply and pounced towards him brandishing its long knife. Songjian, who had initially prepared to draw the monsters with his handheld crossbow, paused for a moment, immediately put away his crossbow, tightened his grip on the crimson fire heart-ape sword and retreated slowly. At that moment, perhaps due to the sharp shriek of the frost naga earlier, a dozen other frost nagas were attracted and quickly moved towards Songjian. Come on, come on. Instead of panic, Songjian showed a slight smile, turned around and ran towards the ice wall. The frost nagas were extremely fast. By the time Songjian used the nearby ice pillars to climb up the ice wall, a frost naga had already chased behind him. Whiz whiz. A volley of cold-lighted arrows directed towards Songjian flew in the air. Songjian immediately took cover behind a thick ice pillar. All the arrows hit on the ice pillar and made continuous metallic collision sounds. Looking down, Songjian saw 3 or 4 were frost naga archers, and the rest were sword-wielding warriors. The frost naga archers stood under the ice wall continuously shooting arrows, while the other warriors traced Songjian's climbing route and chased after him. Seeing the frost naga warriors close in on him, Songjian swung his long sword and chopped off an icicle over 2 meters long. The icicle rolled off and crashed onto the frost naga warriors that were pursuing him, causing the archers down below to dodge swiftly. Looking at the tumbling frost nagas below, Songjian showed a slight smile. He pulled out a self-destructing robot Type 2 from his bag and threw it down. The palm-sized robot expanded rapidly as it fell. By the time it touched the ground, it had transformed into a robot over 1 meter tall. The self-destructing robot gave off a series of urgent cries as soon as it made contact with the ground, with its eyes constantly flashing red lights. Boom! A loud explosion followed. The self-destructing robot exploded, creating a large pit in the ground. All the surrounding frost nagas groaned in pain. Ice shards scattered about and the frigid air was aggressive. Dozens of frost nagas growled furiously at Songjian. Their blood-red eyes showcased their locked resentment towards him, looking as though they wouldn't rest till he was dead. Seeing a quarter of the frost nagas' vitality points decrease instantly, Songjian gave a slight smile and threw another 2 self-destructing robots. After a series of explosions, dozens of nagas were marred, full of wounds and dripping red. Their vitality points were reduced to less than 500. Looking down, Songjian smirked, jumped off the towering ice rock, slashing his sword left and right at the frost nagas with dwindled vitality. A series of skills were unleashed. Within a minute, dozens of frost nagas were reduced to cold carcasses, dropping a pile of items. Chapter 350, Rank Honor Board. The self-destructing robots had a limited attack range, and the sizable bodies of frost nagas were also a factor. A single robot explosion could envelope at most a dozen nagas, any more and it would exceed the attack range of the robot. After dealing with the wounded frost nagas, Songjian looked at the strewn bodies all over the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. He had lured just the right amount of enemies this time and they were all within the range of the robot's explosion. His experience points heightened slightly again. The experience points from level 16 elite monsters were superior to regular monsters at the same level. Songjian's rewards were plentiful. Moreover, frost nagas had exploded into frost crystals all over the place, some even dropped frost crystal cores. There was even a blue-quality accessory and dozens of doomsday coins, which were incredibly lucky drops. Accessories, rings, and badges had a very low drop rate, so some players were already at level 12 to 13 and still didn't own a single accessory. Although Songjian owned 2 accessories, they weren't exceptional and their attributes were terribly lacking. One was a postman bag, a green-quality accessory that could store 12 items. The other was an exquisite totem mark, also green quality. It only increased the vitality points recovery speed by a small amount when worn as an accessory, but it was excellent as a socketed item. Songjian picked up the dropped accessory from the frost naga, hesitating as to which of his current 2 accessories it should replace. Heart of Ice, blue, accessory, equipment effect, dexterity +3, ice resistance +15, special effect, upon receiving damage, there's a chance to activate a frost shield with 800 defense points. This effect lasts for 30 seconds, but can only occur once every 60 minutes. Item level, 15, equipment requirement, none. Can it be taken out of the game? No. After much deliberation, Song Jian finally replaced the exquisite totem mark with Heart of Ice. A 3-point increase in dexterity directly increased his dexterity to 30, and an added 15 points of ice resistance made him particularly suited for his current location. Now any damage inflicted on him by the Frost Nagas would have difficulty penetrating his defense. In particular, the Frost Shield was a life-saving skill. With a defense of 800 points, even a boss might be hard-pressed to break it in a short amount of time. A level 15 accessory like this was worth at least 3,000 Doomsday coins, almost as much as a weapon of the same level. With his new equipment and the resulting increase in strength, Song Jian gained additional confidence. Time to clean up and get rid of the remaining Frost Nagas. Song Jian's gaze landed on a group of Frost Nagas wandering around in the distance. From a distance of 30 meters, a few Frost Nagas were frolicking, their cold auras colliding and occasionally forming small ice spikes that crashed into each other. Song Jian carefully stepped forward. This time, he approached within 15 meters before a Frost Naga suddenly wore a vigilant expression. He then halted his steps. He drew the skeleton crossbow in his left hand and attacked a Frost Naga archer in the distance. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt punctured the air, shining with a fiery glow. It turned into a shooting star and almost instantaneously hit the Frost Naga archer. Clang! A clear collision sound echoed, and the crossbow bolt, as if it had hit steel, created a white spot on the scale of the Frost Naga's body, then fell to the snowy ground. A small, 11-point damage indicator, including 3 fire damage, floated above the Frost Naga archer's head. Song Jian was unfazed by inflicting such minor damage, it was within his expectations. Seeing the Frost Naga archer heading his way, Song Jian quickly put away the crossbow, held the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, and waited for the fight to begin. 5 Frost Nagas viciously glanced at Song Jian, let out a roar, and quickly twisted their bodies, sliding on the icy ground towards him. Only 5? Song Jian frowned slightly and looked to his right. Swoosh swoosh! He pulled out the crossbow, aimed at a group of Nagas in the distance, and fired the crossbow. This attracted around 7 or 8 Frost Nagas rushing towards him. Song Jian only nodded in satisfaction, then turned to climb the icy wall. When more than a dozen Frost Nagas gathered under the ice wall and started climbing up to chase Song Jian, 2 self-destructing robots were thrown down from above. Boom! The same process was repeated over and over again. After equipping the new accessory, Song Jian had an additional 15 points of ice resistance. Now, the damage inflicted by the Frost Nagas was minimal. In contrast, his damage to them was terrifying. In just 2 minutes, he killed more than a dozen Frost Nagas. In addition to contributing a pile of frost crystals and combat experience, they also dropped a green quality level 15 plate armor. Afterward, Song Jian continuously repeated the process, attracting the surrounding Frost Nagas and reducing their numbers. Although continuously repeating the same process was somewhat boring, when he thought about the frost crystals and crystal cores that these Frost Nagas provided, along with the level 15 equipment in his backpack, Song Jian still felt gratified. An hour flew by unconsciously. Almost all of the wandering Frost Nagas on the open ground had been eradicated. Song Jian's level had also increased to level 17, granting him another skill point. Song Jian added the skill point to the Sword Silk skill. The proficiency of this skill was already maxed out, but Song Jian hadn't had the appropriate skill point, so he would waited until now. With the Sword Silk skill at level 3, the power of each Sword Silk strand increased by 20 points and the attack range was extended by 1 meter. The skill change was only glanced at by Song Jian and wasn't paid much attention to, as the skill level of Sword Silk was still too low, and there hadn't been any significant changes. Just then, a ringing sound reverberated in Song Jian's ears as a line of system prompt information appeared before him. System, the number of profession players in Doomsday City has reached 1,000, the level glory board has been activated. Your level is 17, with 14% progress to the next level. You are first on the level glory board. Do you want to publish your information? Note, you can choose to hide, and the glory board will only show your ranking, your other information will not be displayed. Level glory board? Song Jian paused and, after a moment's hesitation, chose to publish his information. Soon, a new level glory board column was added to the system interface. Upon opening, it displayed the information of 1,000 players in Doomsday City. At the top of the level glory board was player name, Song Jian, profession, sword controller, level, 17 with 14%. Beneath him was the second player name, Luotaniu, profession, centurion, level, 15 with 45%. The third-ranked player chose to hide their information. The displayed information is player name, hidden, profession, hidden, level, 15 with 43%. Chapter 351, Lord-level boss Song Jian looked at the level glory board for a while and found that at least half of the people had chosen to hide their information. However, he also saw Li Ke's name on the level glory board, ranked at 23rd, and Wang Qi was also on it, but his rank was a bit behind, already at over 100. With a faint smile, Song Jian closed the level glory board. The revealed information was scarce and didn't have much impact on him. Moreover, being ranked number 1 on the level glory board could have a deterrent effect on other players. Due to the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace incident, many NPCs had put bounties on Song Jian. Although Song Jian had shown some strength when hunting the dwarf commander, not everyone had seen it. Hunting down an ordinary player was completely different from hunting down the number 1 on the level glory board. With such a deterrent, it could dissuade some players who wanted to hunt him down for the bounty rewards. After the level glory board incident, Song Jian walked towards the frost land with a smile. When he saw the tall and majestic ice sculpture of Naga, he thought, "It's about time to deal with you." As Song Jian slowly approached the ice sculpture, a low roar sounded, identical to what he had heard before. The entire frost land trembled, and the icicles above began to fall pitter-patter. At this moment, the ice sculpture of the Naga, which was originally just an ice sculpture, began to emit crackling sounds from within. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, and its ruby-like eyes slowly rotated and looked towards Song Jian. As Song Jian smiled and walked towards the ice sculpture, the sudden appearance of the level glory board stirred up excitement among the players in Doomsday City. With Song Jian, a level 17 ranked first on the board, some players who had already taken the mission to kill Song Jian suddenly felt flustered. Damn, that NPC set me up. This was almost the first thought that surfaced in the minds of all players who took up the bounty mission. They didn't take the mission from the same NPC. Those NPCs who issued the bounty made themselves look like wandering NPCs and turned the mission to hunt Song Jian into a hidden mission. At first, many players were secretly delighted to accept the hidden mission. But now, after seeing the level glory board, they regretted it so much. Damn it, this mission can't be cancelled. If I cancel, it's a mission failure, and I will lose 2 points of my highest attribute. How can the NPC be so unkind? Ranked number 1 on the level glory board? Crazy. Why did I accept such a mission? It's a total pitfall. Oh my god, he's level 17, and I am 5 levels behind him. Just the level suppression alone reduces my damage by more than 30%. How am I supposed to fight? Players who had taken the mission to kill Song Jian all started to grumble, their faces full of regret. At this time, in the 5-person team dungeon bloody underground boxing arena, the leader of the legendary Battle Alliance glanced at the level glory board, and frowned. In a low voice, he said, "Who knows this guy named Song Jian? See if you can pull him into our alliance. We can discuss the terms." "Captain, he's already level 17. I am afraid it won't be that easy to pull him in, and even if we do, it might not be easy to manage." Someone cautiously replied with a hesitating look. "That's not for you to worry about. Just do what I say." The leader's face flashed a trace of coldness, making the speaker tremble and not daring to say another word. "And also this Luo, check him out too. Try to pull him in if you can." "Yes, leader. After we finish this dungeon, we will go investigate." At this moment, Song Jian had no idea that the sudden appearance of the level glory board had caused such a stir. He was now continuously taking self-destructing robots out of his bag and setting them up in advance as powerful weapons while waiting for the ice sculpture to shatter and the boss to appear. "I have 18 self-destructing robots left, each capable of dealing 500 damage. Even without a critical hit, so many robots are enough to insta-kill any I5th level or even 20th level elite boss." Song Jian looked at the ice sculpture that had already completely shattered and revealed a smile. At this moment, the thin outer ice layer of the ice sculpture had completely broken apart, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Song Jian. It was a monster with 6 arms and a long snake tail below its waist, but its upper body was no different from that of a human woman. She had a charming and seductive face that every woman would envy. Her eyes radiated a ruby-like luster, and she had a thick, glossy, black hair that cascaded over her shoulders. Her delicate, fair skin shone brilliantly in the surrounding light, like the finest white jade. What was most attractive about her was her noble aura and her exotic beauty. She wore only a blue crystal silk wrap around her chest, which was enchanting to behold. 18th level, Lord level boss? Song Jian suddenly felt a chill down his spine, looking at the boss's attributes above its head, and his heart sank. Originally, he thought it would just be a I5th level elite boss, but it turned out to be an I8th level Lord boss. This made Song Jian feel a sudden sense of uneasiness. It's okay, her vitality points are only 54.00. My self-destructing robots can still insta-kill her. The higher the level, the stronger they are, and the better the items they drop. I should be happy. Song Jian muttered, but he always felt a shadow looming over his heart. Song Jian had encountered only a few Lord-level bosses, but each had been fierce. They were completely different from the elite-level bosses of the same level. Lord-level bosses were more ferocious and threatening, especially when they kept summoning a bunch of minions, which made it difficult for players who wanted to defeat them. Human, you have intruded into my home and disturbed my sleep. How should I punish you? The Ice Naga boss swayed her waist and had a faint smile on her delicate face. Her long tail rubbed against the ice surface, making a rustling sound as she slowly swam towards Song Jian. The boss's voice was soft and enchanting, lulling those who heard it. It felt as if a small hand were gently stroking Song Jian's heart, giving him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Song Jian's eyes involuntarily revealed a fascinated expression, his face showing a look of intoxication. Seeing Song Jian's appearance, the Ice Naga boss showed a trace of contempt on her face, and her swimming speed increased. Within a short time, she moved from a few meters away from Song Jian to right in front of him. Chapter 352, Ice Coffin. Let your very life be the punishment you receive. I am going to use your skull to adorn my ice throne. Let your soul howl in the ice hell for 10,000 years. The voice of the Frost Naga boss transformed, becoming as harsh as Siberia's cold wind. The two long knives in her hand ruthlessly swooped down on Song Jian's head. Clang! A crisp clash of metal rang out as Song Jian blocked the Frost Naga boss's double blades with his crimson fire heart-ape sword. Looking up with a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes held no signs of enchantment. You actually. The Frost Naga boss's face showed surprise. She hadn't expected this human to resist her charm. Why did he behave in such a way before? Not good, this is a trap, he's luring me closer to him. The Frost Naga boss had a sudden realization as she laid eyes on the dozens of meter-tall robots beside Song Jian. Danger. Just as the warning flared in the mind of the Frost Naga boss, a self-destructing robot charged towards her. Whoosh! With the movement of this robot, all the self-destructing robots started hurtling towards the Frost Naga boss. I was afraid that if you were too far away, something unexpected could happen, Song Jian said with a smile. Song Jian, blessed with a thick-skinned talent skill, was basically immune to all charm and control skills. The reason he acted like he was enchanted before was to lure the Frost Naga boss closer to him. After all, she was a Lord-level boss and her strength was insurmountable. From such a great distance, he had no assurance that the self-destructing robots could get close to her. Boom! The explosion sounded and a strong blast rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian quickly raised his hand to shield his face. Right before he did so, he saw the Frost Naga boss, only 2 meters away from him, with a damage number of 500 floating above her head. Boom boom boom! The explosions continued one after the other. All the self-destructing robots burst open. Under Song Jian's control, he was fully immune to their explosions, showing no concern while in the center of the explosion. Did I waste 18 self-destructing robots? Well, she is the first Lord-level boss I am hunting, so using some extra robots could be considered her send-off, thought Song Jian. Soon, the explosion ceased. Surrounded by countless shards of ice like a veil of dust, Song Jian couldn't help but grin. He would defeated a level 18 Lord-level boss so easily. He was eager to see what items she dropped. Maybe she even dropped a piece of golden equipment? Just as he was entertaining these thoughts, the ice dust began to fade. Song Jian felt a sense of wrongness and hurriedly scoured the system prompts. No, this boss isn't dead yet. The system didn't display any battle experience gained. An illumination flashed through Song Jian's mind, casting his face in shock. Just then, Song Jian saw a gigantic ice coffin materialize, with the entire body of the Frost Naga boss ensconced in thick ice. Besides the one robot that managed to damage her with 500 points, all the remaining self-destructing robots were in vain and didn't even inflict a modicum of damage. Frost Barrier. This was the Frost Naga boss's life-saving skill, with an incredibly long cooldown period and which could only be used once per battle. What is this skill? Song Jian stood dumbstruck, gazing at the wreckage of the self-destructing robots, filled with regret. Crack! The ice coffin dissolved instantly. The boss, her face as frosty as ever, charged towards Song Jian, twin blades in hand. Swish swish swish! The boss swung her blades rapidly, striking Song Jian repeatedly, leaving afterimages in the air due to the sheer speed. Thud 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 thud! Blood sprayed from Song Jian's body as his vitality points abruptly dropped by over 300. At this moment, a massive desert scorpion beast illusion manifested in front of Song Jian, letting out a roar at the Frost Naga boss. Its gigantic stinger aimed at the boss, causing a piercing howl to echo throughout the air. Song Jian hit the ground hard, rolling several times before managing to regain his footing. Wiping the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Song Jian's eyes flashed determinedly. He would place too much faith in the self-destructing robots and did not expect her to possess a skill that could resist all damage. Luckily, the special effect of the Scorpion Beast helmet has recovered, or else I would be in danger, Song Jian ruefully thought. Now, however, was not the time for regrets. The Desert Scorpion Beast illusion was not a match for the Frost Naga boss. Furthermore, its attacks were like tickles to the boss. The gigantic scorpion stinger struck the boss like stabbing ultra-strong alloy, only leaving behind white spots. A phantom, not to be feared, as irritating as a fly, the Frost Naga boss tried to attack the Desert Scorpion Beast, but discovered it was as though they existed in different dimensions. She could not attack it, and out of necessity, she had to passively withstand its onslaught. She abandoned further attacks on the Desert Scorpion Beast, and locked her focus on Song Jian not too far away. Both her hands, now holding a bow and arrow, drew and aimed at Song Jian. Zoom zoom zoom, a series of ice arrows shot towards Song Jian. He waved his sword to block, shattering the arrows. But with every arrow he shattered, a fraction of the ice power seeped into his body. Taikai sword skill. Song Jian waved his sword, a faint Taikai illusion appeared in front of him, continuously blocking the rain of ice arrows. Watching Song Jian nimbly parry the ice arrows, Frost Naga boss displayed a strange smile that left no doubt of her confidence in winning. At this time, her two hands, each clenching a shield, were raised high up, covering her forefront and blocking the Desert Scorpion Beast's attacks. She constantly aimed her arrows at Song Jian. You can withstand the damage from the ice arrows, but how will you withstand the frost power? See how I deal with you once the freezing effect gets triggered. The Frost Naga boss had already started daydreaming about tormenting her frozen prey, bursting into loud laughter along the way. However, the Frost Naga boss soon realized that Song Jian seemingly had high resistance, as the freezing effect didn't trigger even once. Then, with a zoom, an ice arrow which collided with the Taikai illusion in front of Song Jian suddenly changed direction, hurtling towards the Frost Naga boss at a faster pace. Thud, the ice arrow plunged hard into the Frost Naga boss's shoulder, with damage points above 2 floating from her head. How is this possible? Why is his resistance so high that he's never been frozen? Looking at the ice arrow slowly melting in her shoulder, the Frost Naga boss was consumed with fury. Chapter 353, Broken Arm. The arrows from the Ice Naga's bow were quite similar to Song Jian's sword silk skill. The shot arrows would randomly attack all targets. The more targets there were, the more dispersed the attack would be. However, if there was only one target, all ice arrows would aim towards it. Even a defensive warrior could not withstand such an intense attack. Most importantly, each ice arrow had a chance of causing a freezing effect. Amongst the many ice arrows, there would always be some that triggered the freezing. Once frozen, the victim would be at the mercy of the Ice Naga boss to be slaughtered. However, Song Jian's Taikai sword skill could grant immunity to 90% of the damage and all adverse conditions. Plus, with the special effect of the Ring of the Fire God, it was not easy to either instantly defeat Song Jian or freeze him in place. Seeing that her arrows posed too little threat to Song Jian, the Ice Naga surprisingly put the bow away. She withdrew 2 long knives from her back and lunged at Song Jian. Clang, clang, clang. The Ice Naga relentlessly swung her 4 long knives at Song Jian. Another shield kept blocking Song Jian's attacks. In just a little while, Song Jian's vitality points had dropped by over 300. Is this boss a melee fighter or a mage? Why is her close combat so fierce, and she even possesses mage skills like the Ice Coffin? Song Jian fought back continuously with his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, but kept retreating in front of the Ice Naga boss. After all, the opponent had 4 extra arms, naturally suppressing him in attack speed. Were it not for Song Jian's strong eyes resistance and defense, he would have been slain by the Ice Naga in a short time. Given that his super vitality recovery speed had disappeared, Song Jian suddenly felt outmatched against this leader-class boss. Primordial Chaos Indestructible Sword Body, activate. A light shout, and a golden light suddenly shone around Song Jian. The Tier 3 Immortal Sword Body was unleashed, instantly boosting Song Jian's strength. 8 long swords constantly revolved around Song Jian's body, blocking the Ice Naga boss attacks. Song Jian's attacks grew even fiercer. Broken Wing Dance. Sword Silk. Sweeping Sword Style. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. A series of skills was all targeted at the Ice Naga boss, causing damage in the hundreds to appear above its head. 1s0-198-210. The vitality points of the Ice Naga boss were rapidly decreasing. For a time, Song Jian was on an equal footing with the boss. After activating the Immortal Sword Body, he managed to regain the upper hand in momentum. I will freeze your soul with my ice power. The Ice Naga gave a cold laugh when her vitality points fell below half. Her body overflowed with power, and she sent Song Jian flying with a push. Creating some distance, she suddenly put away all her weapons. Her 6 white jade arms fluttered ceaselessly. White currents appeared out of nowhere, gathering in her 6 palms. In a flash, her 6 palms emitted dazzling lights, illuminating the entire cave. The surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly. Even Song Jian felt as if he were naked in the cold Siberian wilderness. Suddenly, deep blue lights shot out from the Ice Naga boss fingers. One after another, like a heavy Gatling gun firing wildly, flashes of fire were constant. As the 6 palms of the Ice Naga burst into radiance, Song Jian felt a chill crawl up his spine. Instantly, he used his sword Shadow Step, transforming into a shadowy figure and began to dodge. Boom boom boom, deep blue pillars of light chased after Song Jian continuously, one after another. Just about every pillar of light shot out brushed past the corners of his clothes, hitting the ice rock behind him. Rumble rumble rumble, the ice rock, as unyieldingly hard as alloyed steel, was piercing through like tofu. A chill, as cold as a spider's web, spread from the resulting hole, freezing all objects touched into ice particles which cascaded down. At this moment, Song Jian's mind was blank. He was dodging the deep blue pillars of light chasing him on pure instinct. Coldness and a sense of pain emanated from his back. Then, Song Jian suddenly shivered, his eyes blanketed by a deep blue light. The Ice Naga boss's 6 arms had come together, and a deep blue beam of light, nearly 1 meter in diameter, rushed towards Song Jian. Sacred Parry. Song Jian reacted instinctively, his survival move kicking in. A golden light emerged from him. The crimson fire heart-ape sword suddenly crossed his chest, the blade tip slightly pointing outwards, and a streak of golden light floated along the blade edge. Boom. The massive blue beam of light brutally slammed into Song Jian, and after a colossal sound, Song Jian himself was embedded into the hard ice rock. Meanwhile, a dazzling blue light flowed on the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand. Whoosh, another thick beam of light, similar to the one before, but with an even deeper blue glow, burst from the imprint of Song Jian embedded in the ice. It rushed towards the Ice Naga boss. With a shrill wail, the Ice Naga boss collapsed onto the icy floor, sliding a great distance away. The sacred parry not only completely protected against a hit but also reflected back 110% of the damage. The cool-down time for this move was not short, meaning it had to be used at a critical moment. Song Jian struggled to free himself from the ice rock, his body felt as if it had been crushed. Despite not taking damage, he had still been embedded in the ice rock, an experience few could understand. He staggered to his feet. Song Jian's vitality points were just over 500 left, while the Ice Naga boss looked even more miserable than he did. Its body was covered in cuts from ice shards with frostbitten wounds, and only 3 of its 6 arms were left. Its long snake tail was also missing a segment, and light blue blood flowed out, utterly devoid of any warmth. Despicable human. The Ice Naga boss, hair scattered, had a ruthless look in its ruby-like eyes. Gritting its teeth, she picked herself up, tightly gripping her long knife in her remaining 3 arms. She let out a roar, and brutally lunged at Song Jian. The Ice Naga boss's vitality points had plunged below 30%, its attack speed went up another notch. It was only left with 3 arms, yet it was evenly matching Song Jian, who had activated his rapid sword skill. The state of his immortal sword body dissipated, Song Jian suddenly felt weak, as if a physically strong individual had suddenly fallen ill or injured, struggling to adapt. Bang! The Ice Naga boss swung her long knife towards Song Jian's head. Song Jian deflected it with his hand and instantly felt a massive force conveyed through his sword. He was pushed 7 or 8 meters back along the ice surface. At that moment, the Ice Naga boss abruptly threw her head back and shrieked. The piercing sound resonated through the ice cave, causing it to violently shake as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Chapter 354, Joining the army. The Ice Naga boss kept howling, and Song Jian clenched his sword, staring at it with a vigilant face. The cool-down time for the Taikai sword skill was already up, and if the situation turned unfavorable, Song Jian planned to use the Taikai sword skill to save himself first. The boss's howling continued for more than half a minute before it finally stopped. At this time, there were crackling sounds coming from the surrounding rock walls, and ice rocks were breaking apart. Semi-transparent figures seemed to be struggling, trying to escape from the ice rocks. In no time, more than a dozen 4-armed Nagas made of ice broke free from the ice rocks, leaving behind a series of large holes. Seeing more than a dozen 4-armed Nagas surrounding him, the Ice Naga boss's face revealed a delighted smile. Human, you will definitely die here today. So many people, can't beat me without summoning your minions, huh? Song Jian stepped back, a sneer of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Glancing at his pet's face, the black dragon hatchling was still in its evolution state. It would take more than 2 hours for the evolution to be completed. Its body had grown much larger, already more massive than a cow. The scales on its body were thicker, and it had sprouted 2 horns more than a foot long on its head. Although it was still asleep, the heat radiating from its body was becoming increasingly intense. Song Jian closed the pet space and directly used the blood pool summoning skill. He left the blood crows and blood zombies to guard the territory while he summoned 30 blood wolves right now. All 30 blood wolves were as large as small calves. Their fur was as red as blood, and when they shook, they seemed like a ball of flames burning fiercely. By now, the level of the 30 blood wolves had risen to 15. Although their strength was still weaker compared to the 16 elite 4-armed Nagas summoned by the Ice Naga boss, none of the blood wolves showed any signs of fear. They bared their teeth, growling threateningly, and surrounded these 4-armed Nagas like a massive net. "Let's see who will die here," Song Jian said coldly, rushing towards the Ice Naga boss with his sword. The blood wolves also attacked at the same time. The 30 blood wolves moved as one, ferociously pouncing on the 4-armed Naga, fighting intensely. Song Jian kept swinging his sword, chopping at the Ice Naga boss's body, and fighting furiously with its 3 long blades. Blood kept spurting out from him and the boss, and their vitality points kept decreasing. As soon as the cool-down time for the sword shadow step was over, Song Jian immediately used it, and his speed increased again. He circled around the boss, constantly attacking from strange angles. Even with 3 arms, the Ice Naga boss couldn't help but scream in pain, only managing to defend itself. Just then, a system communication suddenly rang out. Song Jian checked it and found it was from an unfamiliar number. With a frown, he quickly hung up. Since the level honor rankings were released, many players tried to contact Song Jian, who was in the first place. Some asked him for quick upgrade methods, some for equipment and money, some for help leveling up, and others invited him to join their alliances. Is this the 8th or 9th stranger that has contacted me? Why doesn't this communication system have a setting to block calls from strangers? It's so outdated. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the stranger called him again. Song Jian hung up in a second, but the communication device rang again after a few seconds. Like this, the other party was persistent and kept calling more than a dozen times, and Song Jian finally couldn't help but answer. "Who are you? What do you want? I am busy fighting a boss right now, do you understand?" Song Jian growled, trying to suppress his anger. There was silence on the other end of the line, perhaps because the caller didn't expect Song Jian to answer. "Sorry, I am Wang Runji from the coastal military zone. You can call me Counselor Wang." A middle-aged man's voice sounded in Song Jian's ear. "We have met before, outside the Frost Cave. Are you currently fighting the Frost Cave boss? Coastal military zone?" Song Jian was stunned, and when he heard they met outside the Frost Cave, the figures standing as straight as pines behind the makeshift shelter appeared in his mind. Song Jian's tone became much gentler, as he had previously guessed that those players were soldiers. Unexpectedly, they were all warriors from the coastal military zone. "Yes, I am currently fighting the Frost Cave boss, the Ice Naga," Song Jian replied. "Can I ask how you got into the Frost Cave? We have been trying to find a way in for over a week, but we can't seem to enter." Counselor Wang's tone immediately became urgent, and he quickly asked. Song Jian hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Holy Flame Pearl. I accidentally obtained a Holy Flame Pearl, which allowed me to open the dungeon's gate. However, the Holy Flame Pearl has disappeared now. It seems that a single Holy Flame Pearl can only open the gate once." "The Holy Flame Pearl? I see." Counselor Wang recalled the red pearl Song Jian had in his hand and a look of epiphany spread across his face. "What a pity. Now that you are ranked first in the entire city's levels, are you interested in joining the military? What I mean is, in the real world, are you interested in enlisting and becoming a member of the coastal military zone?" Counselor Wang finally revealed the purpose of his call, still hoping to recruit Song Jian. "Enlisting in the real world? Joining the coastal military zone? How is that possible?" Song Jian said with a smile. In reality, the coastal military zone was the most unique and smallest of the several major military zones. Every soldier in the zone had the strength of a special forces operative. They usually didn't recruit soldiers from the public and only transferred them from other combat units. Without a certain level of ability, it was impossible to join the coastal military zone, let alone someone like Song Jian, who was a civilian. If you agree, you can immediately become a member of the coastal military zone, and you will even be granted the rank of captain. Counselor Wang said with a smile. Naturally, such a decision wouldn't be made by Counselor Wang alone. Although it had only been a few days in reality, the coastal military zone had already recognized the terrifying potential of the game. Even if it was just an ordinary person, as long as they didn't die in the game for just a few nights, they would possess strange abilities. Deputy Commander Sun was the best among them. He was originally just an ordinary captain, but after accidentally entering the game, he managed to defeat all 10 elite soldiers in the coastal military zone without having to fight back. Recruiting experts from the game into the coastal military zone was being discussed among the higher-ups in the zone. Although no official orders had been issued yet, Councillor Wang felt that there was a great chance that this would become a reality. Consequently, recruiting some of the game's top players in advance was only natural for Councillor Wang. Chapter 355, Wrath of the Fire God. The unexpected recruitment by Councillor Wang was quite attractive to Song Jian. Even though he was very strong, he couldn't compare to the national machine unless he was willing to become a fugitive and cut off relations with everyone associated with him. The previous police search and questioning in the neighborhood had sounded an alarm for Song Jian. The emergence of this game had a huge impact on the real world, and the country couldn't just let it be. For players entering the game, the best treatment was probably surveillance and control. Simply not being captured and dissected for research was a blessing. If Song Jian could really join the coastal military zone, he would undoubtedly gain an extra layer of protection, at least in the real world, where he wouldn't have to bother with random police questioning. What do I need to do to join the coastal military zone? Song Jian asked. Upon hearing Song Jian's question, a smile crept up Councillor Wang's lips as if he had seen a big fish leap into his net. There are no specific policies in place for now, but in principle, we won't make any mandatory requests for players. You can just focus on your development. However, in some areas, we need you to have some inclination toward us, like selling unused equipment and items, which must be given priority to the coastal military zone. Of course, the price will be determined by market value. Furthermore, if the military zone needs your help, you need to voluntarily provide assistance without compromising your development. In return, the military zone will compensate you appropriately. Councillor Wang listed a dozen conditions, causing Song Jian to frown slightly. It felt more like becoming an external member of the coastal military zone, in cooperation with the military area. Of course, these are just temporary measures. The future policies are still being studied. Councillor Wang finally said. I see. I will consider it, and let you know when I have made a decision. Song Jian hesitated for a moment. Councillor Wang was surprised, as he had expected Song Jian to agree directly. He didn't expect him to still be hesitating. All right, no problem. We welcome your participation at any time. Let's add each other as friends for easier communication in the future. Councillor Wang hurriedly said. No problem. Song Jian quickly added Councillor Wang as a friend. In order to gain access to the communication system and the ability to add friends, one must complete the safe house mission, otherwise, it's impossible to directly communicate with other players, let alone add friends. Ending the call, Song Jian pulled out 2 vitality stones from his inventory. The vitality stones were very precious, and when placed in the inventory, they could increase the vitality points recovery speed by 2%. If used directly, they could serve as a healing potion, instantly restoring 300 vitality points. Song Jian had only managed to obtain a few with great difficulty and was reluctant to use them regularly. He wanted to keep them as a trump card for turning things around. However, now that he had lost the powerful vitality points recovery speed bonus, if Song Jian didn't use them, he might not have a chance to use them in the future. Using 2 vitality stones at once, Song Jian's health soared to over 1,000. At this point, the Ice Rock Naga boss's vitality points had dropped to below 20%. The once charming boss suddenly became frightening. The formerly smooth and white cheeks suddenly became covered with blue veins, and the face caved in. A mouthful of sharp teeth appeared, 2 tusks protruded from the lips, and the tongue became a long snake-like filament, emitting a hissing sound. Die, human. I will freeze you in this cave. The Ice Rock Naga boss roared, raising its 3 arms simultaneously. The entire cave began to shake violently, with icicles falling from the ceiling. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the cave, and icy tornadoes appeared out of thin air, moving incessantly on the ground. The tornadoes were filled with suction force, causing the opponents, the Blood Wolves, and the Ice Rock, to be swallowed up. The Blood Wolves could only hold on for a short while in the tornado before turning into a puddle of pus and blood, returning to the blood pool. The Ice Rock Naga boss, which seemed to be formed from ice, shattered into large chunks of ice, making clattering noises as they collided within the tornado. Boom, boom, boom. Song Jian continually heard crashing sounds. The icicles falling from the ceiling were like bombs, creating large pits in the ground. Song Jian dodged left and right. The icicles falling from such a height were as powerful as ordinary shells. A casual hit could cause the loss of 300 or 400 vitality points. Song Jian leaped towards the side ice rocks, successfully avoiding several icy tornadoes, and hid in a big hole in the ice rock. It was the spot where the Ice Rock Naga had broken free earlier. Although the space was not big, it was more than enough for Song Jian to hide. The icicles fell for a whole 30 seconds, and the tornadoes swept across the cave for 3 full minutes. A 5-person team would not have survived the countless tornadoes if they had not found a hiding place. The temperature in the entire cave suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. The current temperature had reached minus 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Ordinary players could not survive in such an environment. If a player with no ice resistance appeared here, they would be frozen into ice sculptures in no time. Even with Song Jian's ice resistance, he could not remain unharmed in such an environment. At this point, red -1 symbols appeared above his head. Fortunately, they only appeared once every 3 to 4 seconds, giving Song Jian enough time to keep going. A layer of frost over a foot high had condensed on the ground, flowing like mist along the surface. As Song Jian jumped down from the ice rock, he immediately felt an icy chill piercing through his feet, accelerating the loss of his vitality points. I can't delay this any longer. I have to finish this quickly. Song Jian thought to himself as he rushed towards the Ice Rock Naga boss. The Ice Rock Naga boss had just finished its powerful attack and was in a weakened state. In addition, the frost on the ground was a kind of protection for it. Any living being exposed to such frost would be highly susceptible to being slowed and frozen. In such conditions, however, the Ice Rock Naga boss could recover quickly. Once its weakened state ended, its vitality could be restored to 15%. But when it saw Song Jian charging at it without any hindrance, the Ice Rock Naga boss revealed a surprised expression. How could this be? How could this human have never been slowed or frozen since entering this place? A thought suddenly crossed the boss's mind. Could it be that this human has been blessed by the fire god and is now completely immune to freezing damage? That's impossible. Why would the fire god bless an ordinary human being? And the fire god has already fallen, so it is not possible. At that moment, Song Jian had already reached the weakened Ice Rock Naga boss and swung his sword fiercely at its head. Just then, his ring of the fire god triggered the wrath of the fire god skill. A low roar rang throughout the cave, and a scorching flame accompanied Song Jian's sword as it slashed down. Chapter 356 Frost Shield Wrath of the Fire God. The Eye of the Fire God, a built-in special effect, had a certain chance of being triggered, causing an additional 300 points of fire damage to the target. Accompanied by this attack, a look of terror appeared in the eyes of the Frost Naga boss. Its body trembled as it fell into a helpless state, devoid of any power to resist. Boom! The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword mercilessly struck the Frost Naga boss. The weakened boss had blue-black scales that scattered all around. The sword left a foot-long wound on its body. Following this heavy strike, 300 points of fire damage floated up from the top of the Frost Naga boss's head. 17%. 15%. 13%. 11%. The vitality points of the Frost Naga boss kept dropping until it managed to recover from its weakened state. By this time, its vitality points had fallen below 10%. Most importantly, after triggering the wrath of the fire god, the Frost Naga boss's resistance became increasingly weak, as if it had been frightened. About 10 minutes later, the Frost Naga boss let out a stern cry and collapsed at Song Jian's feet. Before it died, a relieved expression appeared in its eyes. In an instant, Song Jian's level increased by 1, reaching 18 at 8%. The substantial experience gained surprised Song Jian. Shortly after, with a plop sound, a large batch of frost crystals and a pile of equipment items fell from the Frost Naga boss. That's some great luck. Just 2 more points on my luck stat and so many items drop. If I wait for the Abyss Curse to disappear and my luck stat returns to 5, won't even more equipment drop? Song Jian looked at the items glittering in various colors scattered on the ground, a delighted expression on his face. In the game, if you want to acquire precious equipment, you must kill bosses. Also, your own luck stat can't be too low. The player's luck stat and will attribute are both hidden attributes that usually don't display, but if you have equipment that increases luck, they will have a noticeable impact on the amount and quality of loot when killing monsters. Increasingly more players are starting to pay attention to the luck attribute. However, at this stage in the game, there are almost no equipment pieces that increase luck. For dungeons, the first time you clear them the drop rate is much higher. Subsequent times, the drop rate drops significantly. This is why Deputy Commander Sun spent over a week to enter the dungeon after discovering it. This is absurd. The frost crystals dropped by one boss are almost equivalent to all the ones I collected previously. After organizing the dropped items, Song Jian was stunned. The Frost Naga boss dropped items that were both plentiful and of extremely high quality. While clearing out the smaller creatures in the dungeon, he had only gathered a little over 60 frost crystals. But the Frost Naga boss had dropped over 70 frost crystals. It was almost too good to believe. Besides the frost crystals, the most valuable items were equipment and recipe blueprints. In front of Song Jian was a pair of light blue elegant boots. They appeared as though they were composed of blue scales. There were 3 frost crystals embedded in them, emitting a faint glow, making the boots beautiful beyond belief. There even appeared to be a chilly mist lingering around the boots. Frost boots, leather armor, gold quality. Equipment level, 17, defense, plus 45, resistance, plus 20, strength, plus 3, agility, plus 5, constitution, plus 5, movement speed, plus 10, ice resistance, plus 15. Comes with the skill, Frost Sprint, enhancing movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Upon activation of this skill, a path of frost 1 meter wide is created. Any target moving on it will have their movement speed reduced by 30%. Gold quality equipment. I have got a piece of gold quality equipment. Song Jian's eyes sparkled as he swiftly put on the boots. True to their gold quality, the defense and resistance provided by these boots were almost equivalent to half of Song Jian's total defense and resistance. In other words, these boots were worth about half of Song Jian's total defensive equipment. Moreover, the attribute points increased by these boots alone were 13, greatly enhancing Song Jian's strength. The boots' accompanying skill was also extremely useful, whether it was for chasing down or fleeing from enemies. The Path of Frost, besides being extremely flashy, also hindered enemies' pursuit, making these boots top-notch golden boots. Even if someone was willing to offer 30,000 Doomsday coins for these boots, Song Jian would not part with them. The fish scale boots were naturally retired and put into his inventory. Although the blue equipment had mediocre defense, it could still be invaluable under certain circumstances. Song Jian couldn't bear to sell it just yet. In addition to the gold quality boots, the boss also dropped its shield, a level 15 silver quality item with excellent attributes. Frost Shield. Shield. Silver quality level 15. Requirement, strength 15. Defense, plus 35, block rate, plus 40%, defensive level, plus 2, strength, plus 2, agility, plus 3, vitality points, plus 200. Passive skill, Chilling Touch. There's a chance when receiving damage to reduce the attacker's movement and attack speed by 20% and 30% respectively. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. Even though it maintained only a silver quality, the defensive rating and the unique passive skill of the shield made it as good as common gold quality shields. Apart from these two premium pieces of equipment, the boss also dropped 5 to 6 blue quality and 7 to 8 green quality level 15 items. Half of them were mage class equipment, 2 were healing class equipment, 1 was a two-handed long axe, and 2 were long knives. The level 15 equipment is high-end at the current stage of the game, and the first tier of players are around this level. All this gear should sell at a good price. Besides the equipment, the Frost Naga boss unsurprisingly dropped a recipe blueprint for alchemy potions, a lesser ice resistance potion. Consuming this potion grants 10 ice resistance for an hour. The potion could be used up to 3 times, meaning that each player could get 30 points of ice resistance, enough to venture into this part of the dungeon. As for whether they could withstand the boss's ultimate move, that would depend on whether they managed to find and hide in the cave formed by the surrounding ice rocks. To successfully raid the Frost Cave, besides the Holy Flame Pearl, teams would have to buy the ice resistance potion. It was conceivable that selling ice resistance potions alone would net Song Jian a large sum of Doomsday coins. Without a second thought, Song Jian learned the formula. The main ingredient in the ice resistance potion was frost crystals, which Song Jian had in abundance, so he had no worries about making the potion. After killing the boss, a light blue teleportation portal appeared in the middle of the frosty field. Song Jian smiled faintly, stepped into the gate, and his figure disappeared into the dungeon. Chapter 357, We meet again. Once Song Jian returned to the safe house, he immediately opened the alchemy workbench and began to make the low-level ice resistance potions. Due to the workbench's effect bonus, each ice resistance potion's effect was significantly increased, with the minimum increase being 2 points of ice resistance, and some even reaching a 5-point increase. It took more than 3 full hours to use up all the frost crystal cores, and placed before Song Jian were more than 100 bottles of potions shimmering with a pale blue light. Having made so many potions, Song Jian's alchemy skill directly increased to level 3, with his success rate jumping to 15%. Paired with the effects of the alchemy workbench, Song Jian rarely encountered any failures in his potion making now. With the low-level ice resistance potions completed, Song Jian prepared to batch them out to the auction house, when, at that moment, his steward George suddenly walked in and said, "Master, we can start the territory expansion campaign now. A 10-meter territory is very cramped, making it impossible to construct many buildings. I can expand my territory again?" Song Jian raised an eyebrow, a smile beginning to form. He knew that the opportunity to expand territory was only available once a month, so he needed to make good use of it. The larger the territory, the more NPCs would be attracted. For now, Songjian only had a 10-meter territory, attracting just some ordinary construction workers and helpers, with no followers worth recruiting. Once he expanded his territory to a certain extent, however, he might be able to find talents such as Dr. Abziding willing to follow him. Begin. Launch the territory expansion campaign. Opening the territory interface, Songjian started the campaign directly. Quickly, a grand horn resounded in the sky above Songjian's territory, and a red light emanated from his manor castle, gradually spreading outward. All the NPCs touched by the red light became excited and agitated. Even Alex opened his eyes, waving his branches and roaring angrily. He wished he could leave the spirit field and go straight to the front lines of expansion. Watching the red light slowly expanding outward, Songjian asked, "George, how much will our territory increase this time?" "My lord, our territory can expand an additional 50 meters outward this time." George replied respectfully. 50 meters? Songjian was surprised, having originally expected only another 10 meters. He did not expect that the second expansion would already increase several times. "Yes, my lord. If this expansion is successful, our territory will reach 300 meters during our next expansion." George continued. After estimating the pace of expansion, Songjian realized that it wouldn't take long for his territory to cover the entire Camel Square and the beginner areas. By the time, he would likely begin to encroach on other players' safe houses, leading to inevitable conflicts between players. "I must strengthen my power quickly," Songjian thought to himself. Opening the safe houses attribute interface, Songjian looked at the properties of the blood pool. The power of his level 3 blood pool has become pronounced, and the level 15 blood wolves were powerful enough to fight on par with elite level monsters. He was eager to see what kind of blood slaves the pool could produce once it reached level 4. Soon, the red light circle started to expand outward from Songjian's territory. Wherever it went, it seemed like a huge hand erasing all buildings on the ground, leaving behind only a stretch of lush green grass. A few residential buildings suddenly disappeared, and new players who were searching within appeared on the grass with a confused expression. Some even held food and drinks they had just found. When the red light circle had expanded to cover 50 meters, it disappeared entirely, and a resonant trumpet call echoed throughout the city. "This is a glorious victory." An excited and emotional voice echoed over Songjian's territory, low and majestic, seemingly belonging to a middle-aged man. "Praise the god of war." Steward George respectfully gestured a symbol on his chest and whispered. Songjian smiled faintly. In the game, everything related to war was governed by the god of war. Opening the territory interface, Songjian noticed several players' safe houses less than 10 meters away from the edge of his territory. It seemed the next expansion campaign would bring him into conflict with other players. However, those safe houses were all level 2 and posed no real threat. If they yielded willingly at that time, there would be no problem. But if they refused, Songjian would not show mercy either and would completely destroy their safe houses. Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded in Songjian's ears. Having opened his pet space, he found that the black dragon had indeed awakened, and its level had been raised to 15. Immediately, Songjian summoned the black dragon. Now over 3 meters long and more than 1.7 meters high, it held its head high enough to lick Songjian's cheek if it wanted to. Heavier scales now covered the black dragon, and a bone spur similar to a mace coalesced at the end of its long tail. As it swung gently, sharp bursts of air followed, emitting a sense of oppressive power. "Not bad, not bad. In a short time, I might be able to ride it in flight." Songjian chuckled. At that moment, he remembered he had one pet equipment left in his inventory that required a level 15 pet to ride. Now that the black dragon was level 15, it could naturally wear the equipment. Putting the spider spear armor on the black dragon cub, it was immediately enveloped in silver light-emitting armor. White patterns on the armor's surface appeared, looking like the gathered legs of 8 spiders. The awakening of the black dragon further boosted Songjian's strength. Now, even against a level 20 elite boss, he had the confidence to slay it. Just then, an NPC guard walked in, saluted Songjian, and said, "Great lord, a lady wishes to see you. She says she comes concerning the demon of the abyss." "The demon of the abyss?" Songjian was taken aback. The demon of the abyss had supposedly been sealed away. There was still more than a month left before it was unsealed. Could it be that something had gone wrong? "Please let the lady in," Songjian nodded. Shortly after, a female priest holding a golden codex in her left hand and a magic staff in her right walked in, giving Songjian a slight smile. "God's favored, we meet again." Chapter 358, Light Strike. Songjian glanced at the priestess, saying with a hint of helplessness, "It is indeed you. Didn't you seal the abyssal demon? Could it be that the seal was broken?" The priestess shook her head slightly. "The seal hasn't been broken, but I feel a mysterious power that seems to want to break the demon's seal." If they succeed, it will definitely cause a huge disaster. How does this concern me? Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, petting the black dragon cub's head as he spoke. The Abyssal Demon was only a 15th level elite boss. Forget that Song Jian was already at the 18th level, even his pet, the black dragon cub, wouldn't necessarily view a 15th level elite boss highly. If the Abyssal Demon really dared to appear in front of him, Song Jian would undoubtedly make it wish for death. After all, he was still suffering from the Abyss Curse, which reduced his luck by 3 points. The Abyssal Demon is currently extremely weak, and therefore its capabilities have dropped dramatically. Once it breaks free from the seal's restraint, it will quickly recover its strength. Even if it only regains a little bit of its power, reaching the first order of Demon Lord, it will definitely seek revenge. The priestess said with a smile. First order Demon Lord? Song Jian felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing the term. It didn't sound like a good sign. Yes, typically at the 30th level, one can challenge those with the first order strength, and once successful, they undergo a substantial change in power, the priestess explained. Just like you? You now also possess first order strength, right? Song Jian suddenly asked. When the priestess made her debut, she was able to eliminate hundreds of monsters that possessed the bloodline of the demon with a single blow. Such fierce power left a deep impression on Song Jian. Yes, I already possess first order strength, said the priestess candidly. Well then, what do you need me to do this time? Song Jian sounded a little helpless. Even if he had an additional month's time, he wouldn't be able to level up to the 30th level. His only hope now was the priestess standing in front of him. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Cecilia Roland. I am a First Order Dawn Priestess. You can refer to me as Priest Roland, or simply as Cecil. The priestess smiled, curtsying to Song Jian as she said this. Nice to meet you, I am Song Jian. He nodded slightly in return. Alright then, let's get down to business. Priestess Cecilia smiled and said, to break the seal of the Abyssal Demon, the Book of the Abyss must be used. The minions of the Abyssal Demon will surely do everything in their power to acquire the Book of the Abyss. You must stop them. The Book of the Abyss? What is that? Where can I find it? Song Jian frowned and asked. The Book of the Abyss is hidden within the Blood Demon Cave. You must get there first and secure the Book of the Abyss. As long as you can bring the Book of the Abyss to me, I will be able to use it to completely kill the Abyssal Demon, preventing it from ever regenerating. Priestess Cecilia said softly. But I don't even know where the Blood Demon Cave is. Song Jian was a bit frustrated. He was certain that there was no such place as the Blood Demon Cave within Doomsday City. As expected, Priestess Cecilia said, the Blood Demon Cave isn't in this abandoned city. To get there, you must first go to the Silver Moon Commerce. Find someone who manages the place and they will arrange for you to enter the Blood Demon Cave. Silver Moon Commerce, manager? Song Jian raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, this sounds strangely familiar, it can't be Annie, can it? I wish I could help you, but as you know, with my current ability, I cannot leave this city. Song Jian shrugged and stated. Outside Doomsday City, layers of thick black fog prevent those within from leaving. As soon as Song Jian gets close to the black fog on the outskirts of the city, he feels a shudder through his body, indicating there must be something threatening his life within the fog. According to the NPC, there were indeed monsters hidden within the black fog outside Doomsday City, blocking anyone who wanted to leave. To leave the city, a transmission array is required. However, even in other cities, the construction of the transmission array would be a strategic project, and the materials needed for its construction were singulated items that couldn't be purchased even if one wanted to. Therefore, Song Jian currently doesn't have the ability to leave this city. I can help to open a teleportation gate for you to leave here. After you have completed the task, you will naturally be able to return here easily. Priestess Cecilia said with a smile. Lastly, one last question. Song Jian raised a finger and asked, what are the benefits for me if I accomplish this task? Isn't keeping your life the biggest benefit? Priestess Cecilia's expression darkened a little and she answered in displeasure. Well, in reality, I don't have a pressing need to kill the Abyssal Demon. As you know, our divine followers can rapidly improve our strength. Maybe by the time the Abyssal Demon finds me, I will already have the power to protect myself, said Song Jian with a relaxed expression. Indeed, greed is mankind's greatest sin. Cecilia looked at Song Jian with a serious face and said, you divine followers will surely be destroyed by your own greed. Song Jian shrugged and stayed silent, just looking at the priestess. Finally, the priestess opened her mouth and said, alright, if you can complete this task, then I will teach you a skill of the Dawn Knights. A skill of the Dawn Knights? A look of joy appeared on Song Jian's face. Sacred Parry is a skill of the Dawn Knights, which is Song Jian's lifesaver. It can even resist and counter a boss's special move. Gaining another skill of the Dawn Knights would definitely elevate Song Jian's power significantly. Great, just ensure that I can use the skill you are teaching. Song Jian suddenly spoke, a light bulb going off in his head. After all, Knight's abilities could not necessarily be used by sword controllers. For example, skills involving a shield's use, given to Song Jian, he will not be able to use them. Of course, it's one you will be able to use. It's a sword technique. You could take an early look. Priestess Cecilia generously showed the technique to Song Jian. Now that she would made her decision, Cecilia was not going to be stingy. She told Song Jian, if you agree, I can give you the technique in advance. Light strike. The power of this technique is amazing. Song Jian's eyes widened in surprise. He nodded his head repeatedly, I accept the task. I will handle it and ensure it will be completed successfully. System, player accepts the first part of the serial quest, delivering a letter, quest content. On behalf of Priestess Cecilia, deliver the letter to Annie, the manager of Silver Moon Commerce. Quest reward, 2 points increase in intimacy with Priestess Cecilia. System, Priestess Cecilia has taught you the sword technique Light Strike. You have fully mastered the technique, and the current level of the technique is 1. Chapter 359, City of Hymns Light Strike, Level 1, Skill Effect, performs a holy attribute attack on targets within 2 meters range, dealing 500 plus 150%, self-damage, holy damage and an additional 200% damage to shadow attribute creatures. The skill is instant and has a cooldown of 5 minutes, skill consumption, 10 spirit points, equipment requirement, sword-type weapon. Light Strike is a simple and powerful skill that deals high damage within a 10-meter range, which is already considered a semi-long-range attack. With Song Jian's current damage, a single attack can deal more than 650 points of damage, an amount that none of his other skills, even if all his sword silk attacks were concentrated on a single target, could reach. Furthermore, if the target is a creature with the shadow attribute, such as the abyssal demons encountered before, then the damage dealt would exceed 1,200 points. Even ordinary shadow attribute creatures could be killed in one hit, making Light Strike a very straightforward skill. The only drawback is its 5-minute cooldown time, making it slow to increase proficiency. However, Song Jian wouldn't consider these drawbacks right now, as he hasn't truly obtained the skill. He must complete the mission before he can officially acquire Light Strike. After receiving the Light Strike skill, Song Jian became enthusiastic about the task. The priest, Cecilia, didn't find this weird, as in her impression, the gods' chosen ones were always chasing benefits. Take this letter and find Annie from Silver Moon Commerce. She has a way to get you into the Blood Demon Cave. Once you are there, you must be careful. If you die inside the cave, your body will be parasitized by the demonic creatures inside, and your soul will be trapped there forever. Cecilia Priest handed Song Jian a letter with a serious expression. Song Jian nodded, sensing that the mission might not be as easy as he thought. After taking the letter, he placed it into his inventory. Cecilia Priest began chanting spells as her golden codex flipped through its pages without wind. Once it stopped, a golden glowing teleportation gate appeared in front of Song Jian. You only have 30 seconds to enter the teleportation gate. Hurry up, this type of space-breaking array consumes a lot of my energy. Cecilia Priest's face showed a hint of exhaustion. Song Jian didn't hesitate and stepped into the teleportation gate, disappearing from sight. After Song Jian vanished, the teleportation gate disintegrated. Cecilia Priest looked at the traces of the gate left on the floor and sighed deeply. A severe dizziness forced Song Jian to close his eyes, feeling as if he were falling into a bottomless abyss. Even the furious roars and howls of monsters reached his ears, making him tremble with fear, unsure whether it was an illusion or reality. Soon, Song Jian felt solid ground under his feet. As he stumbled forward and opened his eyes, he found himself already in a new city, standing right in front of the city's central transmission array. A short goblin waved its arms and shouted at Song Jian, "Don't stand in front of the transmission array. Hurry up and leave the area marked by the yellow line." Song Jian looked down and saw an obvious yellow circle with a diameter of about 3 meters surrounding the transmission array. With a faint smile, Song Jian stepped away from the transmission array. The goblin guarding the array muttered under his breath, "Country bumpkin," as it shifted its attention elsewhere. System, you have discovered a new city, City of Hymns, Level 4, and gained 3,000 experience points. City of Hymns? Sounds similar to the City of Holy Light, thought Song Jian. The architecture of the city resembled medieval European style, and so did the people's clothing. He occasionally saw mercenaries clad in armor and wielding weapons passing by him. There are players here too? Song Jian, in disbelief, saw 3 players with obvious foreign features coming out of a tavern, loudly discussing a concert by a celebrity from the real world. The surrounding people seemed indifferent to their loud chatter, quickly avoiding them. It seems there are more players in this game than I thought. Song Jian felt a heavy weight on his chest. Such a large number of people entering the game and gaining extraordinary powers would definitely impact the real world. Song Jian initially thought this impact would be limited to Coastal City, but it turned out that it encompassed the entire world. The entire world is beginning to change, Song Jian whispered to himself. Just then, a carriage stopped in front of Song Jian. A man in his 50s or 60s sat in the driver's seat, sat up straight, and politely asked Song Jian, "Sir, do you need carriage service? I can take you anywhere in the city of hymns. Do you know how to get to Silver Moon Commerce?" Song Jian asked with a smile. Of course. Silver Moon Commerce is the largest commerce company in the city of hymns. Their residence is in District C, about 5 kilometers away. It takes about 20 minutes by carriage. The old man said proudly, "I grew up in the city of hymns, and I know every road here like the back of my hand. I will get you to your destination as quickly as possible." "Alright, take me to Silver Moon Commerce." "How much does it cost?" Song Jian climbed into the carriage. "Just 3 doomsday coins, distinguished sir." The old man seemed pleased to have gained a customer, smiling brightly. "Let us go." Song Jian nodded and closed the carriage door. The carriage sped along the wide streets. Looking out of the window, Song Jian saw many players rushing through the city. Most were between levels 10 and 15, similar to those in Doomsday City. However, players who entered this city were obviously luckier than those who entered Doomsday City. Here, there were no monsters, and they didn't have to experience the dreadful phase of having their lives on the line when they first entered the game. 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a shop, the quarters of Silver Moon Commerce. Silver Moon Commerce's shop was very luxurious, occupying the best location on the entire street. It had 5 floors and was one of the tallest buildings in the city. Standing at the entrance of the shop, Song Jian saw many players coming in and out, purchasing large quantities of items. Several attendants stood at the door, welcoming every visitor warmly. As Song Jian walked towards the shop, he unexpectedly received a joyous system notification. "System, congratulations to the Hammer of Thor Alliance for being the first team to clear the hard mode of the Bloody Sewers dungeon. All players in the team receive 10,000 experience points and 500 doomsday coins." A hard mode dungeon? Song Jian was shocked, not expecting that the strength of players in this city was still underestimated. They could even clear hard mode dungeons while, in Doomsday City, none of the teams could even clear the normal mode dungeons, most accomplished only the easy mode dungeons. One have to speed up my progress, Song Jian thought. Chapter 360, Why didn't you say so earlier? Instances inside the game are divided into 4 levels of difficulty: simple, ordinary, difficult, and real, and there are level restrictions for entering the instances. If you surpass a certain level, you cannot enter that specific instance. For example, if a player surpasses level 18, they can no longer enter Frost Cave Secret Realm. And when one first starts to conquer an instance, they have to start from the simple difficulty level. Only after successfully clearing it, they can choose the ordinary difficulty level, followed by the difficult one. After conquering the difficult level of the instance, one can enter the real difficulty level. It is said that once you successfully clear the instance at real difficulty level, the instance will no longer reappear. However, Song Jian has not heard of any instance at the real difficulty level being successfully cleared. In Doomsday City, not even a single player has cleared an instance at the difficult level. But as soon as he entered the City of Hymns, Song Jian learned that a player here, who was surprisingly from the Hammer of Thor Alliance, had successfully cleared an instance at the difficult level. Regardless of what level the instance was, being able to successfully clear one at the difficult level speaks volumes about the player's strength. This system announcement made the players on the street suddenly excited, with many players even cheering aloud, reveling in the shared glory. This is a good way to enhance the reputation of an alliance. Song Jian thought to himself as he observed the players on the street. Only clearing an instance at the difficult level will give you this kind of system announcement, which is similar to appearing on TV. Simple and ordinary difficulty levels cannot receive this kind of opportunity. All players are unwilling to join a small guild, they all want to join a top-tier large guild. And one of the most important indicators of a guild's strength is the number of instances the guild has cleared. A guild that appears in such a system announcement will undoubtedly leave a deep impression on the players. Hammer of Thor, I will remember the name of this alliance. Song Jian silently muttered to himself as he headed towards Silver Moon Commerce. He also had plans to create an alliance, but with his current strength, he could only establish a third-tier small alliance at the most. Even though being the first on the level glory list could attract many players to join, true experts don't place much importance on the level glory list. If he wishes to establish a first-rate guild, Song Jian currently doesn't have the wherewithal to accomplish this. There will be such a day. Song Jian glanced at the system announcement and continued his way to Silver Moon Commerce. In the first floor reception hall of Silver Moon Commerce, it was densely packed with people. It was like a mini market, and all the transactions here targeted professionals. Equipment, weapons, potions, engineering items, magic scrolls and so forth, everything was available here. More than a dozen service personnel were constantly weaving their way through the crowd, guiding customers to the products they required. Shops and auction houses have differences. Auction houses require paying an expensive fee, therefore only scarce or high-value items can appear in the auction house. Shops are much simpler. Loads of players would rather spend a lot of time selecting items in shops than become a big spender in an auction house. Respected God-chosen one, is there anything you need assistance with? Casey would be happy to assist you. A decent and beautiful young girl walked up beside Song Jian, gave a slight bow and asked. I am here to see Annie. I wonder if she's in the shop? Song Jian asked. The Silver Moon Commerce couldn't possibly have only one manager, so he wasn't sure if Annie would be in this particular shop. However, since the priest sent him to this city, the odds of Annie being at this shop were high. May I ask what the reason of your visit to Annie might be? The young girl hesitated and asked in a soft voice. Cecilia Priest sent me, I have a letter to personally deliver to her. Song Jian said. Please wait a moment, I will notify Annie immediately. Casey walked to a counter and murmured a few words. Very soon, the staff at the counter reported the situation to Annie via a communication crystal. After waiting for a few minutes, Casey hurried back to Song Jian. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Annie is awaiting you in the conference room on the 3rd floor, you can go right in. Casey, pointing towards a nearby spiral staircase, said. Thank you very much. Song Jian nodded and headed towards the staircase. On reaching the 3rd floor, Song Jian saw 2 level 60 warriors, dressed in plate armor, holding big swords, standing still at the stairwell. They looked like 2 statues, motionless. But Song Jian could feel a heavy oppressive vibe from them. 2nd-tier warriors. Song Jian looked at the heads of the 2 warriors and was taken aback. At level 30, after passing the assessment, one can reach the 1st-tier level. At level 60, after passing the assessment, one is 2nd tier? Song Jian thought to himself. Seeing Song Jian ascend the stairs, the 2 warriors gave him a knightly salute, then led him to a room, opened a heavy wooden door, and gestured for him to enter. In the luxurious, spacious conference room, a woman who looked to be in her 30s, sat at a desk, her gaze piercing as she looked at Song Jian. You are the messenger from Cecilia Priest? Annie, with her low-pitched voice, seemed a bit stern, completely different from their previous conversation. Yes, this is the letter from Cecilia Priest meant for you. Song Jian pulled out the letter from his package and handed it to Annie. Sit. Annie casually motioned towards a nearby chair, took the letter, and began reading it immediately, paying no mind to Song Jian. System, you have completed the first part of the chain task. Intimacy with Cecilia Priest increases by 2 points. Song Jian didn't pay much attention to the system prompt. Instead, he sat on the chair opposite to Annie and stared at her. He couldn't connect the flirtatious, even seductive, voice he previously heard over the phone with the woman in front of him. It seems women do indeed have multiple faces. Song Jian thought to himself. Blood Demon Cave? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter that place. Has Cecilia lost her mind, letting an 18-level God-chosen one go in there? Annie furrowed her brows, looked up at Song Jian as if she didn't believe him, and muttered to herself. What's your name? Annie asked sternly, giving Song Jian the impression of an interviewer conducting an examination, sizing him up and down, studying him. My name is Song Jian. I think we have spoken over the phone before, and even conducted a transaction, Tai-Kai sword skill, do you remember it? Song Jian calmly answered, an affable smile on his face. You are. Annie immediately stood up, her face full of disbelief. This. Why didn't you say so sooner? Annie's voice softened, a wistful expression on her face as she looked at Song Jian. You made my emotions all over the place. Chapter 361, the task worth 1 million doomsday coins. Just moments earlier she had an air of a powerful woman, yet now she had turned into a gently sensitive woman overnight. This allowed Song Jian to gain a deeper understanding of Annie's capabilities in managing her responsibilities. How could you accept such a challenging task? Annie furrowed her brows, speaking in a low voice. The Blood Demon Cave is not easily accessible. There's a myriad of creatures inside, utterly dangerous. They are all at a minimum level of 20, elite level of monsters, and it is rumored that there are even stronger elite level bosses, even possibly a leader level boss. Over a dozen other teams have ventured to conquer it, but none have returned. And the adventurers that have died within could be well over hundreds already. Level 20? It seems like this is a 4th level secret realm. Song Jian slightly tilted his brows, shrugged a little and said, "There's not much I could do. Do you remember the heart of the demon you asked for last time? In order to obtain it, I clashed with a demon from the abyss. Without the Book of the Abyss, I wouldn't be able to completely kill the demon, and the Book of the Abyss is within the Blood Demon Cave," Song Jian said, shrugging lightly. Annie was at a loss of words. Evidently, the problem traced back to her initially. After a while, Annie nodded her head and spoke, "All right, if you are determined to enter the Blood Demon Cave, I will do my best to help you. This is a map of City of Hymns and its surrounding areas, consider it a welcome gift." Annie handed over a parchment to Song Jian. After he opened it, he saw that it closely resembled the map of Doomsday City. It marked uncannily all the sites within the City of Hymns, even the secret entrances to some hidden places within the city. However, the scope of this map was much larger than that of Doomsday City. The surrounding locations for hunts, mountains, lakes, even the places where wild bosses appear, were very clearly marked. This was the most detailed version of City of Hymns map. Most players had a simplified version. To get a map like this one, it would cost at least 5,000 Doomsday coins. "Thank you for your help. I will be taking off now and will try to finish this task as quickly as possible." Song Jian identified the location of the Blood Demon Cave, nodded his head, stored the map in his inventory, and got ready to leave. Ahem, in fact, the reason why Cecilia Priest directed you to me first was not to simply guide you to the location of the Blood Demon Cave, but mostly to amplify your power. Annie immediately stopped Song Jian from leaving and explained. "Amplify my power? How would I do that?" Song Jian asked curiously. "The Silver Moon Commerce has its own armed forces, and amongst them, the finest force is a defense power named Danzō. You can employ the warriors of Danzō based on your level of intimacy with Silver Moon Commerce. Only with their assistance, you alone could possibly complete this task." Annie spoke softly. The existence of Danzō is itself a secret within the Silver Moon Commerce, with only a few managers aware of it. Fortunately, I happen to be one of them. Danzō? Does it have anything to do with Cecilia, the Dawn officer? Song Jian wondered internally, but these didn't concern him whatsoever. "How can I hire warriors from Danzō? You have 3 days to increase your intimacy level with Silver Moon Commerce. If you reach friendly, you can employ a level 15 elite from Danzō. Should you reach respected, you can employ a level 20 elite. If you reach revered, you can employ 2 level 25 elites. If you reach exalted, you can hire 3 level 25 elites. So my current relationship with Silver Moon Commerce is..." Song Jian checked his system profile and noticed that even though he was a VIP member of Silver Moon Commerce, his relationship with them was at neutral, however it was near to friendly. "Now, I can't even hire a level 15 elite warrior," Song Jian said with a slight frown. "If there is an option to hire warriors from Danzō within the mission, then it would definitely help with the mission. Song Jian must try his best to gain the aid of Silver Moon Commerce. Otherwise, he would be risking his life by entering the 4th level secret realm all alone. So what am I supposed to do now? Is there any way to quickly increase my intimacy level with Silver Moon Commerce?" Song Jian asked. "You have 3 days. There are many ways to increase your intimacy level, such as trading with Silver Moon Commerce, completing the tasks they have given, manufacturing goods to sell at Silver Moon Commerce, and so on." Annie squinted, with a huge smile on her face. However, these generic methods only improve intimacy little by little. In 3 days, you may reach respected at most. It's almost impossible to get revered or exalted. If it's just respected, I could only hire a level 20 elite from Danzō. Within a territory where the lowest monster level is 20, the help you could provide is quite limited. Is that so? Song Jian furrowed his brows, contemplating in his mind whether he could clear the Blood Demon Cave instance with a level 15 Black Dragon hatchling and a level 20 elite level mercenary by his side. Of course, you can also hire professionals to safeguard you into the Blood Demon Cave, but I am sure you are aware, the Blood Demon Cave is considered forbidden territory within the City of Hymns. For now, I am afraid no team would be willing to accept your hiring mission." Annie glanced at Song Jian, sporting a cheerful look on her face. "Do you have a way to quickly increase my intimacy level with Silver Moon Commerce?" All of a sudden, Song Jian asked Annie. "Look. Keek, I knew you couldn't drop me." Annie giggled, giving Song Jian a flirtatious glance. "Considering our relationship, I naturally want to help you to the best of my ability. I do happen to have a task that can quickly increase your intimacy level with Silver Moon Commerce in a short period of time. Are you interested?" "What task?" Song Jian raised an eyebrow, asking curiously. "I have in my hands a first-level business, but it's on the verge of bankruptcy because of mismanagement. If you manage to resurrect this business within 3 days and achieve a turnover of 1 million Doomsday coins, your affinity level with Silver Moon Commerce would definitely reach exalted level." Annie stared at Song Jian, a strange sparkle in her eyes, with a look full of expectations on her face. 3 days, 1 million? Songjian, stupefied, said, how is that possible? Are you kidding me? This is the only way you can quickly improve your intimacy level. If you refuse, then it would mean you only rely on accomplishing tasks given by Silver Moon Commerce. Annie pouted, with a look of helplessness on her face. Where does the goods for sale in the shop come from? Songjian hesitated for a long time before abruptly asking. Regular items will be supplied by Central Goods Supply, you will only get commission. Although, since it's part of the task, your commission will be converted into intimacy points. If they are your handcrafted items, we will provide you with unlimited raw materials, but the price needs to be split 80 out of 20, we get 80, you get 20. Of course, a generous amount of intimacy points will be presented to you as compensation. We can provide as many non-regulated materials as per your needs. What do you say? Annie laid out all the terms in one breath, smiling softly as she looked at Songjian. I see, I need to consider it. Songjian lowered his head, silently made some calculations in his mind and very swiftly arrived at a decision. If I get to have the final say on the shop's operation, I will accept this task. Chapter 362, Starfire Shop. Since I am delegating this shop to you, you are now the person in charge. Moreover, if it's a success, this shop can even be sold to you at a low price. Said Annie, laughing. What? How could that be? Songjian was surprised. Shops in the game weren't easy to acquire at all. Songjian might have seized a dwarf lord's blacksmith's shop in Doomsday City, but comparing Doomsday City to the city of hymns was like apples to oranges. If we are talking about value, the most remote property in the city of hymns is worth at least 100,000 Doomsday coins. As for the area where Silver Moon Commerce is located, without millions, or even tens of millions of Doomsday coins, it can't be purchased. As for Doomsday City, as long as you have the ability, you can claim as much land as you want, and no one cares as long as you can hold it. Moreover, no one would ever want to spend even a single Doomsday coin to invest in property there because there's no investment value. Annie presented the location of the shop to Songjian. Even though it was quite a distance from Silver Moon Commerce in Area C, it could still be considered a bustling area, worth at least 300,000 Doomsday coins. Even if nothing was done in such a shop and it was just leased out, it could still generate a monthly income of at least 20,000. If Songjian owned this property, he would never sell it under any circumstances. As long as you complete the task and cultivate a worship-level intimacy with Silver Moon Commerce, you can transfer this shop to your name for just 100,000 Doomsday coins, said Annie with a smile on her face. Songjian was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a grin appeared on his face, and he said, it seems that the difficulty of this task should be harder than I expected. The task of achieving 1 million sales volume isn't just due to the products, right? Annie, can you be more specific about what's inside this task? The tasks within the game always follow one principle: the greater the difficulty, the more significant the reward. A sales volume of 1 million is quite difficult. If the task reward was just reaching a worship level with Silver Moon Commerce and employing 3 level 20 elite Dawn warriors, the task difficulty and the rewards would just about match. But if the reward also added the transfer of a shop at a low price, it's clear that the task reward far exceeds the task difficulty. In the city of hymns, there isn't just one commerce guild. There are more than a dozen large and small, but those who can compete with our Silver Moon Commerce are only the Sunfire Commerce from Area B. That shop was our attempt to penetrate Area B but has been severely suppressed by them. After hesitating for a moment, Annie said, in the past week, the turnover of this shop is... Annie looked at Songjian and showed a helpless expression as she said 0. What, 0 turnover in a week? Not a single item sold? Songjian was a bit incredulous. What do you think? The power of Sunfire Commerce isn't much less than Silver Moon Commerce. What we have, they also have. They are currently using their resources to suppress us. Even if they have to sell at a loss, selling all the items we have at 10% less than our price, they don't hesitate, and this week alone, they have lost at least 50,000 Doomsday coins, Annie said with a hopeless look in her eyes. I advocated for this attempt, and if it fails, I will definitely be the scapegoat and might be kicked out of the Commerce Guild's management team. For now, I can only pin my hopes on you, Annie said, looking at Songjian with a hopeful expression. You have more confidence in me than I do in myself. Songjian said somewhat helplessly. I am just one person, but you mentioned Sunfire Commerce. They are a huge power. How can I possibly compete with them? Because you can bring out so many level 15 silver top-tier equipment. Annie spoke loudly. Even the Sunfire Commerce can't bring out equipment like that to sell. Top-tier equipment is too rare, and the good ones are kept for personal use first. The ones for sale are of lesser quality and attributes. If you can bring out a few more items like that, then a comeback isn't unimaginable. So you are after the items in my pocket. Song Jian was left speechless. Top-tier equipment has to be dropped by a boss. Song Jian couldn't possibly hunt bosses all day long. Besides, this method is like trying to put out a cart fire with a cup of water. How could it possibly increase the sales volume from 0 to 1 million in 3 days? Forget it, let me think of a plan, said Song Jian, pondering a bit before nodding in agreement. Does that mean you agree? Asked Annie, her face lighting up with excitement. Agreed. System, the player accepts the second part of the serial task, saving the failing shop. Task details, the player becomes the manager of Starfire Shop and must increase the turnover to 1 million Doomsday coins within 3 days. Task reward, achieving a worship-level relationship with Silver Moon Commerce, buying full ownership of the shop for 100,000 Doomsday coins. Very well. As of tomorrow, this Starfire Shop will be attached to your name, Annie nodded, saying, additionally, I will send someone to help you. Let her know if you need anything. After Annie finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and a woman with golden hair and green eyes walked in from the entrance. This woman wore a fiery red luxurious dress, translucent at the hem which lay on the bright carpet. Her golden hair curled like waves, her pair of blue eyes as glittering as precious gems and her exquisite face always adorned with a tranquil and charming smile. This is my capable assistant, Vera. Starting from today, she will temporarily be your assistant, helping you manage Starfire Shop. Annie said, Vera, this is Song Jian. From today, you will be his assistant. You have to cooperate with him and do your job well, understand? Yes, manager. I will definitely not let Mr. Song Jian down. Then, Annie turned to Song Jian with a smile. Song Jian, Vera is very familiar with the operations of our Commerce Guild, and she's smart and competent. If you need anything, just let her do it for you. But remember, don't bully her, okay? System, the player triggers the NPC management system, opening the NPC management interface for the player to manage their subordinates. The NPC management system and follower system belong to two completely separate systems. The NPC management system is more focused on business development, whereas the follower system is more focused on combat. Song Jian nodded and opened the NPC management interface directly. In the interface, both the attributes of the Starfire Shop and Vera's attributes appeared. Starfire Shop is just a level 1 shop, where only 9 different products can be displayed. In the shop, simple level 5 and level 10 white quality equipment was displayed, making the place look shabby. Also, the shop funds were only an abysmal 110 Doomsday coins. After briefly understanding the Starfire Shop, Song Jian then turned his attention to Vera's attribute interface. Chapter 363, Making New Products. Vera, Song Jian's business assistant, gender, female, level, 20, age, 19, loyalty, 60 out of 100, charm, 91 out of 100, physique, 3 out of 100, wisdom, 98 out of 100, vitality points, 3,200 out of 3,200 inches. This business assistant Vera has attributes with 100 as the maximum value, charm 91 and wisdom 98, which are already extremely high. It must have taken a lot of determination for Annie, the manager, to let Vera become her own assistant. This is also because the completion of Song Jian's task is closely related to her, otherwise it would be impossible to arrange Vera to help Song Jian. After accepting the mission, Song Jian, along with Vera, quickly appeared in front of the Starfire Shop. This shop only has 1 floor but covers a very wide area. After all, it is a bridgehead of Silver Moon Commerce. If it were too shabby, it would be embarrassing. For Silver Moon Commerce, this is just an attempt. Even if they fail, it will not hurt their foundation. However, for Annie, the manager, this is an extremely important strategic layout in business. If she fails, she might not even be able to keep her position as manager. At this moment, the door of Starfire Shop is wide open, and there is no one coming in or out. There is not even a single service staff member in the shop. Vera, why is there not even one service staff member? No matter how bad the business is, it can't be like this. Song Jian frowned and said, I think, maybe Silver Moon Commerce is going to give up on this place. Vera said somewhat helplessly, this is Area B, the stronghold of Sunfire Shop. If I were the manager of Sunfire Shop, I would also do everything I could to make this shop fail. Lord Song Jian, I believe you have accepted an impossible mission. Vera looked at Song Jian and whispered. Just then, a frivolous whistle came from across the street. A man's voice sounded behind Song Jian. Haha, let me see, isn't this Miss Vera? Why would you appear here? Let me guess, are you planning to close down this shop? Song Jian turned around and saw that there was actually a shop across the street, and it was a second-level shop. A well-dressed man was standing at the entrance, looking mockingly at Song Jian and Vera. That's a Sunfire Shop, and that man is called Kagura, the manager of the shop. This shop was opened the day after Starfire shop first appeared, with the sole purpose of crushing Starfire. Vera whispered in Song Jian's ear. Vera, are you interested in helping me out? Annie is about to go under, so following her will not do you any good. Kagura laughed and looked at Vera with greedy eyes. Vera, it looks like you will be the manager of Starfire shop for a while. Song Jian glanced at Kagura and didn't take him seriously. He pulled out some equipment from his inventory and handed it to Vera. Put these equipment up for sale first, I will figure out how to get more items to sell in the future. A silver top quality shield? Vera covered her mouth, her face showing an amazed expression. The equipment that Song Jian took out were obtained in the Frost Cave. Among them, the Frost Shield was a superior silver shield, and other equipment were level 15 blue and green quality. These items were almost impossible to find on the market, but Song Jian had no problem using them to bolster the reputation of Starfire shop. Alright, master. Vera's face was full of delight as she accepted the items and turned towards the shop. Kagura's face became ugly, staring at Song Jian for a moment, and snorted, Humphrey, a desperate struggle. Starfire was about to be given up by Silver Moon Commerce. In this commercial battle, Kagura could be said to have already secured victory. But now, the other party seemed to be unwilling to admit defeat. Just relying on a few top-quality gears to turn the situation around is wishful thinking. Let's see what you can sell after you sell these. Kagura's face was gloomy as he turned and entered the shop. Song Jian glanced at the Sunfire shop opposite and calmly walked into Starfire shop. Vera, is there a forging room in this shop? Song Jian asked. Yes, there were originally 3 forging rooms in the shop, and 3 forging masters were employed. But now, they have all been transferred away by the headquarters. Vera said. Can you change one of them into an engineering manufacturing room? Song Jian asked. Of course. Do you want to? Vera looked at Song Jian somewhat surprised, guessing his true identity. Could Lord Song Jian also be an engineering manufacturing master? Upon hearing this, Song Jian felt a cold sweat and quickly waved his hand. No, my engineering manufacturing skill is only level 3, nothing near master. When Vera heard that Song Jian's engineering manufacturing skill was only level 3, her hopes suddenly vanished. But she still followed Song Jian's instructions and converted one of the forging rooms into an engineering manufacturing room. Send this list to Annie and have her send over as much as she can. Song Jian handed Vera a list and said. This was a list of materials for making T11 high-explosive hand grenades and self-destructing robots. For Song Jian, collecting these materials would be troublesome, but for Silver Moon Commerce, it would be effortless. Alright. Vera took the list and glanced at it, frowning. As an assistant to a commerce manager, Vera had seen many material lists. Just by looking at the list, she could usually guess the final product with great accuracy. However, after looking at over a dozen materials on this list, Vera couldn't guess what item was being made. She could only be certain that these were indeed materials needed for engineering manufacturing. Vera's efficiency was extremely high. In no time, she completed all the tasks Song Jian had given her. Not only did she transform one of the forging rooms into an engineering manufacturing room, she also brought over a large amount of materials on Song Jian's list. Alright Vera, you go take care of the front of the shop. Try not to sell those equipment too quickly. Otherwise, we won't have enough to sell. Song Jian smiled. Master, do you want to use those top-quality items to attract customers and then sell the real goods? Vera's eyes brightened, and she asked eagerly. Vera, you are really smart. Are you interested in working with me in the future? Song Jian smiled. Master. Vera's cheeks flushed slightly, she glanced at Song Jian and lowered her head. Haha, alright Vera, let's focus on our current task first. If we can't complete Anya's task, everything we talk about now is meaningless. Song Jian laughed, towards the front of the shop. Let's get started. These 2 items should be quite popular. Song Jian stretched his arm and murmured to himself. Chapter 364 Attracting Customers. Vera placed the frost shield in the most eye-catching position in the store, so even as you walked by the store's entrance, you could easily see the shield, radiating an intense silver glow and filled with an icy aura. This move made Kagura, who had been paying close attention to Starfire store, even more sullen. Struggling before death. That's all there is to it. That shield is probably Annie's private collection. Being willing to sell it shows a lot of guts, but it will all be in vain. Kagura sneered disdainfully. Attracting customers with high-grade equipment can only work occasionally and can't be employed for the store's long-term development. If there's no stable supply of goods, customers will quickly scatter again. Instruct them to sell all the products in the store at a 20% discount. Kagura ordered a server. 20% off? Sir, we are already selling at a loss. If we give a 20% discount again. The server expressed in surprise. Stop stalling. Do as you are told. Angered, Kagura kicked at the server. Yes, I will change the prices immediately. The server scurried off to amend the prices. A cruel smile crossed Kagura's face. You want to compete with me? Even if I have to spend 10,000 doomsday coins a day, I won't hesitate to kick you out of Area B completely. As the flagship set up by the Sunfire Commerce to challenge his adversaries, Kagura would not tolerate even the slightest mistake. Winning on his own territory is not worth showing off. The key is to win impressively, so as to leave a good impression on the heavyweights of his commerce and make them remember his name. City of Hymns. In some players who had just logged in left their rooms and replenished their hunger and thirst in the lobby while exchanging some intel. Logging off in the inn is not only safe, but it also allows for quick recovery of spirit points. Therefore, players born in the City of Hymns treat the inn as a base. Smaller transactions can even be completed in the inn, making the lobby always bustling. Hey, have you heard? Starfire Store is about to go under, even their servers have run out. Silver Moon Commerce must have lost a lot this time, right? I don't know what they are thinking. Instead of opening shop in a safe C zone, they had to open a branch in B zone. Do you think Sunfire Commerce would let them get away with it? They might not be at a big loss. On the contrary, Sunfire Commerce might be at a bigger loss. These days, they have been selling at a loss. Honestly, I am thinking of stocking up some goods when the two commerces cut the prices. Such bargain is hard to come by. Yeah, I don't care whether it's Silver Moon or Sunfire Commerce. I will buy from the one selling cheaper. When the two fight, players like us are the final winners. Yeah, my monster hunting cost has dropped quite a bit recently, thanks to them. I hope they can keep on fighting. Just then, a player rushed inside from the entrance. Latest news. Sunfire Commerce is selling everything at a 20% discount. Hurry up, let's go get them. What, 20% off? They are going too far. It's not too far. It's Sunfire Commerce's final blow. They want to completely crush their opponent. Let's go. It's now or never. The outcome will soon be decided. Suddenly, players in the tavern started calling together their friends, all rushing towards Sunfire's shop. The threshold of Sunfire Commerce was almost trampled by the rush. Yay, they truly are giving a 20% discount, fantastic. Haha, I hope the offer is unlimited. I will take 5 bottles of the potion to restore mental strength. Medicine, give me 10 bottles of healing potions. I will take this level 10 white grade equipment. I liked it earlier and wanted to buy it yesterday. I didn't expect to save 50 doomsday coins by hesitating. Nice, very nice. Kagura watched as the customers crowded in. His face did not show the slightest joy but appeared somewhat awkward. Already selling at a loss, to then discount by another 20%, seemed as though he was practically giving away the shirt on his back, losing more than the cost of the materials. As long as it causes my opponent to go bankrupt, the losses now are worthwhile. Kagura cast a sullen glance at Starfire Store across the street, muttering to himself. Just then, a player standing at the entrance yelled in surprise, "Look at the store opposite, what's that thing?" "It's a silver grade shield." "What did you say, a silver grade shield? How is that possible?" a shield warrior exclaimed in surprise. The reaction silenced the patrons in the store momentarily. "Look for yourself. Isn't that the silver grade shield? Oh my god, it's a high grade item, with such good attributes, and even a passive skill. Let's go, we must take a look. I must secure this shield." This shield warrior immediately put down the item he had just picked up and headed towards Starfire Store. Let's go take a look at the high grade equipment. Starfire Store has truly invested a lot. They are even willing to put up such a high grade shield.